Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Mic 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 check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, party people? Can you hear me, party people? Friday night settings, random show. We're here. Can you hear me, party people? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What's going on, people? What's going on, people? What's going on? What's going on? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Oh, my hair looks fucking nuts, innit? I need to get a haircut. I need to braid my hair or get a haircut ASAP. I look, you can't even see I've got so much hair on the sides, you can't even see. Look, I have to lift it up to see the fucking sunglasses. There's so much hair here, it covers us. The back bit of the, Jesus Christ, man, I need a haircut so badly. I look so rough. Wagwan people in the stream chat, wagwan people in the stream chat, wagwan everyone watching from all around the world, wherever you may be. Welcome back to the Random Show. Welcome back to the Random Show. It is I, your host with the mostest, Agostino Zinga, coming at you live and direct from an undisclosed location somewhere in the depths of East London, live and direct to you right now. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. For those of you that were here yesterday, apologies for the radio silence. Apologies I wasn't here yesterday, but we are picking it right back up again today, tomorrow, Sunday. We'll be here all weekend. What you doing? What you doing? How you feeling? What's going on, people? I hope you're all well wherever you are. Let me get the chat up on my phone here so I can see what you guys are saying. Let me get the chat up on my phone so I can see what you guys are saying. Talk to me though in the stream chat. Talk to me. Let me know what you're saying too. Talk to me if you don't mind. Have a word with me. Have a word. Let me just get the shit on my phone so I can see everything where it needs to be. Cool. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. What are you guys saying? Pick up the stream chat. Pick up the stream chat. Apologies for those of you that were here yesterday. Apologies for those of you that were here yesterday and I missed you. Apologies for me not showing up for the no-show, but something came up last minute I had to attend to, so apologies for that. But we're gonna knock this episode out the park today. We're gonna make up for some lost time today and this weekend. We'll be here all weekend. We'll be here all weekend. Do not worry, we'll be here all flipping weekend. All right, so big up the stream chatters. What are you guys saying? What are you guys saying? Long time no see. What are you guys saying? Big up Big Booth, I see you. Big up Mr. Roger, I see you. I got my little coffee going as well. Big up, big up. Big up Josie. Big up Josie in the stream chat too, I see you. Big up Polybrand for Loco. Big up Coil in the chat. Big up Jack Donahue Jr. Big up Izanella. Big up Boronda 420. Big up Timo Kazi. Gamebred Football, I see you. Jacob, I see you. Big up Dabs McGee, I see you. Big up Ryan Davey, I see you. Big up Pat Guido. Big up Pat Guido, I see you. Big up everybody in the stream chat. I appreciate all of you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Oh yeah. Oh nice. Look at my London. A fellow London in the stream chat. Big up Glenn. What's that? Big up Glenn Maderos. Big up Glenn Maderos. Yo from South East London. Nice to see. We don't really get a lot of UK people in the stream chat, but it's nice to see someone in here from the UK, from London. Big up Glenn Maderos in the stream chat. Big up Glenn Maderos. Wagwan for the Wagwan. Big up Big Booth. Big day off, so I'll be on. Nice day off vibes. Big up who else is here? Who else is here? Big up Boba Fett, I see you. Big up Boba Fett. Big up J1B. What's going on, J1B? Hope you're good. What's good? Okay, cool. Exactly, MK. Let's get it started. Exactly, MK. You know me with the intros. You know me with the fucking rambles. You guys know me too well with the rambles and all that shit. Let's get it going. Okay, let's start. Cool. So let's go. Let me just quickly adjust the camera a little bit here so everything's the way it needs to be. Let me adjust the camera slightly. Yep, that should be good, right? Cool, nice and frame. All right, let's go. First things first, right? Let's talk a little bit about Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen's reaction to the whole AKAASH Singh's wife embarrassing him on social media, because I haven't seen it. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen it, so I want to react to it live in the moment with you guys. But I didn't see what Brendan and Brian had to say about AKAASH Singh's wife. Now, the reason why I think this might be interesting, because I think this also might be partly why we saw JOANNA on the latest episode of Tfatk, the one that came out on Thursday. I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence that AKAASH Singh's wife's on social media, embarrassing him, doing all sorts of madness, saying all sorts of madness on social. Everyone's kind of getting at fucking AKAASH and basically calling him out to be a simp, a cuck, a walkover, all this malarkey. I don't think it's any coincidence that in that same week, Brendan decides to have to have his wife on the show. Now it could be because he's just doing it because he's following up with the whole kid thing, because it does feel like Brendan and Slo-Jo are trying to start some sort of family channel. I feel like they're doing a little bit of promo. They're doing a little bit of what's that thing called? This is their marketing campaign, whatever, right? To launch a family channel, the SCHAUB'S or something, a TikTok channel. I feel like it because I've seen Brendan picking her up and stuff. Her and Brendan doing some sort of height couple challenge skit thing they were doing on TikTok. So she mentions him a lot more on her TikTok too, on her social media. She's not always saying baby daddy. She'll tag him on there. She'll mention his name. So I wonder if they're pre-launching something, or if they spoke, if he got her on the pod because of the AKAASH thing. Anyway, long story less long. This is from Tuesday, I think, right? Yeah, this episode's from Tuesday, where they spoke about the whole AKAASH Singh's wife embarrassing him on social media. Episode number 1140. Let's see what they had to say.
It's like, yeah, Elon needs to save the elephants.
Look at AKAASH. AKAASH with his traditional lady.
Yeah. So she's going viral like big time. So many different people are talking about, because she started a podcast with one of her friends, and she's been saying some really crazy stuff. Because, first of all, AKAASH has said that him and his wife, they were both
crazy stuff, bro. Do we think Chin has touched another female since what's her name? Bobo. What's her name? Jojo, Dodo. What's that girl's name again? Do we think he's touched another woman sexually since that girl? So I don't know. I'd rather be AKAASH. I'm not gonna lie, Chin. I like you, Chin. But I think I'd rather be AKAASH and be married to that absolute nightmare of a woman than be you. I'm not going to lie.
Both virgins before they got married, right?
Really?
Yeah. And that's his first ever.
So he probably had a traditional marriage or something. That's interesting.
So
big up Coiler, not one that's currently alive to verify. Is hilarious.
Oh, let's see where I can start this one. Here's an older video, so let me just play this real quick.
My wife also hadn't had any sexual partners, so that helped us connect a lot more.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe her?
If you've seen her, then it's hard to believe.
If your man is weird about periods, that's a red flag. Break up with him immediately, no pun intended, because when I was in college, I dated this guy. He didn't want to fool around when I was on like the heaviest days of my period. Okay, totally understandable. I get that. And I was like, oh, great. Good news. My period ended. Like, we can like have fun tonight, blah, blah. And he was...
Also, I haven't seen this clip before, by the way. I've not seen this compilation before. But again, like, is this language that people use if you say you're a virgin? Falling around, like, I don't know, but I know there are some people, I know in the world nowadays, we live in a weird world, right? We live in a weird world where people will say they're born again Christians and they drink, they do drugs, they engage in premarital sex. You hear people say, oh yeah, I'm a fucking Muslim, but then they eat pork, they drink, they don't pray as much and stuff. We live in a strange world like that, right? Where people kind of can just have an identity but not really, or even, I don't know, just follow a way of life, or just claim to be something that they're actually not. So is it possible that I missed the boat and there's this new breed of virgins that exist where you can say you're a virgin just because you've done everything but have vaginal sex? Is that possible? I don't think that is. I'd go as far as saying this is probably extreme. I'd go as far as saying that if you're purporting to be a virgin, I'm almost assuming you don't have much experience with men at all, not even like kissing and shit. I'm not gonna lie, maybe it's just me, but I'm assuming if you're somebody that's like boasting about being a virgin, when I think of virgins, I think of people that are really awkward, who don't really have much experience with anybody in an intimate environment. I'm not expecting to find some girl that's like, top tier Olympic level sloppy topper, that's not how it should work, mate. Like, so I don't know. I don't really understand this whole like virgin thing. It's just like, I'm starting to like, but then again, I think I'm giving AKAASH too much benefit of the doubt. I think AKAASH is a bit of an idiot. Because if this is the girl, if this is the way this girl, I don't think this girl was speaking like this out of the blue. She must have been speaking like this in the past. So if AKAASH was willing to listen to this girl tell her stories of her past sexual experiences, and then he was willing to believe that she was a virgin, he's the fucking idiot. Because I don't think she just invented this persona overnight. I think she's always been very, I don't know, I get the impression she's always been one of the type of girls that's very, you know, quick to share, quick to kind of vocalize how she feels, who she wants to hook up with, story. You know the type of girls that exist. There are the type of girls who are kind of private, who are a bit more like, I don't know, I guess prudish when it comes to sex and stuff. She seems like the type of girl that's always been very chatty about it. So I don't think this is the first time she's talked about her past experiences. So if AKAASH listened to this woman speaking for more than 5 minutes about her past,
Powerful bunch,
and thought she was a virgin, he's a fucking idiot. Big up, big up.
Think about this. On some level, AKAASH is not a high value man. So, ultimately, he doesn't have game to pull women. Those are reserved for me and Myron. We have game. Buy my course and you will too.
You know what's really funny? Big up Asad Aziz. You know what's really funny about this? Myron got done the same, innit? No, sorry, not Myron. Sorry. Myron got done dirty too, didn't he, by his girl? I think the story goes that Myron's girl essentially cheated on him with some guy that worked construction. Some like construction guy that rollerblades and shit. But then when you looked into it a bit deeper, you found out that allegedly Myron wasn't the most, you know, he wasn't the best when it came to romantic relations. Allegedly they never even had sex or something, and she was just getting tired of him not being around and not wanting to just hang and shit, so she just left him for a guy that could basically fulfill those needs. But obviously he puts himself out there as a high value man. It's like, I don't know about you, but I personally think in order to be a high value man, you can't have girls break up with you. I'm not gonna lie. I think that should rule you out of being a high value man. If girls are breaking up with you and you're not breaking up with them, you probably shouldn't be branding yourself as a high value man, you know? If girls are breaking up with you to hook up with fucking 9-to-5ers, you're probably the problem.
Going down on me. Like, wouldn't you know it, I was still spotting. And also, if you're like poking around down there, like more blood can sometimes come out even if your period is over. And I swear to God, like I thought my period was done. He like looked at me with so much.
I think Brian's getting turned on. Brendan, I think, has heard this before, but he's pretending he hasn't. Brendan's his thing. I don't know why, but I think he's obviously been following with this drama like we have on social media, pretends he hasn't. I think Brian's kind of getting off on this. I think Brian likes what he hears. Brian definitely is getting off on this.
Disgust, and I'll never forget that moment. Like I felt so ashamed and so dirty, and like he was like, "How could you do this to me?" and all this stuff.
Big up LIB. Big up LIB. I think AKAASH still hasn't hit. I'm not gonna lie, my friend. I think I agree with you. I think I agree with you, my friend. I would be surprised if their marriage has been consummated. I would be surprised if their marriage has been consummated. It wouldn't surprise me if it hasn't. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
And then,
hold on. So she's talking about being spotty and with a partner there, right? So the whole virgin thing kind of is like a little bit iffy now. But let me show you this clip. This probably like summarizes a bunch of stuff that's been going on here.
My wife also hadn't had any sexual partners, so that helps us connect a lot more. And if you've seen her, then
Let me ask you this. How do you believe her?
I was popping my pussy, living my best life in these white boy frat houses.
I'm actively trying to have an orgy because, and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him.
So Nav is her friend's husband, who she's talking to right now.
His body goes crazy. His face part always slays, never declines. And I just know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches. So one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook.
If she's a troll, she might be the best troll ever, you know? I'm not going to give her that grace because I think it kind of makes her seem smarter than what she is, and I don't think she is that smart. But if this is all a troll, then this is a brilliant troll, man. Like, it really is a fucking brilliant troll. I don't know at what cost though, innit? Really, truly, innit? At what cost though? Because there's a way to make money for me. There's ways to make money.
You have a gun?
And this way I wouldn't like. Yo, big up
AKAASH only hit it when she wears a SCHAUB'S mustache.
Fucking hell. Fucking She puts on the Schultz mask and then he fucking pounds. That is fucking brutal. That is fucking. You know, it'd be really funny with all the slaps on the backs they give themselves. You know, the slaps on the knees and the back. You know, it'd be really funny. It'd be really funny if someone was able to tally up and see if Andrew Schultz has touched AKAASH Singh more on camera than his wife has, which will probably be true, right? That Andrew Schultz has in all those fucking clips where they're fucking over laughing and fake laughing, Andrew Schultz has probably touched AKAASH more than his wife has on camera.
Woke up and I like woke up in the morning and like my asshole was a little sore. Oh my god! And I remember that he
What
like.
kind of porn do you watch when you use a vibrator?
I'm just like my own husband. I'm like doing it. Wait, that's kind of baller, but I could never do that. Yeah. And so I was using.
You and your husband split finances. That's gonna be really fucking awesome.
I don't.
We don't. First of all, that's a fucking red flag.
I'm not like no joke. I love you girls.
If you want to work, all for that, whatever.
But like
Any man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, that's a fucking red flag. This is not a two-way street. This is a one-way street.
You have a gun?
His money is...
Yo, big up,
I
Gitsy.
can wait till they split and she takes half.
I don't think she's going anywhere, man. I don't know. I don't think she's going anywhere. I think about it this way. Most of you guys in the stream chat wouldn't get with her, right? Most of you guys in the stream chat would probably fuck her, but I don't think there's a lot of guys in the stream chat that would say they would wife her up. I think that goes for the wide majority of men out there. I think the wide population of men out there. I think if you spoke to a lot of guys that she dealt with in college, I think a lot of guys in college would probably say the same thing. Fun girl to hang out with. One of the boys. She seems like the kind of girl that would be good to hang out with other guys, you know, but in small doses and also not long term. So I think you'd be surprised. I don't think she has as many options as you think she has. And also she's meant to be in her 30s, allegedly. Allegedly she's in her 30s. I thought she was much younger. I thought she was like 24 or something, by how dumb she sounds and stuff and naive, you know, and whatever. But she's actually a lot older. She's like 30, 31. So I don't necessarily think, well then, I take it back because she's Indian, isn't it? So I guess it depends. If she wants to get with another Indian guy, then obviously there'll be a queue of guys that will be willing to take her. But I think overall, I don't think she has as many options as she thinks she has. If anything, I think AKAASH has way more options now. AKAASH, when he was with her, was probably less popular and didn't have as much money. If AKAASH was to divorce her now with the status he has and the level he has, he'd probably get a way hotter girl than her if he wanted to. That's the actual mad thing. She treats him like shit and kind of suns him all the time and just uses him for his money. But if they did get divorced today, I think AKAASH would end up the better one off. He'd end up better off. He'd obviously still have to pay her, you know, California. I don't know if they've got married in LA. I don't know what happens, but in terms of prenups and shit, if they didn't sign one, he's fucked. But I think long term, if AKAASH was to break up with her today, he would definitely get a much more hotter girl. I just hope that if they did ever break up, again, I don't want them to, because I think they're perfect for each other and I want to see the fucking destruction and the horrible content. I would hope AKAASH would learn, though, if they do break up, not to just go for someone for looks, because that's the main problem. If you're just going for looks and you're not actually, you know, caring about the person's personality and whatnot, this is what happens. You might end up with this sort of like nightmare and shit. But what do I know? Let's continue.
Our money and my money is my money.
Saying a lot of stuff like that publicly online, and she's married to him. So, of course,
I support AKAASH.
Yeah. Let's take a little break here.
So is that what they said? I'm sure Brendan's gonna say way more. But do you notice how like Brendan doesn't? I wonder if that's on purpose or if he's just like socially unaware or doesn't have much emotional EQ. Clearly he has a lot to say, right? Bryan obviously is doing the whole like stand-up comedian brotherhood thing, and he just doesn't want to talk about it too much. It's a fellow comedian, so he's like, yeah, I'm just with AKAASH. I watch Brendan go. He's going to talk about it a lot. He's going to really lay into the whole topic. But I'm curious to see. I wonder why Brendan does that. But then what's going to happen which is, if I don't know what the clip is going to be like, but if Brendan kind of slyly disses AKAASH, if AKAASH then replies to him and says something online, Brendan's going to start apologizing super fast and, you know what I mean, and cop him please. So I don't really get all that shit. I don't really understand why he does that. Like he'll talk really loud on his pod or kind of have a big, you know, like puff his chest up and shit. And as soon as the person claps back, he starts copying please and apologizing. Very strange guy. But let's see. I haven't seen the clip yet, so I don't know if he's gonna say something. Let's see. Brian's not saying anything because he's being quiet. He wants to be supporting the comedians. Let's see what Brendan has to say.
All not available in all states. Progressive. Yeah, I'm not gonna jump in on this bandwagon hating on AKAASH. I can't imagine how he feels.
By the way, people are not really. There's one person that
it's just a tough one.
There's one podcast, this one, Myron Gaines. They're hating on him because AKAASH was like putting them down on Flagrant.
Chin, he's getting so much hate right now.
But they're mostly feeling sorry for him.
He's getting so much hate. No, he's getting.
Of course, Brendan doesn't see that. Of course, Brendan is unable to kind of. It's just. I wonder what that is even about. He's not even able to understand what's going on. I don't see a lot of people hating on AKAASH. I'm not gonna lie. I know I've made a point to say, oh, you know, it's a bit weird that they're deleting posts. I think now they stopped deleting it, by the way. I think if I'm not mistaken, I've seen a lot more posts of Jocelyn on the Flagrant 2 fucking subreddit. But I made a point to say it's strange that they are deleting all those posts on the subreddit when their whole pod is about talking about other people. I also found it weird how they're not addressing it on their own pod. But I did see a clip earlier from Flagrant that with Schultz where he mentioned that AKAASH is currently in India or in Dubai or something with his family, so they're away. That's why they haven't commented on it, and they want to comment on it when he's back, so that's understandable. But most people are feeling kind of sorry for AKAASH. I'm not seeing a lot of people criticizing. The only people that are really going at him, like Chin said, is Myron. Is Myron for Fresh and Fit, really, because obviously they had beef prior, but he just doesn't even understand that side, bro. Like, anyway,
just dogpiled on. I can't imagine what he's going through. I don't know the relationship they have. I like AKAASH.
Yeah, I like AKAASH.
I can't imagine being married and
we're never gonna jump. We're definitely me and Brennan are never gonna pile on AKAASH. I got that guy's back.
Yeah,
I don't know him well, but I like him, and I think he's
for
a good
those of
comic.
you out there jumping on right now, just hold on. Just for 1 fucking second, be a decent human.
Yeah.
Imagine you're married. Take it at his word. He thought she was a virgin. This comes out. They're married. She's going on podcasts saying this stuff, which is a whole nother issue he needs to address.
You might be playing a character. I don't know what she's doing here. Maybe she's trying to get. She might be whatever she.
In Brendan's household, you can't have a podcast. In Brendan's house, if you're the wife, you stay at home. You look after the kids. You don't have a podcast. You don't make content. That's not what happens. In Brendan's house, under Brendan's roof, there's only one content creator. There's only one content creator in Brendan's household.
He's doing, yeah, I mean.
No, just the character thing. But just imagine being AKAASH right now.
Yeah.
Just be fucking
let me
human
say something
for a
about,
second.
Yeah, and let me say something about someone like AKAASH and being a comic. I know that we as comics, like sometimes we put on this kind of tough guy thing or we talk trash. But at the end of the day, AKAASH is funny because he's an artist, because he's a sensitive guy, because he's a good guy, because he likes human beings. You know, like this is not somebody, this is not a guy to jump on top of. And just because he's on a successful podcast, just because he's a successful comedian.
These guys' brains are so fucking like, who gives a fuck about success and money? Again, completely missing the point of the Have they all been dropped on their heads when they're kids? This inability to understand what everyone's talking about, to understand the genesis of the argument, to understand the overall fucking debate people are having online. No one gives a fuck about what money he makes. Who gives a fuck about that? People are just talking about whether or not the way the wife is acting is something that people would be happy with. People are then maybe diving a bit deeper into it and thinking, oh shit, AKAASH is on a pod where they criticize other people, public figures, about their relationships and their marriage, yet his marriage doesn't look all that kosher. That's what people are saying. Oh, money, success. Like, their brains are so fucking broken. Like, who's even talking about this? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Money and success.
He's a good guy, man. He's a good fucking guy. And, for me in these kinds of situations,
it really should be an easy debate to talk about, really. You could not talk about it if you don't want to, because he's your colleague. Just say, hey, I'm not going to talk about this. It's a colleague in comedy. I don't like it when we kind of gossip about each other like this anyway. So I'm just going to pray for him, wish him the best, hope he sorts it out or whatever. You know, hope they come to whatever. You don't need to talk about it. But it's easy to talk about too, without it becoming personal. It's easy to talk about. In your own situation, just say, yeah, for me, would I like it? Would I be okay with my wife being on a podcast talking about her past sexual exploits when she told me that she was a virgin? Would I be happy with her talking to me on camera on her social media a certain way, making me look a certain way? It's a topic it's an interesting topic to talk about because they're all comedians. They're all public figures in their own regard. But they don't seem to be able to kind of even comprehend that side of things, because it's about haters and it's about money and success and people hate trains and jumping on. Like,
it's better just to keep your mouth shut and let them work their
What
shit.
did Akash say anything about the clip?
Brian, it's better to keep your mouth shut. Brendan, any more stuff? They're on completely different planets, isn't it? Completely different planets. Brendan definitely wants to talk about it. Brian doesn't.
Yeah, I'll show you the clip. Hopefully this is the full one.
He's got to address it, I guess.
So this is the weird thing about this clip, though.
This makes me feel sick.
No, he doesn't have to address anything. Again, I think this is only happening again, particularly as well, because everyone's views are down. You don't have to address anything. You really don't have to address anything. I really don't understand why these guys who have been professional, let's say, content creators for like 20 plus years haven't realized that you don't need to address anything. You can just ignore it. And it goes away, basically, especially after a week or two. It goes away. You can just ignore things. You don't need to address things. But they address things, obviously, because they want the clicks and the views. So it's like a weird, you know, it's a very strange deal you're making, because you're addressing stuff, you're adding fuel to the fire, but then you're doing it for the clicks and the views. But then it's also hurting you. Fucking stupid technique to way to do things. But hey, what do I know? What do I fucking know? Absolutely nada.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Let's see if this is.
His wife is being a complete duck 2-3 years ago. Some of the things are true.
Preference is not.
So this is a few years ago, and this is the Myron guy that I'm talking about.
I know, but it does show Akash react.
By the way, Chin is not doing this well, is he? I thought my production skills, I thought my docket, you know, docket arrangement skills were horrible, or my tab collection fucking skills weren't the best. Chin is not doing this well, is he? The clips he's playing are terrible. All you need is 2 clips to play to kind of give them an overview. 2 little compilations will give them a quick overview of what's going on. Chin is all over the gaff for these clips. He's not really doing a good job, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Chin's production skills leave a lot to be desired.
The most recent. Okay.
For him right now.
What I find corny is.
Hey, yo, big up Abe Martinez. Sorry, I don't know why you're. Oh, big up Abe Martinez.
At Dream State Cali, let's go.
Yeah, big up Abe Martinez. Sorry, I don't know why your thing didn't come through. Big up that you just said that, and the other super chat you said, drinking and rugging my ash off, random. I don't know why didn't that go through? Do you think because it said drinking and rugging my ash off, random show forever? Big up Abe Martinez. Appreciate you. Big up Blood Clot Abe Martinez.
Is my preference is not my women. Now, I thought it was I'm not dating my women, period, which is the corniest human being outside of a...
Big up Coin and Stream Chat. This is Chin's entire life, and he can't pull clips. He doesn't even really know who Myron is. He's 10 years behind. This is the thing, exactly. That's actually a brutal point, and actually a very good point. This is Chin's entire life, really. He doesn't have any friends out there, not much of a social life, no relationship. He really should just be pouring everything into this job, you know, and just, you know, doing it to the highest level, and he doesn't. He's not even this controversy. There's a couple of clips on Twitter you can pull that will just give you a quick synopsis of what's going down, and Chin's out here playing stuff that doesn't make sense, and the other one, the music was so loud you couldn't really hear what they were saying. Like, come on, Chin, man, you have to be better at acquiring clips, bro.
Criminal to me, period.
Akash only.
You know what? Actually, someone out there, if someone out there is looking for a little bit of part-time work, right? You could probably make a decent amount of money if you reach out to Chin. If you were game for it, if you were on it, you could probably reach out to Chin and offer to kind of work with him to produce a show and just arrange the links or arrange stories and so basically do the current event side of things. and get him to give you, I don't know, $200 or some shit. I don't know, whatever it's gonna give you. He'd probably be super happy if he did it. I'm not gonna lie. I think Chin would be super happy if somebody took that off his fucking hands, because he's terrible at it anyway. He's terrible at it anyway. I think Chin would be super happy if somebody was able to just, you know, organize a fucking Google sheet of all the links in proper order, and just like, you know, of all the current events in that week, and get him to him and stuff. I think he'd fucking love it. He'd be more than happy to give you a couple of bucks for it. I swear to God. Obviously you have to work with Chin, that's the issue, but Jesus Christ, he's terrible at this. He really is fucking bad.
Dates Brown. AKAASH has been with one girl in his life who is his wife.
That's my wife. That's an Indian
so
woman.
this is like loyal through and through.
You guys have established yourselves as role models.
Brother, he literally carried an iMac desktop. Yeah, I remember that time, from room to room. He's too late. He's too dumb and cheap. That's hilarious.
From Simps to Pimps, which is another motto I find kind of corny, but
Yo, big up Diana. AZ, can you be Chin's supervisor? No, thank you. No, thank you. I want no parts of it. That would drive me crazy. He's already, like, you know, again, don't know the guy, but from a distance, he drive me crazy. I couldn't do it.
I looked into what you guys are about, and a lot of this shit is just childish.
Think about it, you guys, in your lives. Think about the times you've worked for I won't say inept's probably offensive, but think about your times in your life when you worked for a boss that was a bit dumb. It's not fun. It's not fun in the long run. It's not fun. Working for somebody that you don't really rate. You're meant to, I think you should rate your supervisor. You should rate your superior. You should probably think, you know, they're really good at what they do. Even if you don't like them, you should respect them for their work. And it's going to be hard to kind of take orders from Chin when he can, you know, when he can barely fucking Google, you know?
Which is fine if you want to be funny. If you're going to paint yourself as life coaches and then say, like, my preference is, which is honestly bullshit. It is, I don't want to date black girls. That's the way every black dude that white girls says it. I've dated black girls in my life. All right, bro. Who the fuck hasn't except me? You know what I mean? Everybody gonna dabble in everything. It is the mentality that I have an issue with. And a lot of stuff you guys say in general, I think is stuff that's kind of childish. I saw a clip where you were like, oh, the nuclear family's falling apart. What do? I don't get married. Just don't get married. You're actually trying to help, man. Are you talking to incels who are 18 years old? That's some shit you said at college. I'm gonna turn you from a simp to a pimp. All right, bro. Can we grow up?
I mean, yeah, that is good.
So he's basically talking smack on these guys on his show. Okay. And then this stuff comes out years later.
I saw Too Lazy to Try in the tabs, bro. I saw a Too Lazy to Try thumbnail. I saw a little cheeky Too Lazy to Try on the thumbnail, I think. I'm pretty sure I saw a Too Lazy to Try on the thumbnail. Fucking hell. Look at Chin using AI. Chin using AI to round up the fucking AKAASH v Myron beef. Chin how to use AI to get a summary understanding of the beef between fucking Myron and fucking AKAASH. He's fucking useless, bro. He's fucking useless. But hold on, let me go back. Yo, big up Lounge. Big up, what's that? Big up Lounge Act. Good to see you back, AZ. Much love from Down Under. Yeah. Big up everyone from Down Under. Big up all my G's from Down Under. I remember back in the day, when I used to really be into my sneakers, really into this whole sneakerhead thing, I used to resell Nike Air Max. I wonder if those people still exist. Whoever you are, if you're still out there, make sure you say hi one day. I used to resell Nike Air Max 90s from JD Sports because you couldn't get them anywhere except for the UK. Laser blue Air Max 90s, infrared Air Max 90s, and I'd shipped them to random guys in Australia and New Zealand, sneakerheads, and they'd pay me like, I don't know, let's say £100 on top. But your guys' prices were crazy because I remember, I think the retail for like Air Maxes in Australia is like $230 or something stupid like that. Crazy amounts. So they'd even pay even more, you know what I mean, for my time, so cause, you know, whatever, and for the shipping they put like $100 on top of it, and it'll be like, are you sure? I remember asking these guys, are you sure you want these shoes? They're just regular Air Max 90s from JD Sport, they're not anything special. They're like, no, I need them. And they'd pay $300+ for Air Maxes. So big up all those guys in Australia and New Zealand. That one summer you guys held me down. That one summer you guys held me down, bro. Held me down. Big up all my Australian and New Zealand guys. But let me go back, and let me see. Look, Too Lazy to Try. There's a Too Lazy to Try menu. There we go. Look at Chin. Look, viewing Too Lazy to Try. I love it.
On his show, And then this stuff comes out years later. And
at least he was saying it to them, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he was going hard in the paint.
So this is
he stands for values that I agree with. At the end of the day, I mean, So once this happens, yeah, when you're a podcaster and you've been talking for a long time, you're gonna get it back, right? I mean, it's part of the game. It's the game. And
So this is Myron's response to after everything's been happening here, right? And he talks smack on Schultz too, which is not cool. But
okay.
He goes,
I'm never wrong about these women. Stupid ass AKAASH tried to lecture me about women years ago with his equally.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I thought he was gonna say that word. I didn't know Brendan. I thought Brendan was too dumb to understand that that's a racial slur. I really thought he was gonna say that word. I thought he was gonna say the J word. I was waiting for it. I thought he was gonna say the J word. I swear to God. Well done for him for skipping it, but I thought he was so dumb he didn't know what that word meant, but he skipped it. Okay, cool.
Retarded, all right. Here's the Jeet stupid, that's why me and Mike Griffin herself at Podcast about to cook him.
And that's just all the videos that are compiled with her doing all that stuff. And then the way AKAASH responded is by
Yo, big up your shooting chat. What are you saying here? Big up Game Bread. Last time I was in the USA, I spent bucks and ended up buying a massive suitcase to take back to London. Cheap trainers in the USA for football boots and cheap trainers. Yep. I think the whole cheap trainer thing, it doesn't really exist in the US anymore. There was a time in the past when I remember when the last time I went to the US. Anyway, one of the first times I went, I don't know how long ago it was, but I do remember back then, Foot Lookers and stuff used to have that deal. Was it like 3 t-shirts for the price of 2 or 1? And they had that with trainers too. Buy 2 pairs of shoes, you buy the cheapest one, you get half price or something. That doesn't exist anymore. Now the prices are all the same, I think, across the board. I think an Air Max in London is the same price, you know, when you fucking convert it as an Air Max in the US. You don't really get much of a discount anymore. Maybe the only really big discount you would see is if you went to the US and you went to like a sample sale or something, right? Maybe there you could get some discounts, but overall, trainer prices across the board are pretty crazy, man. Everything's like even Air Force Ones. There was a time back in the day, Air Force Ones used to be like under £100. You could get an Air Force One for like £80, £90. Now Air Force Ones are like 120. Like, I can't imagine if you've got kids. Like, God, I pray for, you know, everybody in the stream chat. If you've got kids and they like trainers and they're growing, like, that must be painful. If you've got children, that must be fucking painful, bro. Having to buy your kids shoes and they go from having to wear like kids shoes to suddenly wearing men's shoes when, you know, they fucking hit puberty and shit, and you're paying bucks. Like, imagine you got 2 boys, like, you're spending at least, that's like £500, depending, you know. If you got 2 boys under the age of fucking 12, you're spending £500, what? However many times a year to buy them new shoes. Fuck that shit.
Just putting that video up again.
Who is the guy that just said that? Who is
Myron.
that guy?
They have a podcast. I think it's called From Wimps to.
The one guy has a big following.
Yeah.
They're so confused. Sorry to go back to this topic again, but Chin is such a shit producer. They're so confused. They're kind of reacting to the clips, but they don't really understand what's going on. You know, I don't think so. Chin has not really done a good job of kind of giving them an overview of what is going on and to kind of get them to comment. Like, I guess the problem is partly not Chin's, because Bryan should be aware of what's happening, right? This is a big topic in the week. It involves another stand-up comedian. This is part of your job. You should know what's going on. You should have a general idea of what's happening, right? He's obviously not doing his job by not knowing, but this is Bryan Callen. He's very, very low effort, very lazy. It is what it is. But Chin's not making it easy as well, isn't it? Chin's not making it easy.
They're popular on YouTube and podcasts.
Fine, let them talk.
They're like, you know, men dating, life coach kind of stuff. But this is AKAASH's response.
Yo, big up Game Break Football. You're wrong, AZ. It's $1.4 to the pound. Most stuff in the US is cheap compared to the US, but not that much cheaper, my friend. Like a pair of Air Force, I don't know. Well, I guess when I mean cheap, I mean like back in the day when you'd go to America, whatever you'd spend on, like, imagine if you was gonna buy, I don't know. I remember there was a time where whatever I pay for 1 shoe in the UK, I'd get 2 in the US. You can't do that now. I mean, you're buying like for like. And also, I think it's options too. You could buy more stuff here. You could buy everything you want here, basically. You don't need to go to the US. And you obviously got online. But I think there was a time in the past where I could go to a Foot Locker in the US, and for the price of 1 shoe, I could buy 2. Now, I don't think you could do that. personally, but I could be wrong.
And it's just basically that same clip.
My preference is not my women. Now, I thought it was, I'm not
This is
dating.
what we just watched, right?
Yeah, so that's how Akash got back at them.
That's weird.
Yeah.
It doesn't defend. Yeah.
No.
Either way, it's a bummer that this drama is a thing. You know,
Yeah.
like this is like, also it's good for that podcast because Schultz is massive.
Yeah.
So it's good to go back and forth. I hate it.
I'm the
I
same
hate
way.
the
I do that.
culture
I
we're
do
in.
that. I go like that.
I'm like, fuck.
I just don't like seeing people overshare in general. Maybe there's some
Akash
oversharing.
needs to have a talk with his wife though, for sure. You know, and just be like, "What? Come on, man! Like I've been in this game a long time, and then this just causes." I'm not saying you can't do it, but being that free about everything, it just fucks things up for me. Like there's people who are not rooting for me. You're giving them more firepower. I'm not saying don't do it. Could you not allude to some of that stuff for me? Can you not embarrass me? That's how I'd handle it.
I mean, I'm an old-fashioned guy, and you are too. And you know, like it's.
What does that mean? I thought what Brendan said was pretty on point, right? For once, I thought what Brendan said was pretty on point. What the fuck did Brian Callen mean by that? I'm an old-fashioned guy. What do you mean by that? Does it mean closed fist? Does it mean backhand slap? What the fuck's he talking about there? I'm an old-fashioned type of guy. What? What the fuck is he talking about?
It's like when you're married, I would say having each other's back is the
At
most,
all
It's
costs.
the most important.
At all costs.
At all costs.
And I bet Akash and her.
Like, it's like I call my wife my ride or die. I'm defending that woman to the end of.
I think most people are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I love how Brian's acting like, you know, he's discovered something unique. By the way, I defend my wife. She's my ride or die. Oh really? Oh really? So you love that woman, right? Okay. Very, very, very novel.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I wish him well. We
That's got to be
support
tough to go
Akash
through.
Singh.
Yeah.
We're in Akash Singh's camp, and so fuck those guys, and I got his back. So
I'm not even saying fuck those guys. It's just all of it. Like, just stop, both of them.
yeah, Akash was just being direct and talking to them like man
He was
to
a
man.
little harsh
being
too,
honest.
though. He was a little harsh too.
Yeah, but he was just being honest. Doesn't like what they stand for, and now they're coming after him. But I think they got embarrassed and probably know Akash is a little bit right there. But maybe that's because I just agree with him. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like any of it.
Yeah, tough one.
Bloody hell! So that was their conclusion of the Akash Singh stuff. Surprising. Maybe because of all the stuff Brendan's been through recently. I'm surprised Brendan didn't stick his foot in it. Not gonna lie, a pretty reasonable and pretty on point response from Brendan there, in terms of, hey, maybe don't, embarrass me online like this. You're making it harder for me. I think he was projecting a bit there, where he made the point of like, oh, people already hate me. I think he projected a bit there. There was a bit of projection there. People are already not rooting for me. You're giving them firepower. I don't think that's the case with Akash. I think before this Akash wife thing happened, before this lady Jasleen come on social media, I don't remember a lot of people saying bad things about Akash on social. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember there being a hate train around him. Even on the subreddit, I feel like Schultz gets way more hate on there than Akash does. Akash kind of gets away with it. If anything, there was maybe a slight period where there was a bit of a hate train with Akash when it came to the crowd work. Remember that one crowd work bit where he's like going at some guy in a crowd for not laughing or something? People didn't like that. But for the most part, not a lot of people don't like Akash. Some people obviously don't find him funny, but I don't think people are rooting against him. So I think Brendan was projecting a bit there. I think he's projecting, but I think overall he made a good point about what he said. I thought he summarized it pretty well. Brian's doing the whole standing for my comedian sort of thing, fellow comedian, and not really saying anything about anything. But I thought the point he made about I'm a traditional or old school type of guy was very strange. It kind of made it sound like he would beat his wife up or, do something very harsh to get his point across. I don't really think he kind of articulated himself too well. But I don't really want to blame them too much, because I think at the heart of this is Chin's dog shit production skills. I think Chin did a really bad job of summarizing what happened, or even laying down a timeline of what happened to give them an idea on what occurs so they can comment on it. I think Chin's production skills kind of ruined the flow of the conversation. You know, it ruined everything. Basically, Chin ruined it all. Chin was terrible. So I think most of this is Chin's fault. Most of this is fucking Chin's fault. Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on. Next. Bear with me a second here. I got to get something up on here. Bear with me. There's a couple new clips actually I got to show you. Where is it? There you go. There's a couple new clips I got to show you, right? That have now appeared on the Flagrant 2 subreddit. So they are now allowing people to post as per normal when it comes to the Jaslene topic, right? So I'll save some of them on the Reddit. So these are some posts that people are randomly been uploading on the subreddit. Let me show you it. Number 1, day in their life, more like everything AKAASH does for her. Cool. Let's put this up. Another avoiding of his lips. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Why does he always go for a public kiss and she always turns her head away in disgust? Like, what's going on? Are you okay? I'm so confused. Does she not like him or something? Like me? Fucking hell, man. You don't need to do anything for anybody. Like, if you don't want to do it for somebody, I know. But there is something kind of mean-spirited about her being such a bitch to him on social media, and he spent so much money on her, innit? Not that it should matter, right? It shouldn't really matter. But you gotta treat me with some respect when you get the camera on and I'm spending all this money. I didn't know much about AKAASH before this, but he doesn't seem to be like a tight person, you know? He doesn't seem to be tight. He seems to be very free with the fucking Amex, and he gets nothing but disrespect on social media. It's fucking funny, isn't it? It's really interesting. She doesn't even try to respect him just for the money, you know? It's like, nah, I'm gonna treat you like shit anyway. Across the side, okay, fair play, man, fair play. Okay. By the way, the separate beds is funny though. The separate beds is funny. I love that. The separate beds is hilarious. Oh, God bless. A hotel room. Okay. And look at all the gifts on her bed. Is that Birkin? Is that a fucking Birkin bag? Oh, I think that's the day that when they renew their vows, right? That's the day they renew their vows. AKAASH got some fucking violin player on the beach. Moonlight dinner on the beach with a violin player. Fucking hell. Designer bag, something from Gucci on the bed. And by the way, if you pan to his bed, I guess AKAASH's bed's the one on the right hand side. Nothing on the bed, by the way, right? Let me guess. Nothing on the bed. No gifts. Not a single gift on the bed. On her bed, she's got a Gucci box, a handbag. She gets a fucking violin player on the beach, dinner on the beach. He gets nothing on his bed. Zero. Not even a pair of Calvin Klein boxers. Lovely. Okie dokie. There's the dinner on the beach. Yeah, it's just them. AKAASH got a little bit of a back off on him, isn't it? He's a bit wide, isn't it? He doesn't look it on camera, but AKAASH is a bit of a round fella, isn't it? All right, cool. There's the menu. Not a single kiss, like thank you, baby. Not a single kiss from her to him. Thank you so much. I'm the luckiest girl in the world. Nothing. Every time he tries to kiss her, she's fucking. Do you know what I mean? She's doing the whole cobra. She's doing the old snake. She's ducking. She's a dodging. Fucking hell. Anyway, let's continue. Another clip here. Notice how she said the only thing she loves about AKAASH is that he gave her a dream life. That's why she's dodging the kisses. Let's play this one.
As a woman who has only ever been broken up with and who now lives the life of a wag, basically, I can say that rejection really does feel like God's protection. So Rachel girl, you will be all good. And I'm not saying that it doesn't hurt. Breakups are fucking the most heartbreaking, gut-wrenching things to go through. It's so much pain and no one can see it. It's so fucking hard. After I've been broken up with, I literally...
Are we surprised that she gets broken up with a lot? She's probably egging it on to kind of make it seem like she's got some Disney princess end of her story. But are we surprised to learn that she's been broken up with a lot? I'm not so surprised at all. I'm not so surprised at all.
Couldn't eat, I lost weight, I was really depressed, crying myself to sleep. But if I had stayed with these people, I would have never met my now husband. Or I should say, if they hadn't broken up with me, I would have never met my now husband, who literally is everything I ever dreamed for come true. Like every prayer I ever prayed come true, and has just given me my dream life. So I'm like so thankful that God protected me in that.
Even this doesn't sound nice, innit? It doesn't sound like a nice compliment from your wife. Like, it doesn't even sound like she's talking about it from a point of view of like, oh, I've now got the love that I thought I always deserved. Someone that finally sees me for who I am, loves me in ways I've never been loved before. Like, it's all just a money thing, innit? My dream life, my dream, like. So what? She's been dreaming about being a wag. She's had, like, since she was a baby, she was dreaming about being a wag or something. She was dreaming to get to a place in life where she didn't have to work, or her husband would hold her down. But you know what as well? I think she's giving those girls a bad name. I'm not going to lie. I think Jocelyn Singh is giving girls who want to be stay-at-home mums or stay-at-home wives, I think she's giving them a bad name. I think most women who want this type of a traditional relationship where the guy goes and earns the money and they stay at home, I think they're way nicer to their husbands. I think they're way nicer. I've seen it as well. I'm sure I've seen it on social. I'm sure I've seen girls who stay at home, who are the stereotypical trophy wives, and they treat their husbands with way more respect, you know, or they at least pretend to, you know, they at least pretend. You know what I mean? They give them a bit of tongue on camera. She doesn't even kiss this guy on the lips. She doesn't even kiss this guy on the lips, and he buys her fucking Gucci all the time. Like, god damn. The way she avoids kissing him on camera, I'm almost at a point where I'm starting to think, does she even suck his dick? Not to be crass and stuff, but if she's avoiding kissing him on camera like that, and she kind of recoils and she cringes and she almost looks uncomfortable, it's almost disgusted, do you think she goes down on him? I doubt it. I very much doubt that she goes down on him. I very much doubt it. There's not a hope that she sucks his dick. Not a fucking hope. Which is brutal, by the way.
Way, because God knew that, you know, as someone who has kind of like that codependency attachment issues, or like that anxious attachment style, it would have been really hard for me to separate from someone who I felt so comfortable with. So I think for the other person to do it was the only way I could kind of get that clean break off of someone, because obviously I have self-respect. So if someone's like, hey, I don't want to be with you, I can't just be like, no, but wait, maybe we can make it work. Like, I have enough self-respect to be like, okay, yeah, this isn't happening. And I'm glad Rachel has enough self-respect that when he posted that public breakup and he was basically like, I don't see myself marrying you, it's like, yeah, that's a fucking punch to the stomach. But you know what? I have enough self-respect to at least like go back to my apartment, grieve everything, and like somehow, some way I will be okay.
You know what I'd hate, by the way. You know what's gonna be brutal? if one of those guys from college comes out and has a story to tell about Akash Singh's wife, hope it doesn't happen. Because that's the thing. Akash is lucky. He's not like a hateable guy. He's not like an easy to hate dude. I think people hate Schultz way more. But if Akash was a really hateable guy, I think we would have already seen a couple TikToks from some guys that she went to college with, who would have told us some stories. That's the really sad part. That's going to take this to another level, you know? Because one thing her talking about what she wants to talk about, maybe exaggerating, popping the pussy and acting like she was this city girl when she wasn't. But if some guy comes out and says, hey, I'm Steve, and I was at the same college as Jasleen, or as we used to call her, Jezzy, and he starts sharing some stories about Jezzy and stuff, oh, that's gonna be a punch to the stomach. That's gonna be a punch to the stomach. There's another clip here. Cuckoo Bird Akash talking about his wife's pristine hymen on Flagrant. What?
I don't even know what a hymen is. I broke a few.
Yeah, I bet my wife's is still pristine. I bet that shit is flawless, mint condition. Michael Jordan rookie card. Dead stock. Dead stock. You've broken a few hymens. I probably ain't even sprained one.
Are they laughing because they don't believe she has her hymen intact? Or are they laughing because they all know that Akash hasn't fucked her yet? I wonder if they're laughing about the same thing. I wonder what the other guys are laughing about. Akash is laughing about the fact that I don't know, do you know what I mean? I think the room is divided on what they're laughing about. Because I bet you his friends know. I bet you his co-hosts know. They know Wagwan. But yeah, compilation of Jasleen dodging Akash's kisses. I play this already on Taz, but I'll play it again for you guys.
Good, Mr. Armstrong.
It's the face she does. Like, that's not. Why do you dodge so many of his kisses? Hopefully she addresses this on the TikTok one day. I wonder if she'll address this on. I would love to know what she has to say about this on TikTok. Like, legitimately, I would like to hear her explain this. Because if the explanation is, oh, I don't like PDA, why does he keep going for the kiss then? It does happen sometimes in couples. Sometimes the one person isn't as comfortable with like public displays of affection. But then why is he always going for the kiss if you're not comfortable with it? Why does he just not kiss you? I mean, it's okay. It's not a big deal. I'm just confused. Why every time he tries to kiss her, she tends to recoil and get really uncomfortable. It's not even like she's like being embarrassed with the cameras there. She gets uncomfortable, like as if like one of her male friends is trying to kiss her. You know, that's what it kind of looks like. Some guy at the bar tries to kiss you, and you're like, oh, you know, chill out a bit. That's your husband, no? Anyway, what do I know? Brutal. On the streets of New York as well. After I gave you a ring. Oh my soul.
On Saturday when I saw her, I said, Daria, do you know? And she said, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. She's a good liar. Then she's a good liar.
That's a friend.
Then she's a good liar.
If she tries to get away with him any further, she's gonna move away from the tape. Like, oh my, like. I'm sorry, but if I provide you with the life you have to pretend at least you like me, man. You have to pretend you like me on camera. You can do this stuff off camera, but on camera you gotta pretend you like me. You have to at least pretend. You can't do this, man.
That's a friend.
No, I don't want those gifts.
I know. Why not?
I don't like. I don't care about. I like tangible goods.
None.
I don't like. I don't care about.
She's fucking pinning her cheek to her shoulder, like she's talking on the phone like an auntie. She's pinning her cheek to her shoulder, making sure there's no gap there so he can kiss her on the cheek. No gaps. She wants no entry points. No entry points for him to kiss her on the cheek. She's pinning her entire cheek to her shoulder. No, thank you. God Almighty. So materialistic and dodging kisses again. She hates him. Is this the same one I played before? I think.
Everyone
Let's see. Which one?
says to me, "Oh, Jocelyn, you're so spoiled. You're such a brat. Blah 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 blah." But guess what? My anniversary, or I should say our 4-year anniversary. Can you stop with the like shuffling around? Because I'm recording. And like this is like the thing that annoys me is when I'm
Big up Ason, big up Ason, Wagwan Ason, big up Ason in the stream chat. She likes white boys, she said. I'd be okay with that, you know? I'd be okay with maybe her real attraction is white guys, so fair enough, whatever. But I don't believe that because she talks about her friend's husband all the time. That Nav guy. Oh, I bet Nav's got a big dick. Oh, I want us to have a threesome or foursome. So the issue isn't really about race. The issue is just AKAASH. You know, the issue is not a race thing. The issue is AKAASH. Because that Nav guy, he looks way more Indian than AKAASH does, right? Tradition, like, you know, stereotypically Indian. But she seems to not have any problem fantasizing about his body, fantasizing about his fucking dick. But she doesn't let AKAASH even get a little kiss on the cheek, a little kiss on the lips. Bizarre lady, bizarre.
recording. AKAASH likes to make likes to make the most noise possible. But I was just informed that, you know, unfortunately, I will not be receiving a gift for my anniversary because we got a Birkin. Or excuse me, I got a Birkin, but that was almost like a month ago now.
Was it a month ago?
I feel like it was about a month ago.
I don't think it was a month ago, dude.
It's fine, like, I guess you just hate me.
You can't even fake cry. Look up, look up.
The tears are there. They're on the inside.
I can't help the timing of the gift.
Babe.
Yeah, babe.
So you really just hate me.
I hate you. I love you more than everything. Make it up to you on your birthday.
Why is she always, even when he's kissing her neck, I'm not gonna lie, this is making me angry, bro. Why is she always recoiling? Why is she always recoiling? He didn't even try to kiss her on the cheek that time. He clearly was going for the neck, and she's still recoiling. Why are you recoiling, bro? Why does she keep recoiling every time? Like, I don't understand. That'll make me so mad. Like, why are you recoiling every time I try and kiss you? It's pissing me off, bro. It's pissing me off. I'm not gonna lie. It's fucking pissing. I'm getting pissed off for AKAASH. She's always kind of like doing this, like tensing up and stuff. Why are you tensing up for? Are you alright? Have I done anything to you? Have I abused you or something? Why are you tensing up or something? What is this? Why is she always doing this?
Make it up to you on your birthday. Make it up to you on your birthday.
Look at her face. She doesn't like him, innit? That's the conclusion. She doesn't like him. I think that's the conclusion I'm getting. She just doesn't like the guy. She doesn't like her husband. She's probably not attracted to him either. Like, it's probably, you know, it's a miracle that she's able to stay in a relationship for so long now. I don't know. She don't like him, man. She don't like him. Exactly. Big up Jack. Yeah, she doesn't like him, innit? I think that's the answer. She just doesn't like him, which is, you know, you're allowed not to like the guy, but crazy. And that's it, right? Yeah, I think that's it. And there's one more. Is there one more? Yeah, I think there's one more. This one. That's the picture of her with some of the fellas.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Gamebred. Appreciate you, brother. Big up Gamebred. Appreciate you. 7 months. You're a G. Big up Gamebred. Appreciate you, bro. 7 months. You're a fucking legend. This is some of the boys that she was popping her pussy for in college, I guess, right? This is some of the boys she was popping her pussy for in college. again, I don't mean to be that kind of guy, but if I'm AKAASH, I'm not rating it, man. I'm not rating it. These guys look like average dudes. This is the guys that you were talking about popping your pussy to, maybe comparing me to. So she's recoiling. She's cringing. She's cringing when AKAASH tries to kiss her on the neck, but she let these guys kiss her everywhere. She let these guys fuck her and stuff, allegedly, maybe, who knows. She let these guys do all sorts of madness to her. But when AKAASH tries to kiss her on the neck after giving her a fucking diamond ring, taking her on holiday, buying all the gifts, she recoils. But these guys got to do whatever they wanted to her back in the day without the marriage. Without spending any money, probably. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just pray to God. I just pray for AKAASH's sake that none of these guys ever decides to go on TikTok and share their side of the story. I hope they don't, man, because that'll be brutal. One thing I hate for is when I see my fellow man get embarrassed online. You know, if they ever come out and say what they got up to with that girl, oof. Anyway, flagrant people. Oh no, one more. Oh no, that's it. We saw that one, and then one more clip here. The flagrant people did address it. The flagrant podcast did finally comment on it, and they're going to address, I guess, everything when AKAASH comes back from holiday. That's the conclusion.
Changed. Son, it was raining, and now it's sunny. Like the
AKAASH is in India or Dubai.
Yes,
a planned trip. A planned trip that was planned before this madness. Okay, he's there. And obviously we want to talk about what's going on, but we don't feel right talking about without him here. Mm-hmm. So once he's back, we're going to have that conversation. I'm sure that will be spirited.
Climate change.
Climate change is crazy, man. Mm-hmm. It's crazy, that climate change.
Baking soda.
Yeah. Baking soda.
So we're not going to make any jokes, bro. We're not making any jokes. We're trying to treat this.
We're not making any jokes because we're a serious political podcast.
Yeah, we're high tea, man.
High tea.
You know what's interesting, right? And I think some people in Stream Chat would attest to this. You know, it's really impossible to do anything about this anyway, even if it's just your friend. You know, I've been in situations where I've been the guy dating a girl that wasn't good for me, let's say. And I've had friends try and tell me or try and like speak sense to me. It does nothing. If anything, it makes you want her more. It makes you double down on that relationship more. It doesn't necessarily work. Your guys just have to be there for you and pick up the pieces when it goes south inevitably. There's nothing really they can do. No man of Mickey taking, no man of teasing, no man of whatever heart to hearts is ever going to get through. It's just you're just gonna have to hope it goes well and it proves. Hopefully she proves you wrong and she's not the piece of shit that you think she is based on the clips and what you see in her in real life. Because I'm reading a lot into this communication, into this little comment, this little 45-second clip. What I read from this, the read I'm getting from this is that they've known that she's been a nightmare from day. You know, the way that they're speaking, it feels like they've already known that AKAASH has got a nightmare of a wife. But you know, what can you do? It's your boy's wife, innit? It just is what it is. So it's probably no surprise what they're seeing on social because they've probably seen it themselves privately or heard stories. But it's just a weird place to be in because as a guy, there's nothing you can say to him that's gonna make him see sense. Like AKAASH is in love with that girl. Do you know what I mean? He thinks probably the world of her. He's not gonna. You know what I mean? He's not gonna budge. It is what it is. And also, there's a part of me that also wonders. I think he kind of enjoys it too. I'm not gonna lie. I think AKAASH kind of enjoys being spoken to the way he does by his wife, or you know, I don't know. I think he likes it. I think he kind of likes it. I wouldn't call it an embarrassment kink or something like that or whatever, but I do think he kind of likes getting mugged off a little bit, getting kind of stepped on. You know, maybe there's some findom shit going on in there as well. I don't know, but yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens with all these guys going forward. Yeah, big up Big Booth. Yeah, bro, I've been there. Sometimes you don't see what others see, but my argument is sometimes people act different when they like you. Yeah, true. Bring that fake boxing on, son. Coil, I'm just surprised the white guy with the long hair has a wife. Figured him for a pillow biter. Yeah, true. But to be fair, a lot of people say I don't know what the guy's name is. Is it Alex or Chris? I don't know what their names are. But allegedly, the white guy with the long hair. People always say his podcast is really good. I see people always comment and say his podcast is really, 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 really good. A lot of people like him, and they think, and I think he does stand up too. A lot of people think he's really funny. That's his mark, yeah. A lot of people rate him as well. A lot of people say he's actually a better stand up than Schultz. I see people in the Flagrant subreddit say they rate his stand up better than Schultz actually. Big up Mr. Studio Girl. I agree with whoever in the chat said he gay, just putting up an image for. You think AKAASH is gay? Not a chance. Not a chance. Mr. Studio Girl, not that. That's an incorrect read. He's very experienced. He gives off 40-year-old virgin vibes, but there's no way AKAASH is gay. Nah, I don't buy that in the slightest. No way. No fucking way. But anyway, who cares? Let's move on. Who cares? Let's move on. Who cares? Let's move on. Oh yeah, funny clip. Funny new clip. Have you guys seen this? Have you guys seen this? Rogan claims that he healed his eyes. He cured his bad eyesight with red light therapy. Rogan claims he cured his bad eyesight with red light therapy. This is a funny clip.
See better. My vision's okay. It's not as good as it was when I was young.
I got to read the packaging again.
But it's a lot better than it used to be. I started using red light, the red light bed. Makes a giant difference, man.
Really?
Huge difference. Yeah, I don't need reading glasses anymore. I needed reading glasses for a while. Like, look at my phone. Like, it was fine text.
Yeah.
I don't read it. I don't need it at all anymore.
And that's because of the red light.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Huh.
Yeah, red light therapy and certain vitamins like lutein. There's a few different...
Red light therapy and vitamins cured his eyesight. What? Corrected his eyesight. No LASIK needed. No. Multivitamins sharp. Honestly, this guy's brilliant, man. This guy's fucking brilliant. Oh, I love Rogan so much.
There's a company called Pure Encapsulations. They make a formulation called Macular Support, and I take that stuff.
Sure, it's not a sponsor, by the way. I'm sure there's not a sponsorship involved there. I'm sure there's no envelopes involved there. There's no kickback. I'm sure it's just a company he likes. Just mentioning it, right? Just a free plug there. No sponsorship, no nothing, no kickbacks. Just me being, sharing the code, sharing the secrets.
But those two things, for sure, have had a big impact. I think it's the red light, though, more than anything. That was that's the big factor.
I've been doing sauna, and I've been getting in there. It feels good. I feel like a little dumpling when I get out of there.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it feels good. Yeah.
Get that body all heated up and everything just kind of flows out of you. I saw a protocol of what you're supposed to do before you get in there, and I've never done any of these things. But it's like how much water you're supposed to drink before you go in.
Fuck all that,
like
dude.
45 minutes, you're supposed to go. You're supposed to drink like a liter of water with electrolytes and some magnesium. I don't know. Some guy made this. That's the problem. Like, everybody's an online guru.
That's the is that what happens when you get older too? You just develop. You increase in your levels of lacking of self-awareness. That's the problem. Everyone's an online guru. What, you mean like you?
Yeah, well, everything they watch, it's like they think you're trying to get in the Olympics. It's like, bitch, I'm just trying to fucking get to work. You know what I'm saying, bitch?
I love Rogan, man. I love Rogan. Red light therapy and multivitamins cured my eyesight. No glasses necessary. No glasses necessary. No glasses necessary. Okay. Big up Rogan. Big up fucking Rogan. Big up Jasleen. Oh, big up Steve Will Do It. Let's do Steve Will Do It. Steve Will Do It called out Brendan, by the way. Let's go for Steve Will Do It shit. Steve Will Do It called out Brendan because Brendan said something about Steve Will Do It. And if I'm remembering correctly, I might have the clip here actually. Do I have the clip here? Yeah. This is what Brendan originally said about Steve Will Do It. Was it on this one? No, this is not this one. It was this one, right? Yeah, this is the one. This is what Brendan said about Steve Will Do It, right? First, let's go in chronological order. Brendan called out Steve Will Do It, I think about the betting or the something like that. I think the betting scandal in the UFC. And then Steve Will Do It heard what he had to say, went on a rant, kind of sound like a coke-filled rant, not gonna lie. I've been there. And then Brendan decided to fucking apologize for. I don't know why he apologized. I don't think he did anything wrong. But let's listen to what he said originally.
Compelling about him. He's on TikTok. He's not trying to up his followers and all that shit. Come on my stream. Picture of his nuts. Stream these nuts, dude.
He said they were hairy too, which is
legend. I bet he has big old nuts. Legend. It's awesome.
That's awesome. This one, I wanted to get your input because you kind of mentioned this like all the time back in the day, but this is what Armin Sarukian says about his paychecks and how far it goes.
So Sarukian reveals he makes $300K for a win in the UFC, but gets left almost with nothing after expenses. Interviewer, so you get $300K? And Armin goes, no, that's only if I win. Interviewer says, so if you lose, what, around $150K? He goes, yeah, roughly. Yeah, you get half your pay. And from that, 30% taxes right away, especially because he lives in California, right away. Then from what's left, 50% goes out, 5 to the gym, 5 to the coach, 15 to the manager. We got to negotiate that, Armin. 15% to your manager? It's fucking cut and paste contracts? Come on, bud. You prepare for 2 to 3 months and end up at 0. But if you win, you get a bonus. Yeah, that's motivation, but in general, you're kind of fighting at a loss most of the time. So the main income comes from sponsorships, right? Yeah, sponsorships. That's how you actually make money. Correct.
He's saying he makes almost 0 from the freaking fight.
Yeah, that's most guys. Until you get, well, hold on, until you get to a certain level.
Mm.
Then you're making enough money, and then also the sponsorship money increases where you're making real money.
Just as an observation on that, as a comment, that's kind of fucked up, isn't it? There is a clip I saw somewhere of Dana. I think he was on Shannon Sharp's podcast. Dana White basically saying that the UFC is not a place where you're meant to have a career. It's a place. It's a launch pad. It's a place where you're meant to kind of make a name for yourself and do other things. But you shouldn't be coming to the UFC for a career. It's like, what? Wasn't Dana at one point trying to market or trying to push the UFC as like the mixed martial arts version of the NFL? Of like the premier fucking place to go if you wanted to compete at the highest level when it comes to MMA. But you're not meant to have a career in it. It's not meant to be a career. You shouldn't look at it as a career. Like, what? Honestly, the way that I think it helps that for some reason, I don't know what it is about fighters, but fighters seem to be I wouldn't say they're pussies, but fighters seem to be very, very passive when it comes to the money side of things. And about what they're paid and stuff. I don't know what it is about MMA fighters where they don't really seem to be willing to do what's necessary to force the UFC to pay them a decent salary or to give them medical benefits. I don't know what it is about them in particular, but Dana takes the piss, bro. Like, you don't make the majority. How can you not make the majority of your money from the fight? Most of it comes from sponsors and shit. Like, what? Or if you do want to make good money, you have to fight like 10 times a year. But then if you fight 10 times a year, you open yourself up to losing more. It's really, I don't know. I wonder if the UFC fight, I wonder if MMA fighters are like this because like, is that a psychological thing? Because already, they kind of punish themselves in the gym. You're obviously putting yourself, putting your life on the line when you're fighting in an octagon. I wonder if they think it's part of being a hard man. You have to just accept what the UFC gives you. I don't know. It just confuses me how you're a UFC fighter, but most of your money that you make from fighting doesn't actually come from fighting. It comes from other things. Weird.
But in general, until you fight in those big marquee main events, your camp, especially these days, but even when I was fighting, if you're doing a proper camp, they're super expensive, very expensive.
Wow,
very expensive.
Okay, this is interesting as well. This is Derek Moneyberg talking about Sean Strickland.
Okay.
Oh God,
Terry had him.
Did you mention Steve? I swear. Oh, I missed it? Did I miss it? Hold on, let me go on the transcript. Sorry, people. Sorry. I'm doing a chin here. I'm doing a chin production here. I swear you mentioned Steve. Okay, there. Oh, it's at the beginning. My bad. Shit, my bad. I missed it. Okay, here's where he mentioned Steve will do it. Let's go from here. I completely fucked up. Let's go from there. 555. There you go. Let's see. I did a chin there. I apologize.
Captain of the ship is posting, he spends whatever.
So this is him. This is Brendan commentating or responding to reacting to the news that the FBI was investigating the UFC because of that fight. I forgot what that fight was, but there was a scandal a few weeks back where some fighter allegedly lost, but he lost in an unexpected way. I think the guy was a jiu-jitsu guy, right? And allegedly in the fight, he let the guy take his back really easily, choke him out. It was really kind of surprising, out of the blue. And then I think it got kind of uncovered that most likely there was some sort of like match fixing involved in it, right? So that's him reacting to that whole scandal.
100,000 hand every night, and you know I'm banned from the casino because I'm such a badass. All this stuff. It's like, you know, yeah. And then, you know, he partners, you know, with the Nelk boys and STEVEWILLDOIT, big time gamblers. And then the Nelk boys and the bear shit they do with Dana and all that, they're hand in hand, and these guys are notoriously degenerate gamblers. Degenerate meaning they do it a fucking ton.
Okay, this is why STEVEWILLDOIT got angry, because Brendan's almost suggesting that the reason why there's alleged match fixing in the UFC is to do with the Nelk boys and STEVEWILLDOIT. That's what he's kind of alluding to, which is a mad accusation to put out there, right? It's a bit of a crazy accusation. If you were going to throw out accusations, you'd probably say the reason why match fixing is somewhat prominent now within UFC and MMA might be to do with the fact that Dana doesn't pay people well. Or the UFC refuses to pay people a decent salary, a baseline salary. That would be the reason why, right? Because you see these fighters in the octagon begging for fucking bonuses like they're crackheads, right? It's super depressing. It's super sad to see them do this. High level athletes begging Dana for a $50,000 fucking purse extra bonus and shit. So I would think the reason why the betting thing, the kind of match fixing is prevalent might be because these fighters are trying to make up the difference, or just trying to survive because, you know, the UFC doesn't pay them too well. So it's kind of like, you know, it might be an industry thing across the board. Most sports probably have this issue, and it's also exasperated because the UFC doesn't pay their fighters well. But to blame STEVEWILLDOIT and the Nelk boys is kind of insane. So this is probably why STEVEWILLDOIT got pissed.
Degenerate's almost the wrong word. It's what they do. They bet on shit, right? So when you're playing in that pool, man, you're just encouraging.
Oh, is that the fighter? Big up Andy Ward. That's the fighter, right? Isaac Dalgarian. My bad. Big up Isaac Dalgarian, kinda. Has he spoken about it since, by the way? Has he ever spoken about this whole thing? Yes, Isaac Dalgarian. That's the guy.
These people in the dark shadows to jump aboard as well. So of course the shit's happening. But like I said, you know, Dana, because he's in that world with the Full Send boys, the Nelk boys, STEVEWILLDOIT, right? That, and those, especially STEVEWILLDOIT, good dude. Nelk boys I do not know, but that's the culture. That's this young culture. That's Dana White's culture, is gambling and betting and high stakes, and it's how they get their rocks off. And then you bring these guys into the UFC world. You bring them into the world, and then, you know, they're becoming part of that eco, you know, kind of culture. So
he doesn't have to say ecosystem. How can you preface this comment? How can you say STEVEWILLDOIT is a great guy, but then accuse him for being one of the reasons why match fixing is becoming an issue in the UFC? How could, like, that's a weird way to talk about someone that you like, someone that you know, someone's a friend of yours, isn't it? STEVEWILLDOIT, great guy, but what?
So STEVEWILLDOIT and Isaac Dalgarian are pretty chummy, right? From Dana White Contender Series. You know, the Isaac Dalgarian was the first UFC fighter to be sponsored by Full Send and the Nelk boys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and STEVEWILLDOIT actually, at the time, Dalgarian was living in an RV, and STEVEWILLDOIT got him a house, apparently. Mm-hmm.
And then the guy gets busted for, you know, some shady shit when it comes to betting. What did you think was going to happen? You know, and this Dalgarian too, like a lot of these guys, the reason they're doing it is Isaac Dalgarian is never going to be a top 10 guy. Who are you to say? I'm telling you, he doesn't have the skill set. That there's not enough hours in the days to get there. He knows his time in the UFC is short. He knows. and he's not going to make life-changing money. He's not going to make millions of dollars. And then you're hanging out with STEVEWILLDOIT, who bets non-fucking, that's his brand. The Nelk Boys, that's their brand. Dana, that's their brand. So I do think Dana needs to take a little responsibility here. Now, I'm not saying Dana should suffer any consequences, but I also...
This is a fucking insane accusation to throw out there, you know? I honestly thought he was going to say the same thing that I said about maybe this is becoming more of an issue because it's an issue across the board, because most major sports around the world are in bed with betting companies, right? So it's always kind of a bit weird whenever, you know, especially in certain sports, when like the sporting league or whatever will come down hard on the guy that's betting. It's like, bro, you know what I mean? There's betting sponsors all over most sports. I would, but, or maybe just what I would say earlier about the UFC not paying people correctly or not paying them well, which is then maybe making them seek other ways to make up that difference, make up that shortfall. Instead, Brendan is accusing Dana and Nelk Boys and STEVEWILLDOIT of perpetuating this match fixing issue because they gamble themselves. They gamble so much that it makes other people want to get involved in gambling too. And an aspect of gambling, I guess, is match fixing. It's like, what? No wonder STEVEWILLDOIT was so mad. This is an insane accusation to throw out there, especially as an ex-fighter as well. Maybe this is something like, you know, I would say, you know, if I was fucking redacted, or maybe MMA Guru would say if you want to be, you know, controversial. But if you're a former fighter, like, you gotta watch, like, you gotta be a little bit more careful about what you say. You can't just be throwing out these unfounded accusations like this. Jesus Christ.
Think to shareholders, to other people in Endeavor, they should be like, buddy, what the fuck you doing, man? What are you doing? Like, of course this was going to happen. Because my question, if Isaac don't...
Yeah, big up Coiler. I've noticed that too. Big up Coiler, big up Coiler. Bappa hates the issue appearing so much. It's so random. I think it's mostly to do with the work ethnic thing. I think it's to do with that. I think it's to do with the work ethnic thing. I think he kind of, it kind of makes him feel insecure or something about the way a lot of Eastern European fighters get praised for their, you know, resilience, work ethic, maybe their determination, their dogged tough guy thing. You know what I mean? He hates that shit because he thinks everybody's tough. Oh no, we're all tough. Everyone's the same level of tough. It's like, no, there is a different level of toughness out there. It does exist. Sometimes people, when you're brought up in countries where you've witnessed fucking civil war in general, you've been displaced, you know, you're growing up in a very violent fucking neighborhood, you're going to be a bit different than everybody else. So I think he kind of despises a lot of that. He kind of, you know what I mean? It kind of makes him feel bad about his own career. But it is funny. It is funny. His hate for the Eastern and Central Europeans is fucking ridiculous.
Bulgarian never met the Full Send Nelk Boys and Dana White. Let's say he was in the PFL or he was in Brave or won championship or any bare knuckle. Does he get in trouble?
Do you say beer knuckle or bare knuckle? Do you say beer or bare knuckle?
Or won championship or any, he was in the PFL or he was in Brave or won championship or any bare knuckle. Does he get in trouble? Won championship or any bare knuckle.
Beer knuckle. That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't mind seeing a beer knuckle fighting league where they wrap their hands and pour beer all over their hands, you know, and then whatever's left they drink and then they kind of squabble. That'd be pretty fun, actually. Beer knuckle fighting, you know. That'll be kind of struggle, and they have to keep going until somebody pukes. You have to go until somebody pukes. Every round you have to drink a pint in between rounds, and you have to cover your gloves, cover your fist with beer.
Does he get in or won championship or any bare knuckle? Does he get in trouble for gambling? The answer is no.
I mean, he wouldn't get caught. I mean,
no, he wouldn't do it. Is what I mean. The only reason he is kind of this scapegoat now, the reason he's in the situation
is scapegoat.
The reason he is kind of this scapegoat now, the reason he
scapegoat? What's an scapegoat? The goat escaped. Scapegoat. Oh my god.
The only reason he is kind of this scapegoat now, the reason he's in the situation he's in is because he was introduced to this world, because that world is incorporated with the UFC. That world's not. Why do you think the Nelk Boys, Full Send, Steve Will Do It, that whole crew, which I like, I like those guys. It's not that that's what they do. It's not on them. But why do you think the Nelk Boys and Full Send and all this shit aren't hanging out around the PFL? Because no one gives a shit. No one's watching it. They're doing it because Dana White brought them on board. The only way they get access to any of this is the gatekeeper, the captain of shit. Dana White brings them in, introduce them to fighters. So if you think that Isaac Dolgarian and these other guys who are associated with this would have done this if they never fought in the UFC, you're crazy. The only reason this is an issue is because Dana White opened the door. Dana White played with the Ouija fucking gambling board, and in came these evil spirits.
Jesus Christ. I'm surprised that this didn't go more viral. Yo, big up Cold World in the stream chat. Big up Cold World in the stream chat. I just got my hair done. Big up, big up, big up. Congratulations. I actually should be getting my hair done. My hair is fucking disgusting. I need to get it braided ASAP. I keep saying I need to get it braided, but I'm so lazy and I can't bother to go in the salon and sit down and have it braided. But I need to get it braided super, super fast. But I'm surprised. Legit, I'm surprised that this didn't go more viral. He's flat out accusing Dana White for creating this problem essentially single-handedly because he bets a lot and because he got in bed with the Nelk Boys and Steve Will Do It. Pretty fucking crazy.
When you play those games, you're gonna get some dark fucking prizes. This is your prize for introducing fighters to this fucking underground world. This does not happen if this isn't.
Big up Ason, you're not growing locks. Yeah, I want to in the end. I think I want to do it in steps because I've never had my hair braided all over. When I've got my hair braided, usually I shave the sides. So I want to see how my face and my whole whatever looks with my hair braided all over. That's why I've been growing the sides, because I want to braid the sides and everything else, right? But I think after I finish braiding that one time, I'm probably think long term, I'm probably going to shave the sides like I usually do and then just lock the tops. Lock the top of my head. Big up Asad Aziz.
Oz with braids gonna look like King Latifah.
I'm glad at least you called me King Latifah. I'm glad you didn't say Queen. I'm glad at least you gave me that respect. So big up Asad Aziz. I'm glad at least you gave me that little bit of respect and you called me King Latifah and not Queen Latifah. Thank you. Big up Asad Aziz. Thank you. I'll take that.
You know, Dana's thing. That's what it is, dude. He brags about gambling when he's on vacation. Oh, you know, when I'm on family vacation in fucking France, whatever, we're on a cruise ship. Yeah, I was gambling $100,000 a hand. Okay. Mm-hmm. You know? So it's a byproduct of playing the fucking Ouija board. You invited all these fucking dark spirits that are in that underground world, and you introduced them to fucking cage fighters who also happen to like money. So what'd you think was going to happen?
Again, an insane accusation. Just because Dana merged the worlds of like content creators, right? Vloggers, bros and stuff with UFC fighters, he now has created a problem where match fixing might be an issue. Absolutely insane. And again, it's not a prevalent thing. So far, there's only one or two fights, right, that have been kind of like flagged. It's not something that people have noticed across the board. Maybe they might do later on down the line, but so far there's not been no evidence of this like big conspiracy to like fix fights across the board for many, many years. One or two things have been flagged, but here's Brendan saying with his full chest that Dana White's to blame, Steve Will Do It's to blame, Nelk Boy's to blame. So this explains to you why Steve Will Do It flew off the handle. Anyway, let's watch Steve Will Do It's reply and then we'll continue on. I'm wasting too much time on this. So this is Steve Will Do It's reply.
Yo, Brandon Schaub, he goes on a podcast and he goes, Steve has gambling debt, and sometimes when you have gambling debt, you do bad things. And he saying I insinuated I fixed the fight because I so happen, which is it's kind of hilarious. I even called Dana and I say, this is so funny. Hey, Brandon Schaub, you can't.
I've never seen, because I don't usually like go on social media and record myself, but this is the biggest example I've ever seen in my life of somebody that's done a couple of lines and grabbed their phone and started talking to him. Like this, I can sense the energy from the camera that hasn't been usually, you know, from the camera that's obviously smudged and with sweat and probably fucking sticky from whatever drink he's probably drinking, and probably maybe even dusty from all the lines he's been cutting, to the way that he's just jumping around from topic to topic and the crazy look on his face. Like he clearly has been having some fun in wherever place he's in there now, right? One of those work surfaces that he's walking past definitely has a couple of lines on it. There's no way one of the work surfaces or work tops or whatever he's passing by doesn't have some card, some straw, and some white powdery substances lined up. I'd be surprised if that's not the case. Big up Steve will do it, but I'll be super surprised if that's not the case.
I just called Dana. I called Dana and said, yo, bro, the funniest thing, you know that guy, Isaac Bulgarian? And that guy that is, it's all over and it's for the sports betting scandal. Me and Cole, Gary Brecka's son, helped him and gave him, I paid his rent. We gave him red light. We gave him hydrogen water. We gave him PMF mat. We gave him, what else we like? Probably the leg squeeze. We saw potential, okay? And we helped him out. And we wanted to bet on him to win, but he was a favorite every time. So we just scratched the idea. But yeah, I paid his rent. And Brandon Schaub, I can owe Red Rock Casino.
The caption says, Brendan Schaub, you're not a real person. You're not gangster. You a loser. Meet me in the streets and people will protect me like Spider-Man cause you're a loser. Try to fight me, loser. Ugh. I know Brendan's a bit of a douchebag and an arsehole, but I don't know. I think I'm kind of rooting for Brendan in this quote unquote beef. I'm kind of rooting for Brendan. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I could root for Steve will do it. I think I've got Brendan's back on this. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm rooting for Brendan.
$1.6 million, and I owe them $300 to $1 million at all times. And it's not a problem because, bro, something you're not good at is relationships. Okay, put on the glasses, dude. This is my stone shades. Relationships. Okay, I go up to the CFO and I say, dude.
You know what he reminds me of? Do you remember that clip?
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Asada Caesar. Appreciate it, brother.
This is like the gentrified version of a Soulja Boy Instagram live. This all ends with heart failure on both sides.
Exactly. Heart failure, exactly. You know what this reminds you of? A little bit of the clip that he's doing. Do you remember that guy at the basketball game that was taking his glasses on and off, that was tweaking? That's like a sign that you're on it, innit? That you've been on the gear. Let's see if I can find it, actually. Man, NBA game, glasses, tweaking. Do you remember that video clip of that guy? There he is, yeah, there it is. Do you remember this?
Mans with the glasses is tweaking.
I don't need no fucking Paddock or Richard Mill. I just gotta put my mama in the house up on the hills. If you coming with it bad, we can make a deal. But I'm trying to pull no funny shit, cause that might get you killed. On the east side, you can roll through. Got your
Do you guys remember that? Do you guys not remember that? That was fucking legendary.
Mans with the glasses is tweaking.
I don't need no fucking Paddock or Richard Mill. I just gotta put my mama in the house up on the hills. If you coming with it bad, we can make a deal. But I'm trying to pull no funny shit, cause that might get you killed. On the east side, you can roll through. Got your
What a legend. What a legend. That's what Steve would do. It's kind of remind me of with the fucking glasses on and off, on and off, on and off. He's tweaking hard.
I'm fucking getting back on YouTube, whatever. I'm not trying to pay you back. Like, I'm spending $750K on my TV show. I just bought 5 Rolls Royces. I just gave Corinna a Porsche. I gave I just give the waitress 10K. I gave about...
Can you give me 10K, please? Steve will do it. Can I get 10K, please? Steve will do it. Can I get 10K? I've got a couple of holidays coming up. Christmas is coming up as well. I need to upgrade my setup, get a new monitor. Can I get 10K, please? Steve will do it. I'm a young, independent minority content creator. Can I get 10K, please?
$300K. Like, I give everyone everything. And it's like Brandon Schaub is like, oh, Steve is doing bad things because he needs money. No! Brandon Schaub, I'm that motherfucker, dude. And, like, bro, I could be wrong, but, like, it'd be funny if you didn't even have a UFC belt and I have one because I got gifted one. Everyone go find the YouTube video of Brandon Schaub talking about Steve Will Do It. And it's like, bro, you gotta roast him. You gotta roast him. That's how you know he's a bad person. Like, I spent like $100,000 on this UFC fighter, okay? Because Full Send was gonna sign him, right? And I was like, and I watched him fight, and I bet $140,000 on him, right? And he lost, bro. But he so won it. I thought I won, and I was like, and it was with my friend Zayd, and it was like, dude, that's the guy you were gonna sign. I was like, no way, that's the guy we were gonna sign. He's so good. He dominated. How did he lose? And I was like, bro, it's destiny. It's destiny that like this happened because now I'm gonna help him out. Anyways, moral of the story, bro, no one wants the smoke. I talk to car guys, and when I speak to them on the phone,
as much as I don't agree with Brendan's point of view or opinion of this guy and how he concluded that just because he bets and stuff and gambles, that's why that betting scandal is going on, and that's why the match fix is happening. The more he's talking, the more he's trying to explain himself, the more he's trying to cope. I'm starting to think Brenda might be onto something, you know? I'm starting to think Brenda might be onto something. I don't agree with his point of view. I don't think it's the right observation, right? I think if you're going to blame the betting issue on anybody, I think you should blame it on Dana White for not paying the fighters well enough so that they're now looking for other ways to get paid. But the way he's talking is making me think there might be some truth in what Brendan's saying. There might be a little bit of truth in what Brendan's saying because he's rambling a lot here. He's really copying too many places.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up. I know what you are, but what am I? Appreciate you. Big up. We're inching, you know what? We're doing pretty well with the members, actually. I'm not gonna lie. We're doing pretty well with the members. 117 to we've got 500 to go. End of the year, 500. Not too bad. Big up. I know what you are. I appreciate you. Oh, is that Skin It? Okay, cool. That's Skin It. Big up Skin It. Long time. Big up Skin It. Big up Skin It in the stream chat.
phone, I'm like I literally said this to a car guy on the phone today. Like, whenever you speak, I do not pay attention because I think you're scum. And I said, you know that monkey that claps the things in Toy Story? Like, that's what I'm thinking about when you speak, because I have no respect for you. Okay, so I'm not like Brandon Schaub. I have no respect for you.
Given the way Brendan looks, given how racially ambiguous he is, calling Brendan a monkey sounds a little bit racist. I'm not gonna lie. That might be that's a bit of racismo there. Red card, mate. Red card for Steve Will Do It. Calling Brendan Schaub a monkey, given what he looks like, sounds a bit like racism to me, mate. Not gonna lie, smells a bit like racism to me, mate.
When I make 7 figures a month, let's be honest, I have relationships with everyone. I do whatever the fuck I want. Okay? And I do something good for a UFC fighter, and you don't know the facts, and then you turn this into I'm a bad person and need money. Brandon Schaub, I know you're gonna be like, well, meet me here and we'll fight. Like, dude,
I'm not gonna lie, I want whatever he's on, mate. Because the gear that we have here gives you the drip. The gear that we have here makes you fucking sniffle too much. He hasn't sniffed 1 point. He hasn't wiped his nose at one moment. Not a single bit of drip, not a single sniffle or anything. That gear must be fucking organic. That gear must be 100% authentic, you know? Absolutely crisp. Unaltered, straight from the source, mate. Unaltered, you know what I mean? Not tampered with in any way, shape or form, because Jesus Christ, mate. He sounds somewhat coherent. He's really ramped up. He's not, you know what I mean? There's no fucking leakage down his nose. No wiping of his nose. He doesn't look super twitchy. He's not fiending for another bit. It's like, fuck, you know, that gear must be great. I want some of that fucking Nelk Boy Las Vegas gear. That I don't know. It looks like it's in a hotel. I wonder if that's some Las Vegas gear.
I don't need to fight you. I got a sketch. I'm growing up. I got a schedule, dog. Like, it's a lot on that schedule. Makes up lies and talks about other people.
Yeah, big up Skin It. What you say? Gotta be meth. Coca-Cola from anywhere in the USA gives you the sniffles. Yeah, I've been surprised. I watched a documentary the other day about meth and about how popular it is in the UK. No, how popular it is in Europe, sorry. Especially in Germany. It's very, very popular, crystal meth. But you know what I found out as well? That's really strange. Big up that guy. What's his name? Cavilar, Covacel. Some new kid has popped up in the manosphere type of thing, right? And he says he takes he does crystal meth as a appetite suppressor, if I'm not mistaken. Have you guys heard about that? Some kid does crystal meth as like an appetite suppressor, I'm pretty sure. And obviously to keep him wired when he's out and about trying to like pull girls and stuff. But he takes doses, or I don't know how he does it, but he does it. That's it. Clavicle. That's the guy's name. I didn't know it was that prevalent, meth. I didn't know it was that fucking popular. Jesus Christ.
Is not in the schedule. You don't even have the privilege to be like, for me to meet you now. Every single YouTube video, every single Instagram video, you gotta come out, because there's nothing behind that. I had nothing. Like, what do you mean? I helped him. It's the coolest thing ever. So until you apologize and make a video and buy me something very nice, I'm gonna keep going. All right, it's official. Until Brandon Schaub buys me something very nice for going on the internet and lying and making up things about me, that seems so like I'm like, bro, you're such a low IQ individual. Like, you're so small-minded. Like,
I don't know, if I'm Brendan, I'm gonna take it as a personal offense. I'm gonna be kind of offended if STEVEWILLDOIT calls me low IQ. But then again, in America, you guys have got that thing in it. Money really dictates your social status. That's probably why Brendan apologized, isn't it? I think money is a real defining character, is a real separator, the real divider of men in the US. Which is more so, I wonder what you guys would prefer, because I remember I did see a clip the other day. Somebody said, was it a picture? Sorry, I did see a picture of some Silicon Valley guys, like the Nvidia founder and a few other people in the White House, and the caption was something like, "Oh, the US is really amazing because there is no aristocrats, right? You don't have aristocrats over there. You just have nerds or guys with money." What do you guys prefer? Do you guys prefer a class system like we have in the UK? Yeah, we have a very rigid class system. Lower class, middle class, upper class, but there's also, you know, blue blood type of shit which you can't buy into. There's no amount of money. No rapper will ever be rich enough to hang around with the royal family, right? But in the US, you guys have, you know, you just have status based on money. So you could be a regular dude as long as you're rich enough. You can get to talk to Trump. You can get to be in the same room as fucking Elon. You can get to hang out with Joe Rogan and shit. What do you guys prefer? Do you prefer the UK system where it's class based, where you kind of know what level you're at, where you kind of know what your social standing? I think that's the benefit of our system. Even though you make a lot of money, if you're black or whatever from a certain community, you can only get to a certain level. You're not ever going to be upper class, right? You're just still going to be a middle class person with just loads of money, but you're black. But I think in the US, you have this illusion that if you're really rich, you can ascend certain levels, which you don't really. And actually, no, that's not making any sense. I think you can get away with treating people like shit more in the US if you have money, you know? In the UK, you can't really do that. You can't really do that, really. But in the US, you can. So I think that's why Brendan apologized to him. Because I think Brendan thinks STEVEWILLDOIT is higher in standing than him because he makes more money. Even though Brendan, I think, is smarter than him, you know? When it comes to intellect, if I had to judge, I say Brendan's probably a little bit smarter than him. But I think Brendan doesn't think of himself the same level because STEVEWILLDOIT is quote unquote richer, which is strange.
Like, it's like, you forget who what do you mean? Who are you, bro? Like I build companies, dog.
Pick up Coiler, no pause around me ever. Big up, big beef. I'll take America. Blue blood like Fred again. Yeah, exactly. I want nothing to do with anything UK. Fair. Clav, not Clav. Okay, cool. My bad. Big up Sunk Central. Okay, fair play. Oh, big up Andy Ward for the phonetic spelling, by the way. Phonetic pronunciation. Clavicular. Big up Andy Ward, appreciate it, brother. Clavicular, that's his name, Clavicular. Check him out on fucking Twitter, by the way. He's an amazing follow. Really like some of his updates. He's a fucking really funny dude. Big up Clavicular. Bappa actually apologized to that bitch exactly. Duraf Kings couldn't be happier. Big up Apex Potter. Big up Jack, you never know. Can happen overnight. Faith, yeah, true. Cool.
Like, that's what I do. Like, I build relationships. Like, you don't know who the like. Can you go and just buy a $500,000 car because you think you like her because she got a nice ponytail and like she's like friends with my sisters and it's only known her 2 weeks? No, you can't. I can. And honestly, bro, Brandon, if you don't care that I post about you every day, and on my new YouTube videos, all I do is talk about how it's like Brandon Slob, more like Brandon Slob, like Brandon, like you just think you're cool, can say whatever you want, and you're cool because I can do jiu-jitsu. It's like, dude, I just hate that, man. And I keep redoing the stories, but I thought it was a good line. I don't know if I posted it, but it's like, I do a lot of cool things, bro. And like, I don't think I'm like better than everyone else. And it's like, you roll on the floor with guys and you think you're like the king. In this case, it was on a podcast and it's on the internet and he has my phone number. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna go to Instagram, bro. So like what I'm doing is not anything bad. I'm just saying, yo, this guy is a bad person. Like, he just makes up stuff and it's like, bro, like.
Okay, so people are saying it probably isn't coke, it might be Adderall, right? People are saying chat. Are we saying it's pills, yeah? So maybe that's why he's not got the sniffles. Because I'm looking at him, I'm thinking, his nose looks kind of clean. He's not looking super twitchy. He's not really wiping his nose too much. He's not, you know what I mean? Yes, the rambles are kind of semi-coherent, I guess. Yeah, it might be pills. You never know. It might be pills.
How you talking about me owing people money, having problems, bro? It's not a problem when you're that dude. Like, bro, it's like, what? Like, you're not that guy, so you don't get that. They make you feel so, like, good, man. Like I have a chef that comes and makes them. And, dude, honestly, I out-train you, Brandon Schaub. I outwork you. I push myself more than you in the gym. I swear to God. I'll never fight you because I'll get my ass beat. But, like, you come fuck me in my building, the whole valet will fuck you up. Everybody rides with me, bro, because I treat my people good. I got an army of people downstairs riding for me. You're not welcome in my city, bro. You're not welcome near my area, Brandon Schaub. Straight up. You'll get escorted off. I'm telling you. The valet sees you. My 12 valet people are going to fight you. Valet, you're watching this. Bro, I take care of my people. Alejandro, I paid for his cancer treatment. I mean, you guys know, who even knows about that? You need 13 grand? I gave it to you. Where's that in video? Nowhere. Brandon Schaub. What I'm trying to say, it's war. And just a fun fact, because I am that dude, and my whole building basically works for me because I have changed all their lives, basically. You're not welcome, straight up. You got me feeling like Bob Menery, pacing around the house. And you got me so like, it's just Brandon Schaub. Okay, number one, expensive gift, where I'm gonna just keep going every day forever. You can never win this battle because you made up stuff. So this is a simple thing. Just go, I'm dumb, apologize, buy me something nice, go and you're digging your life savings, or get your whatever, sell your 401k or whatever you have to do. Oh, Brandon Schaub, the tables have turned. The tables have turned. You owe me money.
I don't know, man. I get why he's annoyed, because Brendan did accuse him of essentially being the reason why there is a current FBI investigation about match fixing in the UFC. But I don't know. I think if I had the money that he had, and I was living in such a fancy place, personally, I wouldn't want to live in an apartment like that. It looks too much like a hotel. But these type of guys like that type of living because, you know, it's low maintenance. You just have to, it's fully furnished. You know, you don't have to do too much. You probably got a cleaner that comes and whatever. But still, it looks like a nice place. Very, very nice place. I'd be enjoying it, you know? The balcony views are probably pretty decent. It's probably got a nice little fucking pool in there. In the building, there's probably a sauna in there. There's probably a restaurant there. There's probably a bar downstairs. It's probably close to some nice spots. Like, I wouldn't be on Instagram ranting and raving about Brendan Schaub. It's a very poor use of time and a poor use of resources, really, you know? That's the weird thing about it. It's like, brother, like, enjoy your surroundings, man. Enjoy your habitation. You know? Like, what the fuck are you doing? But hey, I guess Brendan does this to people, innit? It gets under your skin.
And I'm not lenient because we don't have a good relationship. Okay, you owe me money, or you're gonna just like, I don't know, I'm just gonna never shut up. I don't know, maybe you don't care. Who cares? All right, later, Brandon. Good night. Yo, and when I go outside and stuff, it's not me being egotistical, it's just speaking facts. I go outside, stuff happens, and I'm just repeating what happens. People are like, everyone knows me, and it's really cool, and I'm really appreciative, but it's like, they're so nice to me. Like, the things people say are just so awesome. I get.
Hey, Cole.
Powerful bunch.
Okay, big up a sergeant. We'll come to
This
him
why
in.
no gambling and no alcohol, brother. 4 wives, inshallah. Let's wrestle.
Brother, this is why no gamble. Oh, God almighty, exactly. I don't know. Big up a disease. But Cole, aren't we ranting about Schaub on the internet every day? One rule about the random show and one rule when it comes to watching my content. Never call me out for my hypocrisy, okay? Rule number 1 of watching any content relating to Agostino Zing or anything on the random show or Taz, wherever I am, you are not allowed to call me out for my hypocrisy, okay? That's rule number 1. Never call me out for my hypocrisy. I'm never wrong. I'm always right, okay? Cool.
So many gifts and random artwork, and I get like, you know, I get a lot of, it's so much love. Okay? Brandon Schaub walks out, we're like, yo, isn't that failed UFC fighter who's now a failed comic and does podcasts like, what's his name? Brendan, Harry, Cherry. No one cares. No one knows. Okay? So, you're a bad person. You just made up shit, so now you're never gonna hear the end of it. No nasty people, dude. Okay? No nasty people. All right, Brandon Schaub, I actually apologize.
I've been there before, man. Heavy session. Next day, you're just regretting everything. You're unsending messages. Oh, that was brilliant. A nearly 9-minute rant about Brendan. I apologize. Like, what? So,
because my friend Milk just called me. He's like, you know what's the craziest thing is that, like, he's insinuating that you would basically, like, over Dana. I was like, oh, whoa. I can't even deal with someone so low IQ. You'd think I would over one of my best buds, Dana White, that has done so much for me, and I would do anything for him, and I consider him family. Like, for money? You think I'm gonna Dana over money? Bro, I've given Dana $800,000 trying to win him his money back, and then I went and I thought I was invincible, and I went and I lost $1 million. He didn't just pay off that $1 million. I gave him the $800K, he took the $800K, paid it, and I lost $1 million. I didn't give a fuck. It's Dana White, bro. He's the GOAT to me, bro. Like, he is the coolest, the most, like, the best person in my life, and you think I would just over the best person in my life for money? So I actually am gonna end it apologizing. When Milk told me, he's like,
big up Run It Up in the stream chat. Dark Side Zing, he did nothing wrong and did everything right. Exactly. Big up Run It Up.
Like, he's insinuating that you over Dana. I'm like, okay, dude. It's like he wins the award. Like, are you that really a bad person? Are you really bad at like what's, like, you need help, dude. If you thought I was gonna over my best bud, D White, for money, you're just there's something wrong with you. So I'm out. Peace out. I completely calm down. All right, yesterday my trainer Shad, I gave you the Porsche. It was great, it's beautiful.
Amazing.
But then I bought this for myself today, the Rolls Royce, and I was like, you know what? Which one you want?
Powerful
You can
bunch.
pick the Rolls.
Yo, big up Dave. Big up Dave. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for becoming a member. Big up fucking Dave. Big up Blood Clark Davos 2210. Appreciate you for becoming a member of the fucking Random Show. We're trying to get 500 by the end of the year. Let's see if we can do it. We're streaming every day until the 20th of December. We're streaming every fucking day until the 20th of December. So you'll see me here tomorrow. You'll see me here Sunday, and so on and so forth. So big up Davos, big up Davos, big up Davos. Also, member only streams are coming next week, by the way. I'll just get these one out of the way because I'm starting again. But member only streams will start again next week. So don't worry about that.
Or the Porsche. And you chose Rolls Royce.
I chose Rolls.
It's gangster as fuck,
This
dude.
shit is crazy.
Congrats.
Let's go!
Fair play. Fair play.
Royce, dude.
I love you, Steve. This
Bro.
shit is crazy.
Like-
You can sit on their laps and shit.
I'm telling you.
Pack it in.
It's baller. It's baller. All right, let's go to the
Fair play, fair play. Anyway, so here's Brendan apologizing. Brendan, for some reason, apologized. The following week, Brendan went on his show, SCHAUB'S show, and apologized profusely, by the way. I'm not too sure if they spoke behind the scenes or something, or if Brendan's just intimidated by STEVEWILLDOIT's money. But it really caught me off guard. I was surprised to see how apologetic Brendan was, bro. Really, really apologetic. It's super, super surprising. Let's fast forward it around here, right? Around here, yeah. There.
Last week, we brought up stuff surrounding UFC and gambling. His name was brought up in several articles. And
first lie, Brendan didn't read a single article where his name was mentioned. I'm not gonna lie, I remember watching the clip just now. That's the first lie already. Brendan didn't read a single article. They spoke about the topic and Brendan just mentioned STEVEWILLDOIT's name because of his association with that guy that got caught with the fucking match fixing. So that's a lie.
Chin brought up the articles. I read the articles. I react.
Chin brought up the articles. Is he blaming Chin for what he said about STEVEWILLDOIT? Chin brought up the articles. I read the articles. Jesus Christ. He's literally throwing Chin under the bus here, isn't it? He's literally blaming Chin. He's literally blaming Chin.
React to him. And we probably should have looked into it more. Either way, it's when it comes to the gambling side.
Oh, sick. Big up Davos. Big up Davos. Big up Davos. Cheers, mate. Homeless cat from down under here. Love it, love it, love it. Another down under guy here as well. Love it. Big up big up all the fellas, all the ladies, all the day dems from down under. I appreciate you guys from that part of the world. Appreciate you all.
Side of things, and it comes to that world, when it comes to the gambling world, like the Nelk boys, Steve, I'm too old. I don't know exactly what they do. I know they're crushing it, and I root for those boys, but it's just not my world. So, of course, the internet, YouTube, is going to put these pieces together, right? It's just what...
Oh, my God. He's blaming people on YouTube for creating a narrative when really he said what he said about STEVEWILLDOIT and the Nelk boys. He very directly insinuated that Dana White, Nelk boys, and STEVEWILLDOIT are somewhere responsible for this ongoing FBI investigation into match fixing in the UFC. His reason for it being because Dana, Nelk boys, and STEVEWILLDOIT are degenerate gamblers in his point of view, that they opened those doors to match fixing, which is an insane thing to say anyway. It's an insane accusation to put out there. It doesn't really make any sense. If anything, I would say most likely this match fixing thing is probably a consequence of Dana not paying the fighters, so they're looking for other ways to get paid. And he's trying to say, oh no, like it's the YouTubers, they're putting clips together. You said what you said. That's like, no one's creating a narrative. Like, you said something that was absolutely preposterous. STEVEWILLDOIT didn't like it, clearly. Steve Will Do It isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, and he picked up what you were putting down. He figured out what you were trying to say, and he responded. And now he's trying to blame the YouTubers. He's blaming I guess Unique or something. He's blaming MMA blogs. He's probably going to be he's blaming Chin already, blaming the team.
The world does, what culture does, to make things look worse than they are. And I think that's why, Steve Will Do It in his association with the fighter that's being accused of all this stuff. People in the internet have made these connections. I don't know the truth. From what I know,
people on the internet made these connections. You were making the connections. People on the internet you want to make the connections. You're the one that mentioned, oh yeah, they paid the guy's rent and shit. Like, you made the connections. You're the one that was insinuating that they were involved because they were close to the guy.
I know about Steve. He's a very humble, does a ton of stuff for people, wholehearted guy, good dude, crushing it. So the best thing.
So the entire time he watched that clip of Steve Will Do It ranting, you know how we were watching it, and I was sitting there thinking to myself, I wonder what drugs he's on. Right? I'm trying to figure out what drugs he's on. I'm trying to figure out what the vibe is. Brendan, the entire time he was watching that video, Steve Will Do It, he was impressed and getting intimidated by the surroundings. He was listening to all the money that Steve Will Do It was talking about, buying my friend a car. That's what he was impressed by. That's what made him apologize. He got kind of stunted on, innit? What a weird dude. Because it sounds like he watched the video, by the way, from what he's saying here. Copping please to Steve Will Do It because you're afraid what? Like he has more money? It's like, huh?
For me, would have been is I have Steve's number. I should have DM'd Steve or text him or just called him on air. That would have been smart. And be like, dude, how about what's going on here? Like it's all over. Again, if it hits my radar, it's all over the MMA genre. So that's what I cover. I don't cover any of that other bullshit. So that's why it got put.
You started the bullshit by insinuating that they were involved in the match fixing. I don't cover any of that bullshit. Also, my radar, like what? As if you're anybody people looking to, whatever.
On my radar. That's the only reason. But listen, no one knows more so than me that the internet's completely full of shit. Most of the time.
You mean like you're full of shit?
There's going for clickbait and stuff like that. I should have done a better job and not even mentioned that stuff. Even though it is a narrative in our fight world, I don't know that world, dude.
It's a narrative that you started. You contributed to the narrative even. You contributed to the narrative. You perpetuated the narrative. You poured fucking gasolina on the fucking narrative. What the fuck is he talking about here? Whenever someone does this, by the way, they're lying in it. This kind of hands up thing is definitely a tell that somebody is fucking being duplicitous, right? Somebody's being is being somewhat is somewhat untrustworthy. This is an international sign of somebody being a gaslighter as well. This is definitely the international sign that somebody is a bit gaslighty.
Dude. And I think maybe his fans or my haters sent it to him or he became privy to it. And, I've said stuff about the Nelk Boys before.
Why would your haters, like you said what you said, you probably, what's really funny about this? There's probably a clip on his Instagram that Steve Will Do It reacted to, or a clip from another MMA kind of site or page. They didn't clip the whole thing. They probably clipped a minute of it, but you got the gist of what he said. And he's trying to make it seem, this is some sort of what's the thing called? This is some sort of organized hate campaign to try and get Brendan to look bad in front of Steve Will Do It. It's like, no, brother, you just said some dumb shit about the guy. He heard about it and responded. It ain't that deep, really. And to be fair, what Brendan said about Steve Will Do It and Nelk Boys, although I don't agree with it and I think he's wrong, it's not really worthy of a copping of pleas like this. Yes, what he said was a bit crazy, insane. But this is Brendan. He says insane, crazy shit all the time. He's a bit dumb. But it's not bad enough that it would make you want to cop pleas like this. Because he sounds really scared. He sounds like Steve Will Do It is like threatening him with lawsuits and stuff. It's like, it's just your opinion. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see what's so serious about this. But something must have happened behind the scenes. Someone must have said something. I don't know what it is, but he seems kind of rattled. He seems kind of rattled. I swear to God. Like, look at his face. Look at his fucking face. He's scared. There's not the same energy he had when he's going at Nate Diaz. When he said he's going to twist Nate Diaz's neck off and shit, spitting feathers. It's not the same guy. He seems scared of STEVEWILLDOIT. Wow, doesn't it?
But this is where you have it twisted. And this is what the internet wants. This is what social media wants. They like drama. They like fighting. When I comment on the Nelk Boys, who are absolutely crushing it, when I comment on the Nelk Boys or STEVEWILLDOIT.
When I comment, you mean? When I comment, you know? Comment.
But when I comment on the Nelk Boys interviewing, who'd they interview? What big fighter did it? Was it Dana White? What they interviewed a big fighter? Oh, Ilia Topuria, stuff like that. Even when they entered whoever it is in the UFC space. When I say, man, I wish they would let a Luke Thomas, a Ariel Helwani have this access, or a Pete Carroll, or Chuck Mendenhall, or some of the actual journalists from our space. That's not saying I'm alluding to the Nelk Boys don't deserve this interview, shouldn't have this interview.
Yo, big up.
What are you gonna do, Steve? Valet punch me?
Valet punch me is hilarious. I like that. Valet punch me is hilarious. Big up Assad. Big up Assad.
It has none of that. What I'm saying is, man, the Nelk Boys are going to do their thing. And STEVEWILLDOIT's going to do his thing. And that's great for the sport, and it gets so many eyeballs and brings a younger generation. There's a reason they're there. They have a completely fan base than probably some of the older OGs in the space. You need that. My thing is, you can have both.
Why is he even explaining this, by the way? Why is he even explaining this? Everyone gets what you're trying to say with that point. Why are you even explaining this? This is a weird kind of like, you know what I mean? This is a weird sort of detour to take. Like, why are you even explaining? Like, what? What's this got to do with anything?
So I'm not saying or criticizing the Nelk Boys for interviewing Ilia Topuria or Dana White, any of that shit. Get your bag, boys. I'm cheering for you. What I'm saying is I'm criticizing the establishment, saying, man, I wish they would do the same access to the actual journalists in the sport to get some tough answers to questions that a lot of us have in the space. That's all I'm saying.
You mean tough questions and get some tough questions? You mean not tough answers to tough questions? You mean tough questions, no?
But they're not, oh, Brennan hates the Nelk Boys. Brennan criticized STEVEWILLDOIT. Nope. You guys are way off. You're way off. There's enough out there.
Isn't it your fault though for being unable to articulate yourself correctly? Shouldn't you be maybe looking in the mirror and thinking to yourself, hey, maybe I should articulate myself better so that no one gets the impression that I don't like the Nelk Boys or that I think the Nelk Boys are ruining. Because when he does talk about them, he does sound like he's hating. I'm not going to lie. He does sound like he's hating on them mostly because of the access. I don't even think he hates on them because of the access and he wants the journalistic integrity argument. I think he mostly hates on the Nelk Boys because they probably kind of remind him of him, but they have way better relationship with Dana and the UFC than he's ever had, you know? And they obviously make loads more money. And they're also not really friends. Because it is kind of interesting how the Nelk Boys, STEVEWILLDOIT, Barstool Sports, all of that group of people, they're not really friendly with Brendan, innit? I know he's kind of okay with KFC, I think of somebody else and stuff, but it's kind of weird, right? Because he would describe himself as a bit of a Chad, as a bit of a bro, but even those bros think he's a bit of a mug, you know? They think he's a bit of a dickhead. Even those bros think he's a bit of a dickhead. So I think he's aware of that. And he's also a little bit jealous that they make as much money they do. And of course, the access they have in the UFC and all that malarkey. I don't buy this whole like, oh, I'm standing up for the journalists in the sport and I want them. He's like, nah. He just hates that, you know, they're everywhere basically. doing what they're doing. But if you don't hate them and you're not hating, then maybe articulate yourself better, you know? Use your words.
For everybody to eat, dude. I've never been that guy. If any of my actual fans follow me for how many years, I'm never the guy that throws hate people's way. It's not what I do. I don't engage in it.
There's a compilation on the Reddit right now probably of him hating on people. There's probably a compilation right now on the Reddit of him hating on mad people.
When it comes to Steve Will Do It, I admire what he's done. I admire what he's doing. I'm not criticizing any facet. When it comes to this whole gambling thing, from what I know of Steve Will Do It, he would never participate in any bullshit like this or compromise him. This is the other thing. And it goes with Dana White too. There's nothing wrong.
Who's he trying to convince, by the way? Steve Will Do It would never do this, never do that. Who's he trying to convince?
With these guys gambling and being associated with the UFC. There's nothing wrong with it. There's going to be foul play, not on their part. And I think because there has been foul play at a lower level, when it comes to Dana and that whole group, you got to realize how much fucking money these boys are making. They're making money it's unheard of. So if you think a guy like Steve Will Do It, Dana White, insert any of these big boys in the space, if you think they're going to risk...
His voice crackling like that because he's trying to cop please from Steve Will Do It. It's fucking crazy. His throat drying out like that is crazy. He sounds really scared, isn't it? What the fuck happened behind the scenes? Steve Will Do It got them goons or something. Steve Will Do It put in the call. Like, what the fuck, bro? He's really, really backpedaling. Super, super backpedaling. Crazy. He sounds rattled.
Their entire business on undercard fighter, whether it's buying them a house, any of the shit, you don't know these gentlemen. They didn't get to where they're at and accumulate the wealth that they've accumulated by doing bullshit like that. There's no way. So just off the...
Yo, big up David Guerrero in the street chat. Big up David Guerrero. Big up David Guerrero in the stream chat. Wagwan, brother.
Bat. When I see, oh, Steve did this or Dana did, insert this. And, buddy, that's a fun narrative and we'll get clicks online. But those gentlemen didn't get to where they're at in life by doing dumb shit like that. So I can almost guarantee you there will be no record, there will be no trace amounts leading back to any of that foul play, especially with Steve Will Do It or Dana White. None of that bullshit. Again, it's...
You probably got threatened by a lawsuit, innit? Okay, the way look at that face, by the way. Look at that face. The way he's overemphasizing this point, talking about how Steve Will Do It would never do this, never do that, and what leads to match fixing. He probably got threatened with a lawsuit behind the scenes, innit? I think he got threatened with some sort of lawsuit, some sort of lawsuit behind the scenes, for sure. This is what I'm getting at. This is what I'm getting from this cope. This is what I'm getting from this backpedaling he's doing. I think Steve Will Do It got his beast of a lawyers involved. He probably has proper beast of lawyers involved. And he put in the phone call, he put in the messages, and it went back to Brendan through legs. And Brendan is out here copping pleas. I think that's what happened. I'm almost certain he got threatened with a lawsuit, defamation or something. I'm almost certain of it.
It's fun for the internet. I get how the internet works. I definitely should have done a better job knowing Steve and knowing what he does for people and stuff like that. But also, if you're coming to me and expecting to get real journalism takes, man.
That's kind of pitiful, to be honest. So what? Are you saying people shouldn't listen to you at all then? If you're coming to you for journalism, like what? So what are you then? What should people be coming to you for? It's not entertainment. It's not laughs, right? It's not a unique insight from a former fighter. So if they can't get journalistic takes from you, if they shouldn't come to you for accurate reportage of the news, if they can't come to you for good fight picks, if they can't come to you for good fight breakdowns, card breakdowns, what are they coming to you for then? That's a weird thing to admit, isn't it? Like,
I ain't the one. I'm just not the one. I get on here, I talk a lot of shenanigans, I have a good time, I know the sport pretty fucking well. That's it.
Extra doubt.
It, man. You know, that's it.
And real quick, just take a little bit off your plate. Even me, I'm a technical producer. I'm not a journalist. I don't like.
Chin, man. Just to take a little bit off your plate, just to throw you a bit of rope. Let him sink by himself, brother. He already blamed you for it at the beginning. Chin brought up the news, like he threw you under the bus essentially. Just let him drown, bro. You don't need to give him any rope. Let him fucking drown.
I collect articles throughout the whole week. You know,
you collect what's trending, what's current,
popular.
what's relevant. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's dying off like a.
Unfortunately or unfortunately?
Yeah, what's current, popular. What's relevant. Yeah. Unfortunately,
Unfortunately, not unfortunately. Unfortunately. Yo, run it up. Coming up next. Slo-Jo coming up next. Sorry, I've got through this tabs really slowly. No pun intended. Slo-Jo coming up next.
Throughout the whole week, you know,
you collect what's trending, what's current, popular. What's relevant. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's dying off. Like I told you guys, it would die off. But when it comes to the gambling UFC thing, and they're trying to look for more, and everyone's trying to make it a bigger deal, and that's what they do. They squeeze the views out of it.
During that time, it was happening.
It was everywhere.
It was popping everywhere. And I saw that article and the post about Isaac Dolgarian saying, you know, thank you to Steve Will Do It for, you know, buying him a house. I don't know if that's. It seems like it's real, so I just brought that up when you were in discussion about the whole, you know, the gambling thing, because it was just interesting, you know, to discuss.
But here's the thing: even I'm not saying he did. Let's say some of these articles, whoever the fuck's posting that he bought him a house, that doesn't mean that there's illegal behavior going on. Steve has bought a lot of people a house.
You said that though. Why is he trying to gaslight us or something? Like, you're the one that said that. You're the one that intimated. You're the one that hinted. You're the one that alluded to the fact that those guys gamble so much that the only logical thing to do after being a degenerate gambler is to match fix. That's what you essentially said. Didn't he also say that fucking Dana Ouija board, like he said Dana basically invited these match fixing spirits into the fucking UFC because he got involved in gambling and shit? Like, why is he trying to gaslight us when he said, well, I don't get it.
That's dope.
Steve's bought a lot of people cars. He bought Dana White a car. So do we think because he bought Dana a car, him and Dana are in cahoots together and doing this illegal gambling? No. So if you go back over Steve's career and seeing how many gifts, cars, houses, you're going to realize this is a pretty typical thing what he does. And this Dolgarian's a struggling fighter. It doesn't surprise me that he might have bought him a house that has nothing to do with Dolgarian down the road getting in trouble for illegal gambling. It just so happens that in 2024, that's when this shit happened. It's a coincidence. That's all there is. Knowing Steve Will Do It, he would. You don't realize how much fucking money this kid is making. It wouldn't make any sense. It's fun for clicks and all that. And
so Brendan's also suggesting that people that match fix only are poor. You can't be involved in illegal match fixing or illegal whatever unless you're poor. That's not how it works, brother. I don't think he understands. But again, I guess he's just trying to cop plea. He's trying to prove to Steve that he's his boy, right? That he's got his back. But that's a weird thing to say, though, isn't it? Oh, he's got so much money, he won't be involved in this sort of shit. But he's also in a lot of debt, right? Then he also mentioned that he's in debt to some fucking casino up for $1 million something. I don't know. It's just, this is just funny. I've not seen. I can't remember the last time he apologized to somebody in this way, this profusely. And it seemed, and of all the people he's ever apologized to, I feel like Steve Will Do It are less deserving of it. Don't get me wrong, his opinion wasn't the nicest. If you're Steve Will Do It, I understand why if you'd heard what he said, you'd be hurt by it. It maybe hurt your feelings. You wouldn't feel too good about it. You wouldn't feel too good about Brendan about it. But it's not enough for Brendan to go on this sort of a 20-minute run, like copying as many pleas as possible, begging and like. The only thing he's not doing is getting on his knees and just begging and pleading for Steve Will Do It not to do anything to him. It's like, it's not that deep. You shouldn't even have to apologize. Like, you had an opinion, you know, obviously ill-informed, maybe a bit dumb, but you had an opinion. Fucking hell, mate. Steve Will Do It's got that power.
Steve, you on his rant, call me lose up. I get all that, dude. I'm 41. That stuff doesn't bother me. I deserve it. That's my bad for fucking up. I can't promise it won't happen again. When it comes to you, it won't happen again. I will promise you I make more mistakes. This will be this is one of 3 podcasts today. I try to come up with a ton of content. I talk a lot of shit. I will make mistakes, brother. It does happen. But that's the rant and all that stuff. I get it. And he can attest this. All I've done is like, all good, man. I'll take it. I apologize, dog. Fucked up. It's not fair to you, you know? So that's it. That's it from my side. My bad, brother. My bad. I get how the internet can put these pieces together. I should know better. No one deals with more hate than me.
I'm kind of ashamed. Like, honestly, I'm kind of disgusted a bit. Like, ew, man. Like, just fuck it, double down, man. Stand on your shit. Like, what the fuck is this? You didn't even say nothing that crazy. Like, it was dumb, yeah. Wasn't even that crazy. Why the fuck is he apologizing to this guy this way, man? Like, what the hell is going on?
I get it, dude. There's a lot of bullshit out there. It's not fair to him, Dana, the Nelk boys, none of that stuff. And don't get twisted. Just because I say when the Nelk boys get this access, which they have, right? They're business partners, stuff like that. I'm not saying they don't deserve it. I'm not saying they're not the best for the job. All I'm saying is, as a
big up Coiler, dude, it's like he's crying over his own lie. You know what this kind of reminds you of? Great you mentioned it. You know what this kind of reminds you of? This backpedaling and this fucking profuse apology toys on. This kind of reminds you of the time where he fucked up with Rogan with the whole bald guy slanging dick comment. This has got the same type of vibe. And now that was on the SCHAUB'S show too, right? The next day he recorded. I think he does King of the Sting with Theo. He does that comment about, oh yeah, I know tons of bald guys who slang dick. Dana White, Joe Rogan. That goes viral. Him basically accusing Rogan of cheating, and then he gets on his pod and starts like, you know, trying to walk it back, right? And he sounds a bit like this. He's like frantic. He's like all over the place. He's copping pleas. He's not making any sense. He's over explaining. He's trying to convince himself of things that, like, what? Like, fucking hell, man. Have some self-respect. Some pride. I don't know. Something.
Core guy who fought in the UFC for a long time, who's been around the game. All I'm saying is I think it would do the sport so much service by allowing guys like Luke Thomas, Ira Hawani, Chuck Bendenhall, all these guys, Ben Folks, all these actual journalists.
Brian Campbell. What about Brian Campbell? He doesn't even mention Brian Campbell, does he?
Access to the big dogs, because that door and that window has been closed for years, and I just think it's an incredible mistake. But I do think you can have both. That's all I'm saying. Mm-hmm. You don't want one too much of either. You don't want all Nelk in like that category that's fun and, you know, they have this huge fan base. And then you don't want just all journalism criticizing. That's boring as fuck too. You need a blend. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Is that ever going to happen? Probably not. So it's not even, I'm wasting my fucking energy right now. That's all I'm saying. But to wrap all this up, Steve, my bad, brother. Love you.
Is he bowing? Is he bowing? Did he just bow down to STEVEWILLDOIT? Oh my fucking God. Brendan, what the fuck did they say to you, bro? What DM did he get sent? What subpoena did he get sent? What did he get served with, bro? Fuck, is he bowing?
That's all I'm saying. But to wrap all this up, Steve, my bad, brother.
The shame. Oh my God. STEVEWILLDOIT got him bowing. Fuck. STEVEWILLDOIT got him bowing out here, bro. Oh, I haven't seen this. I swear to God, I haven't seen this.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Assad Aziz.
Listen, When I said Oz was a dark force from the YouTube Ouija board, I didn't mean he was evil and corrupt. I meant he's a black guy. Great guy, never met him.
Exactly. I didn't think about that angle. I didn't think about that angle. Exactly. The Ouija board, dark and exactly. He mentioned the Ouija board like, yeah, that's how he mentioned it. That's what he was kind of alluding to. Darkness, corrupt, bad spirits, basically not good things. Oh my God. And now look at him. He's bowing down to Steve will do it. Oh. The only thing that's missing to make this even more despicable, right? And shameful and fucking cringe and horrible would be if he did the prayer hands. That would be the worst thing. If he did the prayer hands and started like nodding, started doing a DSP, that would make it worse. Why is he bowing? Ugh. Honestly, in America, like, money really does rule all. You can really let your nuts hang, innit? That's what Steve will do it did. Steve will do it, fucking plopped his nuts on the top of Brendan's head. Fucking hell, bro. He's bowing. Wow.
Love you. I get all the hate. I get call me a loser, all that shit. Your boy fucked up. I'm sorry. That's it. Let's move on.
Shameful, shameful, absolutely shameful, man. He didn't even say anything that bad, bro. Honestly, I'm literally on Brendan's side on this. He didn't even say anything that bad, really. And he's copping pleas and bowing to Steve will do it. All because he's richer than him, by the way. That's probably the only reason why. Because he's richer than him and because he's probably threatened with legal action. Okay. Anyway, that's how it ended. That's how that ended. Nothing more to be added to that one. Horrible drama. Horrible drama there. That's kind of disgusting, to be fair. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's kind of funny, isn't it? To go from him threatening to fucking fuck up Nate Diaz and squeeze his neck off and wanting to beat up people online and, you know, all this sort of tough guy shit. And
powerful bunch.
Oh yeah, you'll be like Casey
I
Shuffle.
thought Bappa lost his self-integrity, but it turns out he lost himself.
Shambol, exactly. That's the thing. Self-integrity, self-respect. This is the problem, exactly. Big up clout, exactly, David Guerrero. That's the problem with being clout obsessed. That's what happens when you're clout obsessed. When you're clout obsessed and then somebody with clout like says something to you or claps back or something, you get all nervous, innit? They really make you fucking shake to your core. And that's why he came on here. He's all frazzled and all like, oh yeah. Anyway, whatever. That's his business. Let's move on. Let's do the Slo-Jo. Let's end the show with Slo-Jo. Let's do the Slo-Jo. Let's go with the thumbnail. Apologies, I'm fucking going super slow. Let's do with the Slo-Jo thing. So what was it? Brendan on Slo-Jo with Brendan, right? Let's do this. Where is it? Do I have it here? Where is it? Somewhere here down there. Actually, let's go to, before we go Slo-Jo, right? Before we do the Slo-Jo thing, do we believe this story that Dana White shared about getting gripped up by Francis Ngannou? He's trying to spin this narrative. He's trying to tell this story. He's trying to put this thing out there that Francis Ngannou is some sort of bully. Behind the scenes, he was a big bully or something. I'm not sure how much. I'm not sure I buy this. This seems random. He didn't really. I don't know if he put a date on it or anything. It's like, why are you bringing this up now? Like, it's a strange thing. But he's trying to make it seem as if Francis Ngannou back in the day, gripped him up, pulled him by his collar or something. Some sort of bullying thing. Let me play the clip.
Francis Ngannou is a bad guy. He's not a good guy. He plays the whole, I don't understand the language, and he tries to come off like he's a fucking nice guy, you know what I mean? And people go, oh, it's the language barrier probably. No, there's no fucking language barrier with this guy. He's a bad guy. I wanted to cut him early. When somebody shows you who they are, believe them. So he's going in to fight Stipe Miocic in Boston. He knows he's going to fucking kill Stipe. So after the press conference, we're walking down this hallway and he comes over to me and he grabs me. And he says, let me tell you what's going to happen. His English is fucking great, okay? No language barrier whatsoever. When this fight's over, you're going to book me a private plane to Paris. And I said, I laughed and said, oh yeah? He goes, I'm not joking. You're going to book me a private plane. Okay. So we go our own ways. Stipe Miocic beats the fucking shit out of him. So that ended that whole conversation. I should have fucking cut him that day. When you're an athlete that's signed by the UFC, you know, you get full access to the
Apex
Performance Institute, and you know, you can eat there for free. Everything's free and do all this stuff. This guy was fucking living there, right? And he had just fought.
What a weird thing to criticize someone about. So the Performance Institute and all that shit is free to use, which they use as a way to excuse not paying the fighters, by the way. He's not doing this out of generosity of his own, you know what I mean? He's not doing it because he's a generous, nice guy. They are allowing the fighters to use that Apex Center as a place to go and train and eat for free to kind of, you know, make up for the fact that they don't pay them, right, properly. But then he's criticizing Francis for using the facilities. For overusing it. Like, what? Isn't it meant, isn't it for the fighters to use free of charge at their, you know, to their heart's content? He was basically living there. Okay.
And he comes up to my office. I said, come on in, what's going on? And he was pissed off that he didn't get a $50,000 bonus. Francis, you didn't get it because this, that. And he's in my office and he's arguing with me.
By the way, he didn't explain why I didn't get it. You see, again, like, Dana's a very, Dana's an untrustworthy narrator, isn't it? Is a very untrustworthy narrator because you didn't really explain why he didn't get a $50,000 bonus anyway. You just completely skip by that. And I also don't buy this story at all. Dana's kind of a ruthless guy. He's known to be a very ruthless guy. He means what he says what he means. I very much doubt Dana would let a fighter that physically assaulted him, let's say, quote unquote, and keep him on the books. I don't think that's possible. I don't think there is a scenario that exists where Dana would let a fighter pin him up against the wall and demand something and then still keep him on. It's not going to happen. He would have cut him time ago. So on that basis alone, I don't think this is true.
The conversation's over. I'm starting to leave, and he grabs me by my shirt.
Fuck.
And like pushes me back in my office. And I said, dude, get your fucking hands off me.
Those were the words that came out of you when Francis Ngannou grabbed you by the shirt?
Yeah.
Wow.
And, you know,
I would have been like, I hated this shirt. It's too tight.
Well, it's like,
snuggle me, this shirt.
But it's no, I could see in this guy's face and in his eyes and in the way he's acting who this guy really fucking is, you know? Then my guy Hunter, they were talking about something. It might even have been the same thing. And when Hunter started to walk away, Francis grabbed him by the fucking back of his collar and fucking pulled him back. Said, we're not done talking yet. So this guy's not a good fucking guy. He's a bad guy. Now he's over and he's done a deal with PFL in Saudi Arabia. And now he's asking to fight, you know, me and John Jones need to fight, and fucking, I'm sure they wish they never fucking signed him. Because I know. I've dealt with him. I know who he really is. And yeah.
I'm not buying that a bit. I'm not buying that one single bit, mate. I'm not buying that one single bit. There's just, not that I don't believe that Francis could be like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Don't get me wrong. But I just don't buy this idea that Dana would allow a fighter to physically, you know, restrain him, pin him up against the wall, grab him by the fucking scruff of his collar and shit, grip him up, smush his face, threaten him in a way, and still keep him on. Like, it's just not possible. It's not possible, bro. Dana has a grudge. Dana will fuck up a fighter's career if they say something bad about him in an interview. Dana will fuck up a fighter's career if they lose in a bad way, if they lose quickly, if they don't perform to his liking or something, if they don't go for the knockout or something. Dana's super petty, bro. Super petty. So do I believe that he would allow a fighter like Francis, who he already was having issues with anyway, contract negotiation wise, that would have given him every excuse to just cut him then? He would have been okay with letting him like grip him up and assault another. It's like, come on, man, shut up. Like, completely. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it. Or if it did happen the way he said it. But what do I know? But to be fair to him, I don't think Francis has come out and disputed it, has he? So maybe that lends some credence to it. I don't know. I can't remember a clip of Francis coming out and saying, yeah, Dana's chatting shit. So maybe he's telling the truth. I don't know. I doubt it though. Anyway, next clip. MMA Guru and Danger Mouse have now split up, or Danger Mouse has announced that he's no longer going to be doing a show with MMA Guru. Big up MMA Guru. I like watching some of his live streams. He's my guy and shit, but he seems to have an issue. He seems to not be a fan of races that aren't white. He does seem to have a preference for the races, and let's just say he's a bit more forgiving to the Caucasians than he is to anybody that is not Caucasian. And this clip of MMA Guru commentating on the recent fight card, the recent main event, where Islam beat Islam beat JDM. And yeah, he had some very choice words to say about Islam during the fight. Very, very strange, by the way. Very, very strange reaction to the fight in general. But this is MMA Guru, and this is what led to him and Danger Mouse's show getting cancelled.
Don't let him finish you, Jack. It's the new moral victory. Send in the nukes, dude, right at that cliff where they're fucking their cousins year after year, the ugly inbred cunts.
Jesus
Let's go,
Christ.
Jack. Get back
Jesus
up.
Christ.
I know it's just their culture, but hey, this is really fun. Round 5's coming up. Come on, Jack. Let's get that mew on again. Let's mew. We're mewing in this 5th round. Let's go. Let's go. Dominated? Yeah, you're ugly and inbred as fuck, dude. You're inbred little rodents, dude. Round 5 coming up. I don't care.
Jesus
inbred
Christ.
Little rodents, dude. You gotta force women to have sex with you or they wouldn't. Fucking freaks. Here we go. Round 5, dude.
Every day I'm on this YouTube and I see things like this, I wonder to myself, like, how did I get demonetized that time? How did I get demonetized that time? And I think I got demonetized for a good 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, however long it was. Was it 8 months? It was like a proper, it felt like a year, right? I got demonetized for like a year, right? For just, I don't know, some jokes. I don't even know what the fuck I said. And these guys are out here saying what he's saying, like, fucking hell. Big up MMA Guru, but it's fucking wild how YouTube works, isn't it? Like, how the fuck, I don't know, I don't get it.
Ugly inbred little rodents, dude. Cry at a border, bitches. Crying in my chat. Round 5, go cry at a border. Let us in, let us in. Here we go, round 5, let's go, Jack. Cousin fucking force women to fucking marry him as children, freaks. Ugly little rodent freaks. Finish him, dude. Just finish him with an arm lock or whatever you want to do, you gaylord. Fucking little freak.
How do you, like, not to fucking put a bad light on the guy, which he's already putting on himself, but what do you guys think, how do you guys think he gets away with this on YouTube at least? You can do this obviously on other platforms, but YouTube is usually kind of strict with the language. You're just strict. What's the term they say? Something characteristics, whatever, right? You're not allowed to say this type of thing. So people's race, disability, all that sort of stuff, identifiable. Like, why do you think he gets away with this on YouTube? Because I feel like other people would have got banned time ago. He's a big channel. MMA Guru does massive views. You know what I mean? Like, he's a big fucking channel. He's always streaming. Like, I'm surprised, man. There's always people watching his stuff. He gets massive viewership. I'm surprised no one's flagged this, or it hasn't been flagged or whatever. I wonder how he gets around it. Maybe because of the way he said it, but because it doesn't sound like he's joking, you know? That's the issue I think he's probably going to have. It doesn't sound like he's joking. It sounds like he's, you know, like he thinks these things, isn't it? It is what it is. Yeah, interesting how he hasn't been slapped on the wrist at all. Zero, it seems like. Usually YouTube is very trigger happy with the ban hammer when it comes to saying these type of things, or you even using just the R word. You know what I mean?
Retard, bruv. He's trying to snap his arm here. JDM trying to get his arm out of this position, gets out of it. Volk beat him. Wasn't 4-1, it was 4-1 Volk.
That's a good point, Cole. That's a very, very good point. He does get mad donos. He does get crazy amounts of super chats. That's a good point. That's a very, very good point. That's a very, especially on a fight night, or his fans definitely support him heavily. So that's a good point. And if YouTube is getting YouTube takes 30% cut, I think 30% cut of like AdSense, donos, everything. So yeah, that's a lot. They make, so that's a good point. I think, that's a good point. I think the smaller you are of a channel, if you use spicy language, they're definitely going to ban you. Like how I got demonetized and, told to fuck off. But I think if you're a bigger channel, you probably get away with more because they also make a lot from you, so they can't afford to just like cut you because it's going to hurt their bottom dollar. So yeah, that makes sense.
Makashev laying on top again. Everyone pretending they enjoy it. Cry at a border in chat. Cry at a border. Keep spamming. Cry at a border. Go cry at a border. See you lot on a boat soon crying.
Jesus Christ.
Gay little rodents, man. Inbred freak as well. You can't act like you enjoy this shit. He's just laying on top of him, man. Holding half guard. Don't act like you enjoy this. Jesus, get up then. Go for a sub. Go for anything. Please sub him here in the 5th, please.
So he said all that stuff, and that's what led to Danger Mouse basically coming out saying, you know what? I can't associate myself with that guy anymore. Where's the clip? There's a clip of Danger Mouse basically coming out and saying the show's over with. There we go. There's a clip of Danger Mouse saying the show's over with. I think they only did 3 episodes, by the way, which is kind of crazy, isn't it? How quickly the show ran its course, but they only did 3 episodes. At the time, I think when he announced it, MAGU was really happy, by the way. He's probably not going to ever admit it, but at the time it was announced, because I follow him on Insta. I follow him on Twitter. Sorry, he was really happy because it was like an acknowledgement, an acceptance by the wider UFC MMA kind of community. Like a validation, right? So he was really fucking happy. Obviously, Mighty Mouse is Mighty Mouse. I keep saying Danger Mouse. Mighty Mouse is obviously a fucking legend. So that obviously helped, but he was really happy they were doing a show together. So it's probably going to really hurt him. He probably never would admit it online, MMA Guru, but it's definitely going to sting that he doesn't do the show anymore with Mighty Mouse because of what he said and shit. But this is what he had to say about the whole thing.
I think him calling, inbred and bomb this and all that stuff. No, I don't do that. If my son was to talk like that, my son would be getting ass whooping from me because I didn't raise him like that. I like Islam. I like all those guys. I have no problem with no religion. But if Guru feels that way, I cannot help him feel a certain way. I can't sway him like, dude, these guys are good people, which I think deep down inside, he believes they're good people too. But I know.
No, he doesn't though, innit? And it's okay, but there's no need to cop pleaser. No, he doesn't. Like, I think MMA Guru is a very intelligent young man. I think what he says is what he means, and what he means is what he said. Like, I don't think you need to give him the benefit of the doubt or try and interpret what he's saying. If he's saying things that he's saying, just take it at face value.
The question you guys asked me, why did I start the show to begin with if I knew this could happen? It's called taking a risk, where I think a lot of you guys out there might not have taken a risk in your life, but I took this risk, meaning that I did not feel that the content he does on his channel will spill over onto the content we make on our channel, right? If you guys look at all the Mighty Guru podcast shows, it is nothing but vibes, good chats, not degrading the athlete, not talking about somebody's religion, And for everybody out there, I have no problem with any religion. As long as you're a good person and you have good morals, I fuck with you.
So yeah, that's gotta fucking hurt, innit? That's gotta fucking hurt. And there's some other clips too of him going crazy when it comes to the racism. Again, it's been a long time since I watched a full. I did a full. I used to watch him in the past, have him in the background, but I didn't know he was this. I didn't know he was like this. It's a bit crazy. I'm not gonna lie. He fucking hates. I think he hates Dagestani fighters more than Brendan, mate. Honestly, Jesus Christ, MMA Guru.
I don't know. Gonna get yourself in trouble. Oh no, are they gonna be angry at me? I don't care, dude. They're pussies. They just hold people and it's just gay. I like warriors. They aren't warriors. They're just martial artists that are doing good because they're inbred. Little wet blanket, little rodent. This is what they do. They just fuck each other. They fuck their cousins on the fucking side of a cliff and they teach them how to grapple at birth. That's all they do.
Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit.
Sit there on a cliff, fucking each other's cousins, teaching them how to grapple at birth. And that's it. They win. They're going to ruin the whole sport. Straight up. They're going to ruin the whole sport. They're closer to China anyway. They should go to 1FC. Like, honestly, like, they're going to kill the whole sport dead. Whether you guys like it or not. In every division. They'll just kill the whole sport dead. They fuck each other's cousins, sprout another one out. Whichever one doesn't have 5 limbs, they teach them how to grapple.
Jesus Christ.
If it has 5 limbs, throw it off the cliff, try again.
Fucking hell.
Oh, what's wrong with this one? It's got downs. Off the cliff again.
Jesus. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I made one little joke. I made one little jokey joke, observation about a certain comedian, and I got demonetized for a year. This guy, oh my God, bro. MMA Guru is a wild boy.
What's wrong with this one? 3 eyes. Chuck it off the cliff again.
Okay.
What about this one? No, this one, 4 limbs, 4 limbs, 2 eyes, 2 eyes, 4 limbs. And then they just teach it double legs from birth. And here we are, killing the sport. It's tough, but it's reality. That's how it is. It's tough, but it's reality, man.
He's somewhere from up north. Big up Pre-Ban for Loco. I think he's somewhere from up north, right? I don't know where he's from in the UK. He's got a bit of an accent. I don't know if that's like a Doncaster, Dorset, Devon accent. But I think he's from somewhere up north. It's reality. I think he's somewhere up north. Don't know where exactly, but somewhere up north.
It's true. It's true. Khabib's married to his cousin. It's true. So I'm not lying, am I? They're all cousins. They all have the same name. And Khabib's married to his cousin. I'm not lying. It's true.
Yeah, he might be living in London, but he's not from London. I don't think so anyway. I'm pretty sure his family is not from London. I'm pretty sure his family's from up north. If I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but yeah.
So I don't care. Watch what you say, dude. It's true. Look it up. Khabib married cousin. It's his cousin. He's just going to make another kid with stronger grip strength than him. Teach it to double leg at age 1. Like, that's just how it is. But these inbred fucks, everyone's going to be like, isn't it crazy how good they are? But they're just going to kill the sport dead. That's it. It's over. Thank you for the $5, Joda276. Appreciate it.
One more.
Hope Volk has a good showing. And I know people are going to say, oh, you just hope Volk has a good showing because you don't like Makhachev. I don't really not like Makhachev. He seems pretty normal as a guy. His English is getting better. He's got a bit of humor to him as well. He's trash talking a bit. I just hate his fan base and want to see him cry because they're just disgraceful people. A lot of them. Not all of them, of course, but I want to see them.
Didn't he start that sentence off by saying he doesn't hate Makhachev? Fucking hell. Didn't he start off that sentence by saying, I don't hate XYZ fighter? And then he just went into the most hate-filled rant ever. That's fucking brilliant, by the way.
So I hope Volk has a good showing. And I know people are going to say, oh, you just hope Volk has a good showing because you don't like Makhachev. I don't really not like Makhachev. He seems pretty normal as a guy. His English is getting better. He's got a bit of humor to him as well. He's trash talking a bit. I just hate his fan base and want to...
I just hate his fan base and want to see them cry.
See him cry because they're just disgraceful people.
Okay.
A lot of them. Not all of them, of course, but I want to see them cry as a fan base really badly. I really badly want to see them cry because they're the worst fan base in the sport by far. So I hope Volk...
Jesus Christ, bro. And then there's this clip. This is the clip that people really had a hard time with, isn't it? This is the clip that people really had a hard time with. Him allegedly laughing at Chito Vera because I think Cheetah Vera has a daughter with special needs or something like that. So I think this is an old clip of him laughing or making a joke about Cheetah Vera's daughter or something. What's the comment? Thoughts on Cheetah Vera practicing his head kicks on his daughter, the special one. She wasn't born like that, but over time she became that. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Yo, I beg none of you super chat me like this, man. Don't ever, you guys, I beg you don't super chat me. I can't afford this. I'm too much of a small content creator. I won't survive like MMA guru. I don't have the skin tone. I don't have the subscriber count. I don't have the viewership. Do not super chat me like this. I beg of you. Do not troll me like this. I beg of you. Do not troll me like this. Do not super chat me like this. This is fucking awful. Oh my god.
Thank you for the $5. I appreciate you, Gina Carano. Thank you very much indeed. Thoughts on Cheeto Vera practicing his head kicks on his daughter? The special... Okay, shut up. Dude, don't say that shit. Thank you for the $5. Do you nom? Though is the question.
MMA Joey eating Cheeto's daughter impression.
Thank you for the $2. Pacey. MMA Joey eating Cheeto's daughter impression. He'd never eat a vegetable. Thank you for the $5 I nom. This guy acting like MMA Joey eats vegetables. Not possible to do the impression. Such a slob. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate your $5, Gina Carano. Cheeto explaining, shut up about Cheeto's daughter. I made one joke to hope it would die down. Stop. Thank you for the $5, dude. Into like the corners.
He can't go to a fight night, can he? He can't go to a live event, innit? Could you imagine what they'll do to him if they ever spot him in a fucking arena somewhere? The things he said about fighters over the years. He can definitely not go to a live fight. That's probably why he streams them all the time. But if he was ever to go to a live UFC event, he would get the beats put on him, bro. Like, Jesus Christ. Ooh.
Thank you for the $5, Gina Carano. Thoughts on Cheeto putting his daughter at... Shut up for the $5. Thank you for the $3 Australian, Xavier Cochlin. Who wins this Geodude versus Cheeto's daughter breakdown? Geodude. Thank you for the $2 to John Joe. Guys, seriously, stop letting me profit off of this. Thank you for the $2 barbecue Kermit. I appreciate you. Chael in Fedor fight versus Vera's daughter in Smart Off. I don't know. Thank you for the $2. Chael in Fedor fight versus Vera's daughter in... Okay, stop. Vera's daughter, though.
Stop the cap.
Chael in that Fedor fight, mate. Jesus. Thank you for the 20 Danish kroner, but MMA thoughts on... Oh, Jesus.
Yo, MMA fans are kind of crazy. Are kind of intense, isn't it? Like MMA fans, like this is intense. These are some intense super chats. I'm not going to lie. Shit, bro. Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
Thank you for the $3 Australian. Aspinall defends Cheeto's daughter from Jones impression. You know what? You can't just go around punting this cabbage. $3 Australian. Yeah, Volt can beat Golem for sure. Cheeto's daughter meeting Sid the Sloth. Shut up. For his whole life. Thank you for the $2, Gina Carano. The EDP meeting Cheeto's daughter impression. Oh, Sharp. I don't know, dude. Sharp. Oh, my word.
Can you stare in the camera and tell me what's wrong with Cheeto's daughter? I have no clue. I'm a casual and don't get the jokes. Please explain in detail.
Thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Can you stare into the camera and tell me what's wrong with Cheeto's daughter? I have no clue. I'm a casual and I don't get the jokes. Please explain in detail. No. Thank you for the $5. I'm not doing that now. Thank you for the $5, good sir.
I heard Vera's child had a dream. She was flying and woke up in the Jesus Christ. Anyways, yeah, so, you know, MA Guru's been out here saying some spicy stuff. There's another clip of him going off on Sneeko for being Muslim, allegedly. What's it about?
The problem is, yeah, Sneeko's fucking trying to justify why a 21-year-old should be able to marry a 15-year-old. And Charlie's out there justifying why children should be able to go through gender reassignment surgery and take part in the puberty blockers. They're both horrible takes and horrible people for the world. And that is like a clash of the two talking heads of the planet right now. It's fucking insane. They really are. They went L for L. Yeah, they did. But honestly, I know why Sneeko was saying what he did, because he's with Muslims now and they heavily believe they should be able to have sex with women that are underage because it's a part of their belief system, which is fucking insane, and that needs to be stamped out of the fucking world. As far as I'm concerned, we need to stomp it out of the fucking world because that's a horrible belief system. But I know
Jesus Christ.
Why he was bringing it up. He was bringing it up because he was saying, so they can't consent to marry someone, but they can have their organs chopped off, their sexual organs, which is why he was bringing that up. But I hate that he was bringing it up because it's fucking disgusting. I just wish he wasn't Muslim, dude. Just be based without being Muslim. It's so fucking lousy when people do that these days.
Fuck, you know. Yeah, big up Asazi. That's a good point. Guru sure does have a Taliban look to him for someone who hates Islam. He's very Jihadi John looking, isn't it? There was a guy. Is it Jihadi John? No. Who's that white kid? Was he a white kid, isn't it? The one that was in the Taliban, or the one that was in the one that was chopping people's heads off. Wasn't it a white kid? Am I mistaken? One of those kids. One of those old videos of them chopping off people's heads and stuff. I'm sure one of the guys was white and maybe even ginger, if I'm not mistaken. He kind of looks like him. That's the funny thing about it. So it is kind of funny that he's that he has these stored Islamophobic opinions and views. But yeah, that's MMA Guru for you, mate. That's MMA Guru for you. And this is his tweet. He says, I was fine with the pussies on here acting like I was a murderer because I called someone an inbred and told some guy spamming in my live chat to cry at the border, but now you're targeting DJ. I dropped the news early. The Mighty Guru show is over. DJ stood his base. Video dropping soon. I get it. A lot of you pussy bitch victims on here crying about a donation from 2019 words on a live stream, but the how does DJ collaborate with this guy stuff has got to stop. We spoke right after the pod dropped about it. I messaged him the other day saying I'm good to take it back. Okay. How to explain some of his stuff here? This is from 2019. Most of them are just me reading out super chat donations, telling them not to post shit like that. Oh, come on, brother. Make a dark joke, kill Tony level shit, cry about it more, pussy bitch. Take it up with Jimmy Carr, little bro. Plus, I didn't even make the joke. Okay, so he's standing on it. It's fine. DJ got to stay loyal to the fighters, and he can't do that with me talking all this shit about them. Gay as fuck that bitches cried on here, or it would have been announced next episode. This wasn't based on Twitter backlash. It was brewing. Okay, so he's standing on it at least. And here's another post to him explaining what happened. MA Guru, I got told to tone it all down when it comes to the more aggressive shit talk on the fighters by DJ and his team on the day after the fights. Not the first time, but it was the most serious time. Absolutely fair for them perspective. I thought about it and realized I couldn't do that. So essentially he got told to tone down the racism and he said, nah, fuck that, man. This is what I do. I do racism. I am racismo. Holy shit. I'm declaring holy war on all the Muslims. I hate them. That's what basically he's saying. Like, they told him to tone it down and he said, no, thank you. Okay. Fair play then, I guess. I thought about it, realized I couldn't do that, and I knew I would be leaving soon. Then once Twitter went off about it, I realized.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up, big up, big up.
You don't get that type of chat unless you have cultivated and nurtured it.
Bingo, 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 bingo. Most chats, most fan bases are very what's that word called? They're very like one for one, innit? It's a very it's a very symbiotic relationship. You don't really get a lot of communities or chats or whatever that are completely divorced from the content creator, you know? It doesn't work that way. Like, if your chat is toxic, you might be kind of toxic, you know? So yeah, big up Casey, I appreciate you. Then once Twitter went off about it and realized I was damaging DJ's image and relationships with fighters as people were starting to target him, so I messaged DJ to say I'm leaving the show. Crazy the story, which is, I don't think that's true, by the way. I think he said that fucked up shit about Islam the other day, VJDM, and obviously that was the last straw and they called it quits. I don't think he was the one that voluntarily, you know, flew himself on his sword and shit. I don't think that's true. Crazy that the stories all the major news pages on here just made up and ran with the kicks from the podcast for harassing Vera's disabled daughter. Like, what? I chose this happily. I chose this racist life. I'm content with my decision, having the 2 biggest months in my channel's history. I look forward to more on the same success in December 2026. I guess, man. I guess. Big up MMA Guru. I guess. Like, I don't know. I guess. Like, yeah, you make a lot of money and it's good, but it's like, he obviously loves MMA. He obviously loves the sport. He loves the UFC. You just have to never go to a fight, innit? You can never go to a fight card. I think he's aware of that, right? He can never slip one day, get confident, get happy, buy a ticket to Las Vegas, buy a flight to Las Vegas and go. He can never have that, really, that moment, really. Because if ever he was in, because I'm sure he said stuff about people he probably forgot. That's the thing about making much content that he has. He's probably said stuff about fighters that he's probably forgotten about. But they haven't forgot about it, you know? And if they ever saw him in real life, they would put hands and feet on him for sure. So yeah, it's an interesting lifestyle. It's an interesting way to go about doing things. But you know, if you want to stand on it, you want to stand on it. I guess more power to him. More power to him, I guess. I don't like having to watch my words. It bugs me out. I don't, brother, just stop being racist, innit? No one's telling you to watch your words and to completely nullify your content and shit. Maybe just stop being racist, no? I don't like to watch. I don't like to have watch my words. It bugs me out. The whole point of YouTube was to do my own thing. Woke up in a great mood today from this decision. Still have lots of respect for DJ and his team. They'll continue to do great content moving forward. I don't like having to watch my words. It's fucking crazy. He's making it sound like he's being controlled. He's being He's being muzzled. He's being fucking stripped of his fucking free speech. Stripped of his agency. It's like, brother, you're just being racist. Maybe just stop being racist. Stop being Islamophobic. Like, I don't know. It's not. I don't know. Hey, I don't know. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Everyone does what they have to do, innit? Everyone's got to do what they got to do. And that's it basically. Let's go to let's do fucking Brendan Shawberdy's wife. Sorry, I've been honey dicking you with this stuff. I'm really apologize. Let's end it with Brendan Shawberdy's wife. Where's the fucking tab with it? Oh, where is it? Where are you? Okay, look, let's just go here. Let's just do Brendan Shawberdy's wife. Let's go. Slo-Jo on The Fighter and the Kid.
This is really The Fighter and the Kid.
Come on, baby. Are we rolling?
Okay. Well, introduce.
Let's go. Joanna Schaub. and I want to just, I've known Joe now. I've known you.
Horrendous intro, by the way. Horrible intro.
Now keep this in mind. I've known you for 14 years.
Yes. Isn't
14.
That crazy?
And when my first wife, when I knew you were the girl, because when you met my daughter and you met some other kids, my niece,
they were young at the time.
My wife went, look at do you see how she looks at those children? Do you see how she stops everything? And do you see how she is completely focused on those kids? And I went, yeah. And then we immediately liked you because you were classy.
Then
You
we
were
played beach
class.
volleyball, remember?
All that was
play beach
good,
volleyball all the
but
time.
that was all part of the courting thing,
Mm-hmm.
dating, all good. You know, it was like you guys were both. This was new.
But what did
He's
I
doing
tell
his
you?
thing. Then I get a text.
Oh, I want to hear this.
I get a text after we'd hung out, and then you did something, and you went, "I miss Joe, bro. I miss Joe, bro." And I was like, "Huh? Huh?" And then that was that. And then I remember when you guys were kind of like, it was all good and everything else. And I was like, well, don't be getting pregnant right away here. Don't be getting crazy. You know? And he's like, you went like this. And I was like, oh boy, she got him.
Got him. You know, I'll never forget. Actually, we went to Scopa. It was like one of the first times.
The Gotham, was the Gotham a joke, or the Gotham was that she trapped him with a bit? Actually, oh yeah, I forgot. There may be some truth in the trapping. Do you remember that story that Brendan shared about when he told his dad that Joanna was pregnant for the first time? And he was pissed. Do you remember? Maybe there's some truth to it. Maybe there's some truth in the jokes. I remember Brendan sharing a story that he told his dad that Slo-Jo was pregnant for the first time, and he was not happy. He was not happy. I swear I remember him saying that. Like his dad said something like he didn't want to. Let's see if I can Google it. He didn't want them to have a kid or something. I swear he said something like that. Brendan, I don't know. Let's see if I don't know how I'm gonna find it. Brendan Shaw dad pregnant. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Pardon me. Let's see if I can get it here. His dad messed him up. Let's see this one. Is this one? His dad messed him up. His dad messed him up. Water. Okay, cool. I don't know about that one. This is a full-blown water cooler psychoanalysis. So whatever. But his dad is the one who fucked up Brendan. His lack of stable identity, his constant lying, his fickle interest, his obsession with status. This all screams to a kid who was pushed into sports by his dad. Sure has to be the best at everything he does. Okay, I don't know about that. Let's see. I'm sure there was a story that he shared about his dad not being happy. How can I search this? Let's see. Is it Papa Schaub? What did he say? He said something. Let's see if I can find it. Oh fuck. Maybe if I do the Fire and the Kid Reddit. Bear with me a second here. But I'm pretty sure there was something he said about his dad not being happy that they got pregnant straight away. Let's see. Let me write pregnant. Let me write pregnant in the stream chat in there. Pregnant in the search bar. Will anything come up here? Cow's pregnant. He's giving mystery pills to his pregnant wife. Sociopath, red band, 13 months pregnant. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna find it, but I'm sure that clip does exist. By the way, is this true? Look at this clip. Hold on. Where's this clip? He's giving mystery pills to his pregnant wife. What? What?
He says jam on it now because I say it around the house.
That's funny.
Because my girl, you know,
he's gonna find out what that really, the origin of it is.
Well, he knows because my girl, you know, she's not feeling well. You know, she's pregnant, so she hasn't been feeling well. Mm-hmm. And someone was like, "Oh, you should try this like natural herb medicine. It helps with nausea." So I give it to my girl. I didn't read the label, and I'm like, "Take 3 of these." She's like, "What is it?" I'm like, "Just try it. You're always like anti-medicine. I'm like, just try it." Takes 3 of them. And I was reading the label. I'm like, "That's not good." causes like stomach issues.
Oh no! Oh no!
Dude, so she was blowing up the bathroom,
Oh, no.
and then I kept going, jam on it. And then the other day, she was going to the bathroom, and I hear boss go, jam on it.
Oh, he said it?
says jam on.
Oof. Like, she's a keeper, innit? If you give your wife dodgy pills and she starts farting while she's pregnant, and then you start mocking her about it, and she's okay with you, she's definitely a keeper, innit? She's definitely a fucking keeper, because that doesn't sound like it's funny. That doesn't sound funny to me. I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, this iconic. Remember this iconic picture? Yeah. Jesus Christ. What the fuck was that all about, huh? Who knows? Brendan talks about the Mexican trying to get pregnant while he's on TRT on Rogan. Doesn't even mention miscarriage. Does that cause miscarriage? Is that true? If you're on TRT, you can what? I don't think that's what they said, but still. Can't find it. Anyway, let's forget about it. I can't find the clip, but I'm sure it does exist. I'm sure people in the stream chat know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you remember that particular confession that Brendan made about his dad not being happy that he got Joanna pregnant so quickly. I wish I could remember. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's continue.
That was the first time I met you, actually.
Right.
And you said, you looked at me and you looked at Brendan and you said, oh, you guys are going to have X-Men babies. I'll never forget that comment.
That's the one. Big up Asad Aziz. That's what, yeah. I remember Brendan broke the news to his dad and his dad's reaction was like, you can abort it. So yeah, exactly. That's the one. Something along those kind of lines. You're right. You got it.
That's the first
that's
thing you
because
said.
I was standing behind you. And I literally was like, excuse me. I mean, I have to say something. This is a little out of hand. The whole situation's a little out of hand. Like, I think I looked at it, I was like, Joe, do you mind?
Yeah. Then we played beach volleyball. I'm like, best ass you've ever seen, Brad.
Oh, well, yeah, she's in a bikini, but but also a good athlete. So I'm like,
oh,
what
yeah,
the fuck is going on?
So what are they talking about her ass? Isn't this what AKAASH Singh's wife did then? This is Bryan complimenting her bum and shit. Okay, great.
You were diving for the balls.
I was diving. I was spiking, jumping, serving.
It's like Neil Brennan has a funny joke where he says if somebody built a building like you, they'd be like, this is not a safe building. It's not structurally sound. But you were jumping and doing all the athletic
Wow, I feel
shit.
really good today. Thanks, B.
Well, it's about time. We've been doing this podcast for 13
I know. And people have asked why we've never had her
I'm
on.
real.
I know.
I'm here. I'm real.
Yeah.
I exist.
The internet thought I was gay. What's up now?
Well, you are a little gay.
I mean, we
but
hired
still.
her, but yeah,
Still.
sure.
Getting paid on the side, you know.
Yeah. What's Brennan like at home? Same.
Yeah, he's pretty much the same.
Work
I
mode?
feel like work mode sometimes. Yeah, like I'll be like, "What's up with your phone?" He goes, "I'm dealing with stuff." I'm like, "All right, he's dealing with stuff," but he's actually
Addies and baddies. That's what he's dealing with. Addies and baddies. Addies and by the way, what's wrong with is her lips really lumpy? Has she got like a coleslaw or something? Does she always have stuff on her lip, or is it just because of the Botox? I feel like she's got like some sort of lump, some sort of like stuff going on there. Something, I don't know. Very distracting. Something going on there. Is it, or am I seeing things? Feels like there's some sort of like bubble, some sort of pus. I don't know what's happening there.
a cuddle bug. He's like a big teddy bear at home. Or even sometimes I'm like, okay, boo, you know, like we got the kids around. My parents are with us right now, so I'm like, back up
All
a
up
little
on that
bit,
ass.
all up on. And then he's like going like this.
Is that right? He's a
I'm
squeezy
like,
squeeze.
Hey, man, my mom's right there.
Really?
you know?
He's a bit of a squeezy
He's
squeeze.
a squeezer all day, 24/7.
You don't say. Well, you know,
Addies and baddies.
We used to hang.
Yeah.
There was a time where he and I would be
That's
like,
all
what
we
are we
did.
doing tonight? We'd go bar, food, laughs. It was a hangout thing.
The best.
And then he became the ultimate homebody.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard for
right?
me to get him out of the house nowadays.
He won't go anywhere.
I'm like,
I don't
hey,
do
I
shit
want to be a
unless it's the
social butterfly
kids.
here. Let's go. And he's like, let's just stay home. And I'm like, because I'm a homebody too.
Yeah.
But sometimes I like to be a little social. So that's where we're like,
I don't like to do shit these
But
days.
to drive 45 minutes into town.
I wonder if they're not going outside it's just because he's afraid he might bump into some baddies and shit. I know he tries to sell it as like, oh yeah, I want to be a dad. I love being at home with my kids. But I get the feeling that when he's at home, he's probably on his phone the whole time anyway. You know, I don't know. I don't really get the feeling he's like active, like, you know, he's like present, you know, around. But I wonder if he wants to avoid going out just in case he bumps into somebody that he might have fucked, you know, like. I don't know. I'm getting that feeling. I don't know why, but I get that feeling. I get that feeling.
Austin, yeah.
It's a tough one.
Yeah. See, now I'm with him there now. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. We'll just cook at
But
home.
now it's like not even an option with the kiddos. It's like
Yeah, we have too
tonight.
much shit going on.
Yeah, like tonight, like
Exhausted.
when they start playing like competitive sports, it's like Bossy has wrestling tonight at 5:30. Tiger has baseball for 2 hours at 5:30. So I'm there. And then by the time you get home, it's 8.
But let's be honest. Like when I'm home with my kids, there's nowhere I'd rather be.
Oh yeah, I mean they drive me nuts.
But it's also rare we're at home with them. Like yours are little. Like they're.
Yeah, like Billy,
I'm
I'm
like
with
a
her.
glorified Uber driver that knows sports for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if they have some questions, I got you.
That's a good point. Big up Coiler. He can't go outside with big gay lion looking for him. That's a good point. And BGL, like, say what you want about the guy, but that guy is volatile. You know, like. Brendan has no idea what's gonna happen with BGO. He could bump into BGO and they could have a big like hug. Cause I could see BGO seeing Brendan in real life and like just hugging him and they'd be, oh man, I miss you, you know? Like, cause I think deep down, you know, there's still a bit of love there. Although they ended on bad terms, I think deep down there's still a lot of love there. Cause weirdly enough, BGO would never admit it. You probably see it as if you probably get offended by this, but they have a lot in common. They do have a lot in common, so I could see a scenario where BJ would see Brendan outside and would just want to, hey man, let's just let bygones be bygones. But there's also a possibility BJ could see Brendan outside and just throw a chair at him, you know, go for a double leg, you know what I mean? So spear him or something like that, and you know you can't risk that. So it makes a lot of sense why he's not outside. He doesn't want to get He doesn't want to get jumped on. He doesn't want some random baddie to start chewing him out in public and get his missus strapping on the floor. He also doesn't want BGL to, you know, try and fight him in the streets either.
Yeah, but
my brother-in-law, same way. I mean, he's gone. Always like just with the soccer.
Like you don't have much, like if literally like friends come in town, like Theo's in town or whoever, if they're like, hey man, let's meet for coffee. I'm like, dude, I don't know when I would do it.
Yeah.
Unless you can do it in the morning, but that's not fun.
Right. Well, they're sleeping in the morning, sir.
Yeah, I get up at 5.
They're at school.
Yeah.
I get up at 5 to get like my coffee. I think, you know, I get on my phone for a little bit because once they're up,
well,
up. They're up.
Yeah.
Billy's up. I'm ready to go. It's on.
And they're just wild. Like
Wild.
yesterday in the car, you know, in the car for 3.5 hours. Tiger's a
I
big
probably
kid.
yelled 10 times.
You're just yelling at him. And Tiger be farting, man.
It's so disgusting.
Because now he's 10 and he's cute, but he's big, boy. He's big.
Boy. Yeah,
he got that big ass.
Yeah,
That he
him and his
inherited
brother.
from his mother.
Yeah.
Well, the big ass.
Yeah.
Not
The big ass he inherited from his mother. Didn't you get your big ass from the fucking surgeon's table? Don't get me wrong. I think there's old clips of her where she does look like she has like a, you know, a waist going on there, but she's acting as if the ass that she has now is like not being fucking given to her by Dr. Miami. Like, come on, man, relax, lady, relax. Let's not lie. Let's not lie now. Let's not lie.
The mornings,
They think it's
the
so
mornings,
funny, though?
It's noise all day and it's all bathroom humor.
Yeah.
My son, because he hangs out with my older son, and it's all about let me fart in your nose.
Yeah.
Let me.
It's
let me
what they do.
poo.
Yeah,
That's
they
what
take
do.
turns farting,
Yeah.
and it's
That's what
disgusting.
they do.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Boys.
I know. But now I got Billy. She's on my team. You know, we're
You
going to
got
be
your
like,
girl.
see ya. We're
Is
going to
she
drive her
girly?
home. She's super girly. Yeah. She's super girly. And now she does this face when you don't give her something. She's like,
Yeah, we want that though. You don't want a big ass softball like warlock lesbian, you know. And with my genes, we don't want her to look like me.
Well, you don't want
Like we're hoping she's feminine, small, cute.
It's a big giant gal.
She's not Tiger with a fucking wig on, you know.
yeah, no, that'd be devastating.
Who says this? Truly, who says this? Who says stuff like this about their kids? Truly. Who talks about their kids in this way? This is such a... At least they're being honest, I guess. At least they're being honest and they're being upfront about it. But who talks about their kids in this way? Wow. So what, you'd be devastated if your daughter's a tomboy? What? Why the fuck would it matter? So they do this type of parenting where I guess they're trying to force... They're these type of parents, isn't it? Where I think we obviously got the hint. It's obvious to tell from looking on the outside. They're clearly trying to push the boys to be more like into sports. They're not letting them play video game. I don't think they even got a console, right? I don't think they got phones. So they don't buy them phones. They don't let them play video games, and they push them to play sports, or they make them sign up to do sports, or they tie the sports to treats and shit. And then I guess with the girl Billy, it's Slo-Jo's position, and her role is to make her super girly, quote unquote, so that she's not butch, so that she's not a tomboy or something. It's like, and so what if she ended up looking like Brendan with a wig? Like, isn't that your doll? Isn't that she's got your genes? She's gonna look like one of you anyway. Why the fuck would it matter? Like, you want your daughter to be hot? Like, in your eyes, conventional, like what? Like what? Like, I just don't even get what's going on here. This is so weird.
Name's Billy.
Yeah.
Back and forth.
She's a little bit more demure.
Yes. She hangs with the boys though. She can hang with the boys.
Yeah, she likes playing with her cars.
When I do see big men and big women together, I'm like, here's to having boys.
Right.
Tough to have.
Well, yesterday we were at the football thing, and this massive kid who was basically my size running on the field. Bren was talking to the dad, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm 6'4", my wife is 6'2", and I'm like, "Well, that's why the kid's a giant."
Well, in Los Angeles, there is an absolutely beautiful, and I mean beautiful, professional volleyball player. She was every bit of 6'1", maybe 6'2", and when I say she was beautiful, I can't describe it more. And she had a thing for this guy. She just thought I was the funniest dude. And I was like, man, I would just love to.
You got to think about the future, bud.
I know, but I'm light in the ass. And what got me is she just grabbed my shoulder.
Oh, that would bother me.
And she's just bigger. And she was just in her hand. And I was like, that's a hand.
Yeah, I can't do it.
You're so funny. And I was like, oh, man, I'm a baton.
Okay. Well, on Tiger's...
What's that story? So you met a 21-year-old girl that is a friend of your friends or something, and you went to some of the stories that Brian Callen shares. I think he should keep them to himself. I think Brian should keep some of the stories about the stuff that I think he should keep him to, because that was a weird story. Who was that 21-year-old girl? Was he just randomly watching some volleyball in a fucking local park? Was this 21-year-old a friend, a daughter of his friends, or like, who was this person? Jesus. And why is he mentioning it to that's a conversation you say with the lads, isn't it? Why is he mentioning this conversation when Brendan's wife's in the room? What, you wanted to fuck her or something? Why are you telling huh? Such a strange story. Okay.
The travel ball football team, there's this Nigerian, he's from Nigeria, born and raised. His kids are freaks. And he's not that big.
No, he's like Tiger's height, just a little...
No, I'm saying the dad.
Oh, the dad. No, he's probably like 5'8".
5'8". And his daughter, she's
5'11". And
they're very similar, isn't it? What is, like, do you have these conversations with people in your regular life? What is it? Is this almost like what is it called? What do you call it again? This is like a breeding conversation, isn't it? Is this normal for parents? This obsession with like size and height and like what is this? So odd. No, like normal. When I hear parents usually talking about other kids, it's like, oh my god, such a good kid, so kind, so caring, so loving. Oh my god, so attentive, so smart. Oh, that kid fell over and he went over and to make sure that kid was okay. this kid didn't have a drink, so he gave him a bit of his. Like, this is all like, oh yeah, 7 foot. Like, this is like, this weird breeding conversation is odd.
She's 13.
Okay. You'll love this. You're gonna love
Nigerian.
This. His oldest,
Warriors.
his oldest son's 6'5", 300 pounds,
320
shredded.
pounds.
He's All-American at Northwestern as a freshman. And I go,
This is Nigerian.
So I ask him, I go, dude, like, you're not, no disrespect, you're not like huge. How are your kids so fucking big? What's his wife's what?
His wife's brothers. The shortest one is 6'7". Short
He's
one.
like, that's why I do.
That's what we call African giants.
Giant.
Okay. That's West Africa, Biafra coast. Not only gigantic, but all fast twitch, explosive power.
Slo-Jo regretting fucking Brendan, then, isn't it? It's such a weird conversation because it's like, let's take them at their word, right? Let's take them at their word, and let's take them, whatever. Surely, if you're trying to breed like a next level, high level fucking athlete, Slo-Jo probably is not the best person for it. Neither is probably Brendan, really. He didn't really, maybe he's got the size, but he didn't really achieve much in sports. There's not much athleticism there. It doesn't seem like, even for his, I don't know. It's not, apart from his size, there's nothing going for him. So maybe either party's not the best person to kind of get with if you want to create a super athlete, So that's really funny. That's the really funny part about this whole conversation. They're both acting as if like they have like superior genes. So I don't know.
Monsters.
And he's great too, because I go, yeah, Tiger's wrestling is, you're doing exactly what I do with my oldest, who's this monster. And he goes, he even wrestled in high school. I go, he was that big. He goes, yeah. I go, what happened? He goes, oh no. He just ragdoll. And yeah, he's like, never lost, just fucking ragdoll. He's huge.
He's a huge
kid.
He's
Very
a
different
kid.
thing. That's right. Well, it's just a different, like, there was a guy.
She keeps saying, look what she's saying, huge.
Kid.
Very
He's a
different
kid.
thing. That's right.
She saw something she liked, isn't it? I think she must have saw that kid in some grey sweatpants. He's huge. I think she saw that kid in some grey sweatpants, didn't she? She saw that high school kid in grey sweatpants, and she thought, oh, he's a kid. He's huge.
Well, it's just a different, like, there was a guy, I don't know if you remember this. He worked at the Denver Improv when we did a live show, Fighter and the Kid show in Denver. And he was from like Senegal, but he was American. He was probably 260 pounds, 6'4". He'd never done a sport in his life. And his arms were this big. He was like kind of a nerd intellectual.
Born that way.
As big and as strong as it gets. And he trained a little bit. He did a little, but you could see he was an intellectual nerd in a giant's body.
He's like what's his name? Beast.
He had bowling
X-Men.
balls for arms,
shoulders.
and this everything. Like what you'd see an NFL defensive end.
Yeah.
And I was joking around, and he was like this. He was doing this, like, and he was kind of pretending, and he went like that and hit my hand.
You're like,
ow.
My hand still hurts.
Yeah, you're like,
his
ow.
bones were so thick that he
They're
got
just
like
big people.
What's
Well,
interesting
Tiger
about-
has big bones too.
Tiger's so
massive.
his hands are like baby. They're so big.
Yeah.
His hands are just
I
fucking
grabbed.
big.
Listen, I was tickling him when we were in Alaska.
Yeah, big up there. Yeah, exactly. They are perfect to build a precision redact. Exactly. Big up Stannis. They've put all their eggs into trying to get their kids into a premier D1 college in the next 8 years. This is sports parents convo. They're worried if their kid will hit the lotto after puberty. Yeah. I don't even know, like, you know what I worry about, which is really that you know, the concerning thing about should be for them, less about the fucking puberty lottery and just about, I don't know, I get the feeling the way especially Brendan talks about his kids in sports, why if they just wake up one day and they're just not on it anymore, and they're just like, no, fuck off, I don't want to do this anymore, and they just get through their, and they're in their little rebellious stage. I don't think he's accounting for it, you know. I think he kind of has this idea that he can control his kids all the way until the end. So I don't think it's going to work out that way. It's going to break their heart. That's going to be even more heartbreaking, right? If legitimately Tiger does grow up to be like a super athlete, but just decides, nah, fuck that. I'm not into it anymore. My dad kind of made it not fun. I'd rather not do it, you know? It's going to literally devastate Brendan. It's going to devastate Slo-Jo too, because she's clearly banking on her kids becoming an athlete so she can, you know, buy loads of nice things. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I'm wrestling with him, and I was like, what the? Hey, man.
Yeah.
This kid's like a
problem.
I got my 14-year-old is built like me. This kid is like,
Yeah, Tiger's a different.
But that Nigerian dad, it's like some people won't get like that Nigerian dad. They put the same expectations on their kiddos, like Latina, like Mexicans do. Like there's an expectation.
Oh yeah,
where
if you're
it's super
Mexican,
strict.
you better play soccer
Or baseball.
at some type of level. Otherwise, you're a disgrace to the
They
family.
don't fuck around, man. The Nigerians don't either. Like you know,
Mexicans don't fuck.
But that's not all of them, though, isn't it? That's only the ones that you're meeting at this sports thing, or you know, in this sports community. He's acting as if like every parent of immigrants is like pushing their kids to sport. If anything, it's the opposite. I know, especially in a lot of African countries, a lot of parents are like, I've grew up with a lot of kids. I grew up with a lot of kids, especially from my side of London, or my part of London. A lot of Ghanaians, a lot of Nigerians, a lot of even Caribbean people, where they had kids who were fucking super talented at football, super talented at basketball, represented the borough, represented the fucking, you know, the country, played at a super high level in school, but their parents never let them go pro because they were pushing them to education. No, you have to go and study, you have to go and do medicine. Do you know what I mean? You have to go and become an architect, you have to become and do this, whatever. So I don't think it's the case across the board. There are some that will push them to sports, but I think most immigrant parents would usually push their kids in traditional fields, you know? But yeah, what do I know?
She's
her
and
her mom. But hold on. I know you're like, oh, you're overbearing, dad. Okay. Tiger was having a rough game and his attitude got bad. I'll ride it out. I know how sports goes. There's tents. There's tents that all the parents sit in. It's the bottom of the third. I see the tent come down. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? She's like, we're not partaking in this. We're leaving. That's her mom.
And
Tiger
her
goes,
mom.
Tiger goes, Dad, where'd grandma and mom go? I go, dude, you gotta play better. Your attitude, shit, man. They're going home.
Yeah, that's you roll the house with an iron fist. There's no fucking around.
But see,
oh,
Tiger,
she's stalling. I'm the fun guy, unless it's sports.
Yeah, no, I'm the hammer at the house because you need it. But we talk about this all the time. Like with Tiger, since he was a baby, I mean, he destroyed his room when he was 13 months old because he didn't want to be in the crib, and he's just been that kid all the time where you have to keep him here, right? And give him structure and be like, Tiger, we're getting up at 6 till 8 p.m.
Sounds like Brendan, doesn't it? He sounds like a carbon copy of Brendan.
Or he will run.
He'll walk all over you.
Walk all
He
over
needs
you.
discipline like
he needs
a
discipline,
motherfucker.
and I need to keep him here, right? So when you don't do that, good luck.
It's
He's
gonna be a
just
problem.
gone.
I have a prediction. I think weirdly enough, the kid that they don't really seem to really bother about, or the one that Brendan doesn't seem to really bother about, which is Boston. I think Boston might end up being the prodigal. He might end up being the sports guy. He might end up being the kid that actually goes far. I think Tiger's he's gonna do his own thing. I think Tiger's gonna break Brendan and Slo-Jo's heart and just like quit and be fucking do his own thing. Boston might carry on doing it, but I don't think Tiger will. I got a feeling I think they put like he gets too much of their attention. I think he wants to be. I think he'll get to a point where he want to be left alone. He gets too much of their attention, too much, because they think he's going to be the next Tom Brady or something. I don't know, but yeah, I've got a feeling Boston's going to be the one.
Even at school, like I tell the teachers, Tiger is amazing. He's super smart, super social kid, good kid, but you got to be strict. Otherwise, he's going to run that classroom and you're going to be like, what?
But that's our problem in schools now. It's like we had parent-teacher conference meeting or whatever, and like, yeah, he's kind of messing around and doing this, and I'm like, well, give him detention. What did you guys do? They're like, yeah, it's not really our responsibility. I'm like, well, no, hold on. If you're just going to allow him to run amok, he's 10. He's going to fucking run amok.
That's what I say.
Put him in the corner.
Yeah, I told the teachers.
There's no detention now.
Take away his lunch. Take away recess.
Take away recess.
Starve his ass.
Do something.
Right.
This day and age, even in Texas, they don't do much.
Starve his art. You're encouraging starve him. We do it all the time. What? Starve his ass? Do you think they're joking? That's how I know. That's how I know that when he plays badly, Brendan for sure, like, he denies him food on the way home. Whatever Brendan had promised him previously, he definitely denies him. He definitely says, "Yeah, nah, no more food for you. You didn't score enough home runs."
They didn't.
I said, get a ruler, hit his ass.
Really?
Look how thick his ass is. Hit him in the ass.
Smack him around.
Smack him around.
What do you guys, you and Brendan, I think the fans want to know, what do you guys fight about? Do you ever like have to bring the hammer down?
Let's take a little break here because we're only a few weeks in.
By juris.
Only
Because
thing
you
I
guys
fight
have different parenting styles.
We have way different parents.
You're a little bit more, you're way stricter.
Super strict.
He's a softer touch.
He's the pushover.
I am too. That's how
It's
my
not
wife
even on
is.
pushover. My thing is the kids make a mistake. I'm not going to dwell on it, let it ruin the day. You threw an interception. Let's move on. But to her point, Tiger's like, yeah, let's move on, and then just does it again.
But it does. He
Yeah, so
keeps
my
doing
wife
it.
is exactly the same dynamic. I just am not, I'm a bad cop. She comes from a family where you got hit if you fucked around.
My mom, I was 21, and my mom slapped me across the face because she said something, and I went, that's the only thing I did. I went, she goes, "Excuse me?" And I was like, oh, I was in shock at 21 years old, in shock that I just got slapped by my mom. And I was like,
Can I tell you something?
But I'm completely against hitting kids.
Yeah, I know. But can I tell you something about Latin culture? Like
That's what
when
we
I'm
do.
in Miami, and I do this joke where I'm like, at California, white people are like, yeah, I understand you're having a big feeling.
Let's talk about your
honor where
feelings."
you are.
Yo, this is like, no offense, but this is kind of shit, innit? Like, why did they do this as a pod? I don't know, put this on a Patreon or something. This is a main podcast. It's a terrible idea. Comedy, but like, you've got to be a real fan to like enjoy this. You've got to be a real diehard fan to like what. This is a definite skip. If you're a Tfatk fan and you see Slo-Jo's name on the guest list, and this is how the dynamic is, it's not even fun. They're not even being silly. They're actually having like a serious parent conversation. Or couples. It's like, I thought, like, if you're not going to be silly and fuck around and talk about embarrassing moments and funny stuff, like, what the fuck is this? This is awful, man. Like, this is really, like, but you know what also I get from this? I get the feeling they think they're bigger celebrities than what they are as well. You know, that's what I get from it. I get the feeling that they deep down think they're way bigger celebrities than what they actually are. Like, you know? Like, Brendan and fucking Slo-Jo think they're fucking David Beckham and Victoria Beckham and shit. I mean, they think they're David and Victoria out here for sure.
Honor where I am.
Yeah,
we meet in the middle.
no.
This is a Dominican mother. What the fuck did you say?
Oh, the chancla, la
And
pala.
throws her-
My kids know what the
And
pala
it
is.
kind of works.
What is it called? What is
La
it?
pala.
Pala.
La pala.
La
La
pala.
pala,
La
okay? It's
pala.
what I cook with.
Yeah.
And it's wood.
It's a wood spoon.
And
But to her
freaking
point, it
Tiger,
does
he's like,
work.
Oh,
Mom's
wait,
gonna
wait.
get you with the pala. Like when he's messing around, or like there's been times where I've caught them, and Tiger sneaks into the kitchen and he grabs the pala and he's like pretending to be me with Boss, and he goes, "I'm gonna hit you with the pala," and he starts like, but I'm like, all right, I'm gonna get the fucking pala, you know, and then they're like, oh, okay, no pala, you know, and then they
This
calm
is
down.
cultural, by the way. I hope
Yeah.
everybody knows. It's not like we live in a very new age time where like just being like there. And I understand
how's
the
it going?
argument.
And how's it going?
Going awful.
Show me
How's
the
it
toughest
going?
kid you see these days.
Because part of life is a bala. And
Yeah, the
worse.
bala in the face
It's
and the
way
nalgas.
worse in life. My buddy says it all the time. I love the saying. He goes, his son was miserable. He said, "What the fuck?" Now his kids are high performers. And he goes, listen to me. Life's a kick in the nuts. I love you enough to be a bigger kick in the nuts.
Yeah, it's
And
gonna do you
that's the
better.
way it is.
Yep.
And when you see that, when you're grown up with boundaries and self-reliance, and you just have a better time in life.
Oh, B, you'll relate to this though when you talk about. Usually we fight over the kids. It's usually Tiger's the main culprit.
We fight
He's
about
always the other kids are easy. Another thing we fight about is because we talk for a living like this on a podcast. So this isn't a character. So when I emphasize stuff and I'm dramatic about stuff and the way I'm very direct, you and me talk to each other, I talk to everybody like that.
Oh, yeah.
So when I come home and
like I said this before, but I don't know why you'd admit this with a smile on your face, like with a smirk. Like that just shows that you're an absolute idiot, you know? That shows that you're an absolute like bona fide redact if you don't have an ability to temper or to alter the way you speak to people based on who they are, based on the scenario. Like if you're operating under the proviso that your podcast personality is who you actually are at all times, and you speak to people like that across the board, it's fucking insane. You actually should be a little bit of a character on your fucking podcast because it's a fucking show. You want to be entertaining, you know? And then when you're away from your show, you should be a little bit dialed down. I don't know. You should be maybe talking to people like differently. I don't know. Don't you talk to your grandmother differently than how you talk to your fucking uncle? Don't you talk to your friend differently to how you talk to your fucking brother? Don't you talk to the person at the bar different who they talk to someone at church? Obviously, you calibrate how you speak to different people. Like, what is this? Like, why would you admit, oh no, I talk to everybody the same? Such a bonehead, isn't it? It's so fucking dumb. Literally has the emotional fucking range of a cardboard box.
it's super direct, it usually doesn't go well. You know what I'm saying? Like that should be like, who the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, that's my verbiage though.
Oh, no. I said to my wife the other day, I go, well, that's a retarded thing to do, right? Because that's what a retard does.
They're really lucky anyway, to be fair, with their partners. All of them seem to be really lucky. Maybe it's a
powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Casey Shuffle.
Bro is out here clamping everyone in sight.
Absolutely insane. Legitimately insane. Basically. Big up Casey Shuffle. I think they're all lucky. When you think about, Bert, all these guys, I think they're all lucky with who they ended up with and what they put up with, because this isn't. Imagine talking to your wife this way and then admitting later on that you didn't know it was a bad thing. And he seems sincere. I don't think Brian's lying or joking or being a troll. I think he's being sincere here. Like, he generally didn't think it would be an issue to talk or to refer to his wife as a R word, or to say that she did something R worded. It's like, number one, you should be saying that to anybody across the board, unless you're trying to be offensive. But imagine only realizing it later. Oh yeah, true, I shouldn't have said that. Brother, you're nearly 60. You're 60 plus years of age. You're on your second marriage and you don't know how to speak to women correctly. You don't know how to treat, I don't know. You should at least learn. I don't know. What a fascinating thing to admit.
Because I was in a bad mood.
Didn't go well.
It didn't go well for me.
I'm sure.
That was a bad day. My wife went, who are you talking to? Because you're not talking to me that way, right? She went, you're not talking to me. She literally was like, it was like.
Yeah, it was like laser.
She went, excuse me? Well, who are you talking? And I was like, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that would be something. I'm like fucking backtracking.
Yeah.
I got scared.
The worst ever is we'll mess around, always joking around. We're like, bitch, you crazy, or bitch, please, mess around with that. Yeah. And then we're actually arguing. And I was like, bitch, because I'm just used to saying it. And I was like, oh, no.
What happened that night? His ass had to go to the upstairs bedroom.
Upstairs.
Really?
I took my stuff upstairs.
I was like, nope. I said, I'm not going to talk anymore. It was just a
slip, because I've been saying bitch so many times.
I said, what did you say?
You're not
as soon as I said, I went, oh no.
Learning how to fight. I had a dentist when I got married. He goes, learn how to fight. It's really important. It's the best advice in the world. You can't call each other's names. You can complain, but you can't. No, I never would call me a bitch,
but then he went.
Marriage advice from the dentist. Just hopeless, isn't it? Marriage advice from the dentist. And it's the first time he ever heard about it, by the way. It blew his mind when someone told him, don't call your wife names. Oh yeah, true. Wow. Wow. I shouldn't call my wife names. Wow. Okay, I shouldn't insult my wife. Shit. Fuck, I didn't know that. Dentist. Thank you so much.
upstairs and we didn't sleep together.
But we never left the house. Like it's never been so bad we leave the house.
But you guys respect each other.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You just do.
Oh yeah.
I think in the 14 years that we've been together, we've kind of like we've both obviously grown up very much.
Yeah.
You know, I was in my mid-20s when we met. I wasn't a mom. I didn't have
Grown up very much. Did she graduate college? Grown up very much. Those kids better make it in sports. But that's the thing though, sometimes if you get two parents that are redacted, it usually sometimes breeds really smart kids. Really, like, I think a lot of, like, you know, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of like super high IQ kids don't really come from parents that have super high IQs themselves. Like sometimes the you know, the ordinary, the most kind of, you know, mundane parents usually sometimes can breed some super intelligent children. But yeah, we grew up very much as fucking insane.
all these other things. So I think when you are in your 20s, when you don't have kids, right, your fights are different.
Yeah.
Because I was like passionate, and if we fought, I was like, no, we're going to figure it out right now, and we're going to talk about it. And he's like, nope, don't want to talk about it, don't want to figure it out, whatever, right? So then that would make me more mad. So I was like, what do you mean? Like, we have to figure this out. Whatever, fast forward to now, I'm just like, I don't have the energy anymore to figure it out and talk about it and like, tell me, let's vote. You know, I'm just like, you know what?
Kids.
We're going to just, we're just going to, I'm going to go to sleep.
Yeah.
I'm going to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And tomorrow morning, we'll see where we're at
And
when
when
we
she
wake up.
says growing up, more so on my side than hers.
No, I know that you, what bit.
Big up MK. Yeah, I said that too. Big up MK. I think Boston will be the savior of the family. Big up MK. I said exactly the same thing. I think the one kid who they seem to like overlook or don't really seem to pay much attention to, I think Brendan especially, he seems to love Tiger the most. That's definitely his favorite. I definitely think Boston will end up being the one. I feel like they're gonna burn Tiger out. Don't obviously be better if he doesn't happen, but I feel like the way Brendan talks about Tiger and his sports and the little, you know, the little disagreements they have from time to time and the little temper tantrums or the little sort of like, you know, strops that he has, I think they're gonna burn Tiger out. They're definitely gonna burn him out at some point, I'd imagine. If not, fair enough, but I think so. And I saw that clip of Boston playing fucking flag football. He looked kind of handy. He looked kind of handy, to be fair. I'm not gonna lie. He was moving. Boston was fucking moving. So I think he might end up being the dark horse. He might end up being someone that actually does go really far, you know? So let's see. Who knows? Even fucking Billy, you never fucking know. They're talking about Billy like she's fucking, you know, like she's a fucking goner. Who knows? Billy might even end up being the one surprising all of them, you know?
This is what you have in common with Danny, in my opinion. Like, Danny knows exactly who she is, and she knows exactly what her boundaries are, and she knows why they're there. And you were always that way. I know from him, I know there are certain things that were not going to fly. Like, there were certain things. It's like when you're in Australia, okay, in the outback, and you're in a body of water. You can fish and you can stay on that boat. Everyone knows you're going to have a great time and catch some fish. We also know you don't get in the water and go swimming because you're going to die. And you have a moat. There's a moat that we know is full of crocodiles. And that's my wife too. It's like there are certain things that just aren't going to fly and everything else is going to be beautiful.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And that's been a lot of our relationship. He
14
knows
years.
when to not.
14 fucking years?
14. I don't believe that sometimes. I'm like, no, it's probably been like 5 or 6. But then I'm like, well, no, we have an almost 10-year-old. I was pregnant for a whole miserable year. So that's 11, you know.
How can you be pregnant for a year? How's that possible? And why are you describing your pregnancy as being miserable? Why are you saying that about your kids? Why are you saying that? Why are you doing that? Can you be pregnant for 12 months? Is that possible? Is that possible?
Plus the 2.5 before that. That's 14 years. That's so long. It's crazy.
Yeah. But also, I wasn't like winning any husband awards or dad awards to start.
It was tough.
Listen, man, join the club.
Yeah.
You know,
we were, especially when you were doing comedy too.
That was the worst. That was the worst time for us.
For us.
Sorry. Big up Brendan, man. Big up Brendan. Maximum respect to Brendan for brainwashing his wife, as we say in the UK, twanging his missus. Big up Brendan for successfully twanging his missus into believing the reason why he cheated on her so many times was because he was doing stand-up comedy. Genius move, mate. Genius fucking move to twang your missus to believe that the reason why you cheated on her so many times was because you were doing stand-up comedy. Not because you disrespected her, not because you didn't give a fuck, not because you led with your dick, not because you just whatever. You know what I mean? None of those things. No personal accountability, no personal principle. It was all stand-up's fault. Stand-up is the reason why you cheated so much. Stand-up is the reason why you weren't present. You weren't an active dad. You weren't a good partner. You weren't a good husband. It was stand-up's fault. And she's repeating it. She's, yeah, that's true. Stand-up. That's brilliant. Big up Brendan.
Traveling and all that.
Late at night at the comedy store, running amok with, our boys.
Running amok.
And then here I am at
drinking
night
a
dealing
ton.
with the kids.
Yeah.
By myself.
That's
which created
by myself? Really? Were you by yourself, really? You told us you had nannies 5 days a week. Were you by yourself, really, though? I get it. You still have to be with the kids, but still, were you really by yourself? Come on, girl.
resentment.
Well, when I pay out, I always do it with very openly. I'm like, here you go. I'm traveling and all that.
Late at night at the comedy store, running amok with, our boys.
Running amok.
And then here I am at
drinking a
night dealing
ton.
with the kids
Yeah.
by myself.
That's
which created resentment.
Well, when I pay alimony, I always do it with very openly. I'm like, here you go. It's,
You deserve it.
You deserve this, And as a result, me and Amanda get along great.
Yeah.
We're great friends. We're in each other's corner.
That's good though.
But you give her 20 grand a month, of course she's gonna be a great friend to you. You're giving her 20 grand a month until your kid, for the last probably 10 years or something plus, right? His kids aren't 18 yet, I don't think, right? Of course she's gonna be your friend. Like, what do you expect? But yeah.
Oh, that's out of the worst of it. At least you guys have a good
we have
relationship,
a great relationship
now.
man. We've always been, but it's like, here you go.
You're paying for it now.
Yeah,
It's just not a conductive environment. I'm not saying everyone's like this, but for me, it just wasn't a conductive environment for me to excel in other parts of my life.
No,
but you asked. I don't like how you preface this stuff. You might as well just stand on it, right? I don't like how you preface this stuff. You are saying that being a stand-up comedian means that you can't be a good husband. That's what he said. That's effectively what he's saying. It's a weird thing to conclude. Like, he's basically saying, because I had trouble balancing that lifestyle and also being a family man, it means everyone can't do it. It's like, no, you just couldn't do it. Just admit that you fell short because you just couldn't do it. You couldn't handle it. You couldn't balance the two things. It's okay. A lot of people will do you're not gonna be the first, you won't be the last. But it's him. Like, if I was Callen, I'd be kind of offended. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe Brian Callen doesn't mind because he does really struggle with himself too. But if I was Brian Callen, I'd kind of be annoyed and insulted. He always keeps mentioning it. He always keeps mentioning, oh yeah, stand up, man, stand up ruined it. Well, stand up really nearly ruined my family. Stanley lost my family because of stand up. You can't be a good dad if you're doing stand up. What? You can't have your own, there's plenty of people out there that have careers that are working very stressful, very high pressured, very labor, very time inducing jobs and shit, right? And they're able to balance it with their life. They're able to balance it with their family. They're able to make time for their family. They're able to make time for their spouses and shit. Just because you couldn't do it doesn't mean everyone can't do it.
Oh, dude.
Like, I loved it. It was a great time, but then it came at the
you were never going to
sacrifice of
not
the
be
kids.
successful.
Yes.
And it's really hard to be successful.
Yeah.
And it's really hard especially to be successful when you have to come up with all the ideas.
Mm-hmm.
When you're a true entrepreneur.
Big up Successful Egg. Big up Successful Egg.
Mm-hmm.
When you're a comic or a podcaster, it's your business. So if you're not always thinking about how to be different or come up with things or sell tickets, that's so much work.
Describing Brendan O'Brien as an entrepreneur is fucking crazy, by the way. Maybe on paper, Maybe, but like to think about Brendan ever being an entrepreneur is fucking nuts. To be fair, that is absolutely nuts. To be fair, I'm not gonna lie.
It's just constant.
Exhausting, yeah.
It's you're also trying to come up with stuff all the time. So you're. It's
yeah,
hard
you have
to
be
present.
creative. You have to be creative, and you
Always.
Always. But then it's like you're being creative, but you're sacrificing.
Yeah, what extent?
That's the dance. That's the dance. And you get better at it as you get older. But when you're young,
so you can't be creative and have a family. Again, she drank the Kool-Aid though. They're the same. That's why they're really suited together. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not too sure if Brendan actually has convinced her to think this way, or if she actually believes what she's saying. Like, you can't be creative and have a family. Like, what are you talking about?
yeah.
Yeah, good luck.
And also,
balancing
I think you're the same way. I came from a traditional household, meaning the mom was the housewife who did everything, and the father was gone and working all the time. So I never saw my dad. So my model.
Yeah, your dad.
My model wasn't
work.
Yeah, my model. I always thought I was being a good dad and a good father as long as I was
providing.
As long as I had everything.
and I was always paying. I
Yeah,
was
you
always,
were a provider.
Great house.
Yeah.
You have everything you want.
Yeah.
To me, I was like, that's my job.
Yeah, you're winning.
As I mentioned this before on Taz, but I think this is a strange way. This is a really odd thing to even admit again, because surely that would make you want to do the opposite. If you grew up in a household where your dad was never around and you saw your mum maybe struggling to keep the house, up and shit, to just manage things, to raise you and your fucking siblings, surely when you then decide to have your family, you're not going to want to repeat the mistakes of your parents, and you're going to want to try and be present as much as possible. Because even though you knew that your dad wasn't away because he didn't like you, because he fucking was trying to raise money for the family, that it did have some negatives, it did have some cons. Instead, Bryan just excuses his own behavior because, that's what my dad did. It's like, you're also 60, innit? You're also 60. You can't blame every bad decision. You can't blame every bad trait, every kind of undesirable tendency on your parents. You're 60. You've also been divorced once, even if that divorce wasn't him initiated, you still should have learned something from that divorce about why, it happened. I'm assuming some of it must have been because he wasn't around. I don't know. So it's a weird thing to admit. Like, oh yeah, I grew up in the house, in the family where the mom was always at. It's like, what? What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
For a long time, like dads now are more, and there's a balance. Like dads are more around more than ever, which it's good and bad.
Yeah, well, but
there needs to be a balance.
I don't know if you can be around a lot when you're trying to be. You can later on, but when you're younger.
Yeah, and I understand that too. Like he was in the thick of it. He was building. We were building. But
we were building. Lols.
I'm also in the thick of it with being a mom.
Yeah.
With
this is why
kids.
people get divorced, but you guys stuck it out.
Give it up. Give it up.
Right?
We've had our turbulations.
Who hasn't?
Yeah.
Who the fuck hasn't?
But I feel for us it's been heightened, right? Because everyone, obviously nobody's marriage is perfect. Nobody has this Cinderella story, and if they do, they're lying 100%. But I feel for us it's always been in the public eye, right? Or it's been like something else.
It's always been in the public eye. Jay-Z and Beyonce out here. The Jay-Z and Beyonce of podcasting. It's been the public all the public eye thing they're mentioning is partly to do with them. Brendan didn't need to ever post about Slo-Jo on social media. She didn't ever need to post her kids on social media. She didn't ever need to post herself on social media, flaunt herself, whatever. That didn't help things. I don't know. I don't think your relationship struggled because you were both social or both public. It probably struggled because you were both maybe just, not on the same wavelength early on and shit. But you have to respect her though, in a way, because I remember early doors when Brendan was doing comedy actually, and he was running around Addies and Baddies time, and there was a lot of accusations out there about him cheating on her a lot on the road. And I forgot, there was this one girl who someone on the Reddit was talking to. There was a girl that Brendan I think fucked, who someone on Reddit was talking to, and she says something about, oh yeah, me and Brendan was this, and someone, and that whoever that person was screenshotted the DMs that he was having with that girl and then sent them to Joanna. And then sent those screenshots on the Reddit. I'm sure that happened. I'm sure I remember somebody sending Slo-Jo DMs of Brendan, of some girl admitting that she fucked Brendan or something. And then Slo-Jo was basically in denial about the whole thing. Like, oh yeah, you're lying. Where's the proof? This is not the, I don't know, just like gaslighting, you know, not really taking it any attention. So you kind of got to rate it. Do you know what I mean? She just ignored it, pretended it didn't exist, and, you know, kept on buying bags, kept on buying fucking Birkins, kept on buying Balenciaga, and look, her life is better now, isn't it? Look at her life. Look at her life now.
Well, somebody always has something to say or an opinion, or so that was hard. It was hard to deal,
especially for you for a while.
For a while.
For the start, it's hard for her.
Of course. I mean, that's
way better
kinda
now.
Comes with the territory, man.
Yeah.
You know, doesn't make it
way better now. Blaming, we're still gonna blame fucking comedy. Stand-up comedy is the reason why I was a shit husband. Lows.
Easy though.
No.
You know, like that. Lady Gaga was saying, like, she was like, "Look, I know you guys think my life is fabulous, and I know you guys think that I have, like, everything is amazing. I'm also a girl who's 5'2", who wants a relationship really badly.
Yeah, with a big nose.
With this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, this guy was like, it wasn't working and everything. And another thing,
Yeah,
she's like, hey man, like, I'm also a human being, a biological creature that just wants to connect with somebody. You know?
Yeah.
Like, take it easy here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of downtime for me.
Yeah.
It's not all like,
I was flying on a plane next to this guy, and we started talking. My God, me and him basically got a timeshare together. By the time that plane landed in Vegas, we were just spilling the beans. Really connected. Great guy.
Yeah.
And I was telling him everything going on. He's like, "Holy fuck, man! I figured from like your Instagram, everything's all good, like with the family, and like no." He's like, "I'm like, dude, everyone has fucking problems, dude."
Yeah, but that's your fault though, isn't it? You present yourself on social media in a way like you do have the perfect life and that you do have the perfect family and you have no problem. So that guy's reaction was probably correct because they do both do that. She was saying, oh, no one's marriage is perfect. You don't say that on social media though, do you? She's always fucking talking on social media that she does have the fucking perfect, you know, picturesque Disney-like relationship. And here they are saying something different. So they're kind of fake, but I guess everyone's kind of fake on social media. But I do find it interesting that how he's, you know, acting as if that guy on the plane should have known that he has problems when on his social he doesn't really talk about those problems unless they, you know, unless they benefit him in some way. But in general, you know, they kind of do try to purport or did try to present an image that is, you know, very pristine, let's say.
You know?
Yeah. That's the most important thing to keep in mind.
Yeah. But like, do you love each other enough?
Yeah.
To write it out?
Yeah.
Yo, big up Daniel Clements in the chat. Big up Daniel Clements in the chat. Wow, go on, G.
There's never a doubt in my mind with Danny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She was there for me too, by the way.
Yeah,
That's
right or
the other
die.
thing. You know, you
when
form
shit hit the
bonds-
fan for you?
When you form bonds under, you don't form a
You're in a
bond
foxhole.
actually. Yeah.
You're in a foxhole.
You don't.
That I always found that a bit strange though, you know. Maybe it does make sense, but I did find it strange initially. Bryan goes through a pretty, you know, tumultuous divorce for the first wife. It seems like on paper, it seems like from the outside looking in, a lot of that divorce kind of came down to the fact that Bryan wasn't around. Maybe there was some adultery there, I don't know, to be honest, but it just seemed like more like, you know, the wife just got fed up of him just not being around. And obviously they didn't end up splitting up. And it did seem odd to me at the time that he went into another proper relationship straight away. It felt like it didn't feel like he had much of a gap in between. And then he had kids straight away, you know? And he was like 60, and then obviously the woman herself is like 30 something. It's like, I don't know. And I think at the time he was going through the cancellation, it seemed a little bit like, I don't know. I thought to myself at the time, I was like, if I was going through something like that, the last thing I'd want is to like be in a relationship, innit? I just want to be on my own, sorting it out. I don't need to like be worrying about that sort of stuff. That's not on that. That wouldn't be on the front of my mind. But then I guess on the flip side, if you are getting cancelled the way Brian was getting cancelled, maybe you do want some company. You don't want to be on your own, you know? You want to bond with somebody. You want to develop some sort of trauma bond or something, I guess. And there is something nice about somebody supporting you and helping you or holding you down in that, you know, during that period of time. Because if you're someone like Brian, you can definitely say to yourself, okay, cool, this woman's here for the right reason. She's here, you know, because you know, everything could be gone. There's no guarantee I'm going to ever come back up again. But yeah, I did find it strange how quickly he got into a proper serious, I'm going to have kids relationship. It did seem weird at the time.
Form a bond when you know
When things
everything's
are
great.
great.
Oh, no.
You form a bond when you go through some
When you're in the
shit.
trenches.
Yes.
That's why that's my brother right there. No matter what,
I know.
like it wouldn't matter. I don't give it. It wouldn't matter. Like, you know, it's like, nah, we're always friends.
Never wavered. Yeah, never.
Yeah.
If anybody, I'm his ride or die. I don't give. If anybody's at the end of the day, like, I can criticize him, but if I'm doing something and people go bad on him,
Yeah, you're like, oh no.
I'm like, you know,
No. I've been doing it too long.
fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I'll fight. I don't.
Yeah, your Uncle Brian, your family.
Hell yeah. Let's take a little break here from chatting with.
Fuck, you know, what a strange episode, man. What a strange episode. What a strange episode. This is a comedy podcast, by the way. This is a comedy podcast. COMEDY. Allegedly. If you're a fan of this show, this is a brutal watch. Don't get me wrong, it's entertaining. There's some interesting things to glean from it, dynamics, insights and shit. But it's fair to say Brendan getting his wife on the pod is definitely a sign that the pod is definitely on its way down, in it. You don't usually get your spouses involved if you're like flying high. This is definitely one of those, okay, I don't have anyone to book, you know, scraping the bottom of the barrel. Let's get someone on to mix things up a little bit, and here's the wife, you know. Or it's also maybe a little bit of a, you know, subtle, not so subtle flex. So be like, yeah, look at my wife. I got my wife under manners, you know. Or if you're like trying to flex on AKAASH and stuff and other comedians, I don't know. But yeah, what a weird episode. Very strange. Very, 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 very strange. It would have made more sense if Brian Callen's wife went on there as well. Or they just made it a bit more silly, you know. They spoke about some embarrassing stories, this and that. This is like a proper, like, it feels like a parent-teacher conference, you know. Or like some sort of, you know, conversation between parents and maybe a parent to be, you know, to give them advice about, yeah, what to look for. The
Wifey and Brendan, they did that fact for free. I think that.com. You're welcome.
Yeah, your Uncle Brian, your family.
Hell yeah. I think that the toughest thing for us recently, like Tiger had his health scares, but that we got past pretty fast.
When he was young, yeah, he was
and
like
the Billy stuff.
Thank God for fucking CBD. They don't mention CBD, do they? Thank God for CBD. I wonder if he tried to give Billy CBD to cure her things as well. There must have been a temptation in it. I wonder if he tried to give Billy some blue fucking scorpion milk, some fucking, what do you call it? I'm sure he tried. Fucking insane. That CBD scam was fucking brilliant, isn't it?
Was a curveball because we did IVF, and the way that works is they take like the health.
We know you did IVF. We know. And I wonder if they're willing to accept that that's one of the risks you run when you do IVF, is that your kids can develop shit like that, you know, especially if you're selecting eye color and all that malarkey. You can mess with stuff, innit? It's an option, of course. It's an option. It's there, but there are some, you know, side effects. There are some negative consequences of that. And I think when I googled last time, I think they said there's no concrete proof, but there is, you know, a risk if you do IVF or if you do what they did with CRISPR and shit, that you can, you know, your kid can develop shit like hypotonia, which that Billy, their daughter has, isn't it? Which is kind of, I don't know. I don't know how I would process that as a parent. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I came to the conclusion that I may have played a role in my kid having some sort of disability because I decided to go down the IVF CRISPR route, I probably won't be able to forgive myself, man. I'm not gonna lie. That'll be something that you would probably not be able to forgive yourself. Even if your kid ended up being perfectly fine as they got older, they learned to live with it. They learned, maybe they had a fucking miraculous recovery and just became completely quote unquote normal and everything was fine. It would be something that I would not forgive myself for, you know, having to put my kid through that early doors because I wanted them to have blue eyes. I wanted them to be blonde. It's like,
like you know, she's Latina, so there's a million fucking eggs. So
that wasn't the problem.
So they take the.
Is that true?
She had like a million eggs.
I had 25 eggs, which is a lot at my age.
Usually
people
have
so many.
People have 2 to 4. She had like 1,000 eggs.
25 eggs.
So they take the X-Men eggs. They take the healthiest ones. Go, all right, you have these 3 to choose from, boy, girl, whatever.
Yeah.
So we're like, cool, we'll do that one. So in my head, it's like, oh, there's gonna be no issues, nothing. And we've had the most, and it's not her fault.
Yeah.
We've had the most issues with the baby girl.
Yeah, and it wasn't even
That's
related
what
to IVF either. From what I just came to find out, you know, moving to Austin, whatever, having to transfer all her medical stuff to here, that was a beast, as you can only imagine. And switching insurance.
did he kind of blame her though? Did it sound like he kind of blamed her? I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but did he not kind of sound like he blamed her for the kid having issues?
And like that was a whole stressful
So people deal with that all the time.
Yeah, but
that's nothing.
like what we found out is that it wasn't even like, yeah, she was genetically the best of the babies that we had, but that happened from the traumatic birth that I had that I didn't even process until we started going through all these things here in Austin.
Because she's a preemie and all
She
that.
came almost 6 weeks early. I almost died from preeclampsia. My blood pressure was 260 over 240.
I didn't know any of this.
Yeah.
This is how guys are. This is how guys are.
Yeah.
We don't tell each other any of that stuff.
But also, what are you going to do with that information?
That's what I'm saying.
If I call it health, you go, dude, blood pressure 240 over 260. Damn, crazy. What are you going to do?
Same thing with.
That's not like a healthy relationship though, and that's not really a friend. Like, what the fuck is that? Of course you tell your friend that. Wouldn't your friend be calling you, checking up to see how your wife's pregnancy went? Wouldn't you have a conversation about how it was? Oh yeah, shit. She was, yeah, by the way, the baby was safe now, but it was a rough one. So and so happened. Wouldn't that be a normal conversation to have with somebody you regard as a friend, as a brother? Didn't she say he's family? I guess maybe, you know, it makes sense because they're both emotionally kind of stunted a bit. But it's a weird thing to be, oh yeah, this is how guys. No, it's not how guys are. You guys are like this. But I think regular dudes would have a conversation. Like, maybe it's not going to be as in depth and as emotional as maybe a woman's conversation with another. I don't know, but you'd have a conversation. You'd at least talk about it a little bit. Yeah. Brian only finding out about this now is I don't believe him. I think he was told, he just probably forgot. I don't think he's the first time he's ever heard, oh yeah, the baby was born 6 months. Like, come on, bro. You definitely knew that because I think, didn't Brendan post it on social media?
With Danny.
Yeah.
Same thing.
And all that caused, you know, because my body started shutting down, obviously to protect me to not die so that the baby doesn't die. Like the blood flow, oxygen, everything starts coming to me. So now Billy is starting to get less of the oxygen, less of the blood flow, which then affects everything.
Yeah.
And that's why we are where we're at.
Yeah.
Because of that specific moment, it affected her in that way that it has the issues, you know, that she deals with.
Danny.
Not to get like granular and not to get overly whatever, insert detective on it, but let's take what she says on face value. I wonder if some of the stress as well connected to like the addies and baddies, all that shit, all that down. I don't know if the baby was born around that time, but I wonder if that contributed to it too. Brendan being involved in the most drama, in the most beefs, in the most issues at that time as well online. I think that was when the Bappaverse was really on fire, when like, what's his name? Moist Critical and all those guys were making videos about Brendan being the most hated guy, Ethan Klein ripping into him, the Bobby Lee shit, like, you know, the BGO drama, the accusations of the cheating and stuff. I wonder if in a way he kind of contributed to the stress. You know what I mean? He contributed to maybe even the kid being born fucking premature because of all the stuff that was going on. Brutal to accept as a parent and stuff. Like, that's gonna make you kind of feel a bit shitty about yourself. But hey,
with our first baby, the baby's heart stopped. Her heart stopped, and then my baby had to wear a heart monitor for 6 months.
Yeah,
right? You go through all this stuff. But
And I
don't
didn't
think
know
I
either
told you.
because he didn't tell me. And if you told him, he didn't tell me.
No, he told me.
Oh yeah, Pre-Ban 4 Loco, the water thing. She doesn't drink water, innit? Fucking hell. Can you imagine, right? Going down the IVF route, which is not easy. It's very expensive. It's fraught with fucking pitfalls. It's not a guaranteed thing. It's not a guaranteed science either. Can you imagine going down the IVF route and you don't even do the basics like drink water? Can you imagine that? Instead you get, if I remember correctly, doesn't she get, like, I know Brendan believes like fluids are fluids, right? Brendan's of the belief that you don't need to drink water specifically. If you drink a liter of Coca-Cola, it's just the same as drinking water. There's no difference. That's what Brendan's opinion is. And Slo-Jo doesn't like drinking water either. So this is strange, isn't it? There are a couple of people that don't like drinking water. But I think Slo-Jo prefers to get her water, is it intravenously, right? She gets it hydrated. She gets it under a needle, essentially. I mean, that's how she gets hydration. She'll go to one of those centers and they'll basically put her on a drip or something and she'll hydrate that way. Could you imagine doing that while you're pregnant? Fucking insane, bro.
Wait, but what are you gonna do? If I knew,
We're just different. I would have reached out to Danny and been like, "Hey, how can I help?"
But he's not going to say anything. It's
No,
like,
also, how can I just found out right now.
What the fuck?
That's how guys are.
Listen, if I was a cardiologist, yeah, I'll come over and help.
Even then,
what am I gonna do? Dude, that sucks.
This is how
Let me know
guys
if
are.
you
We're just
need
talking.
anything.
No, I know.
What do I do?
Brendan's never really had any true friends, and that's probably why as well. He's doing that thing a lot of guys do where you just kind of like, you pretend, you say something as a defense mechanism. I don't think he's had really true friends or true brotherhood. That's why he's saying this. Because that doesn't make any sense, bro. What he's talking about is a pretty serious issue. Your wife nearly dying, giving birth to your daughter being born premature. Like, this is something that you would share with your boys. Doesn't matter maybe you wouldn't share it in exhaustive detail, but this is something that you definitely would let your boys know about. Hey, I'm not going to be around as much because my wife went through this. We're going through this as a family. The baby came out like this, having some issues. You would share with your boys. You would, even if they're not cardiologists. Like, this is fucking insane. You can only share things with your boys if they can help you in any kind of way. Sometimes the help is just them being there for you, to listen to your troubles, listen to you get that off your chest. Maybe to fucking, I don't know, drive you to a hospital, maybe pick you up somewhere, maybe bring you a fucking coffee. Like, those things are helpful. They don't need to be fucking curing or solving issues. They could just be there as a support system. I think this is the defense mechanism because he doesn't have any friends, so he doesn't have anyone to talk to. So why would he, even think about that? But strange. And I think Brian did know. He just forgot. And Brian's also, in his own way, really selfish. So I think he just didn't remember what Brendan told him about the kid.
One week at the hospital, there's not much we can do, and it's not like we share our fucking feelings. What are you gonna?
This is the problem. You guys don't share your feelings.
No.
Share your feelings, guys.
No, I'll share a solution.
Yeah.
Now you got a fix. I'm listening. You got a way for me to make a lot of
I'm
money?
in.
I'm in.
You know what?
I'm
This should
all
be your
ears.
therapy.
Yeah.
This is the therapy right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we don't. It's like with this. If there's a problem, it's like, yeah, I get it. Anyway, the only thing that I want to know is how to fix.
Remember when
the
you asked me how
problema.
Billy's doing?
Oh, that was the best.
Yeah, hey man, everything all good? I go, no, it's a fucking disaster.
No, it's a disaster.
I go, what are you gonna do? It's a fucking disaster. Although Jen, you kept bringing it up, she did. So we've been in the pool with her twice a day. She's going to therapy. She did walk 15 steps.
I did some
now
research
they're a little
on
shaky.
This. I did some
Instagram?
research on this, guys. I did some research.
What'd you
I'm
find
very
out?
optimistic about your.
So are they now? So are they? Watch this. So are they?
Very optimistic.
Not the one at Tiger's big ass. It's the second one. The one next to me in the.
Do I follow you? Because I don't have.
Sharing a diagnosis with the world is one thing. You know, sharing a diagnosis with the world is one thing. Moral support. You might get a tidbit of information in the DMs from a parent who's gone through the same thing. That might give you some respite. That might give you some encouragement. That might maybe be a good solution. But documenting this journey of your baby going through what they're going through without really their explicit permission, it just seems wrong. It just seems wrong. It's one thing documenting your kids' sports and stuff and being proud of that, but a real serious medical, or I don't know, whatever issue like this should be kept private. There's no reason for this to be on social media. There's no reason for your baby's first steps whilst wearing braces at the hospital. Like, what? Why are you sharing this with people? No one needs to see this. No one needs to know this. I really hate it. I'm not gonna lie. I fucking hate it. But they seem hell bent on like doing this to their I don't know. They seem hell bent on doing this with their kids. It's not like they asked them permission or anything. I don't know. I think it's in very poor taste.
Any of your stuff here.
Watch this.
Oh my God.
Watch
that's
this.
So cool.
Did I need to put the sad music? Probably not.
Yeah, thanks for the sad music, dude. Oh boy. Oh well, that's awesome.
Look at this.
She's so cute.
Yeah.
Oh, this is amazing. Oh, this is gonna be a movie. This is like.
She's cooking.
Dude. Now she's got braces on right now?
Not yet.
Oh. So she's doing it without braces?
She did that without braces.
Wow. Yeah, thanks for the music. Now she's crying.
Yeah, now I'm crying.
How about John X? Says my daughter had the same thing, brother. No issues at 14. I gotta call John.
There you go. Call John.
Wow.
Parenting through social media, honestly, just, I don't know, deal with this privately as a family. Like, pull your resources together. Like what are you doing, bro? I don't know. Just yuck.
It's awesome.
How crazy is that?
That's awesome. And you have her in the.
By the way, great podcast topic. By the way, definitely not a mood killer. Great podcast topic. Great thing to add to the docket on a comedy podcast.
Pool?
Oh yeah, in the hot tub, because there's
Great.
a thing she can move on.
Incredible.
Yeah, twice a day.
Incredible.
But my thing is, obviously it's tough on her. My thing is like, what's the plan? Like, how can I?
Obviously, it's tough on her. Why ain't it tough on you? Obviously, it's tough on her because she's a girl. Like, obviously, it's tough on her because she's a mum. Aren't you the dad as well? Some of the language they use, such a strange dynamic of relationship. It's almost like does she just look after the kids and you just go and get, like, do you not take part? I don't know. It's only tough on her, it's not tough on you. Huh.
Make this go away. Like, let me know. Well, the pool really helps out. Cool. Can we do it 5 times a day? That's too much.
Yeah.
You can do it twice. Okay, we'll do it twice. What else we got to do? Therapy once a week's not enough. 3, then we're doing 3.
That's right.
So it's like whatever we got to do to fucking get there.
Yeah.
And obviously, she's like, oh, you're not I cry on my own. Don't get me twisted. I'll do it on my own time. Not in front of the kid, not in front of Billy.
No,
But it's literally like the course of action.
Oh, so Slo-Jo does wonder why he doesn't cry about this. Why it doesn't seem to affect him the way it affects her. Okay, so I'm not the only one that was wondering this, right? Like, he's just some freak, innit? He's just some sociopath. He has no ability to... So, you can cry, you can break down and cry at the thought of Crystalia getting cancelled for being the fucking pedophile, allegedly, right? For being an alleged pedophile. But he doesn't shed a single tear, doesn't seem to get any bit worked up or emotional or proud or anything. That his daughter that was diagnosed with some, you know, sort of disability is now making loads of good progress and is really kind of battling through and being strong and all this malarkey, right? And will probably be perfectly fine later on in life. That doesn't choke you up. But Crystalia being cancelled for, you know, trying to touch up kids, that does. Cool.
This sucks. That's what the cards we're dealt with. Let's get to work.
You know, that's male female, right? That's
right.
Women nurture and they feel, and men go, where's the threat coming from? Got to take care of the threat first, which means we may have to go over there. And then we have to come up with a game plan that keeps things, you know, on the offensive.
Yeah, because it already sucks.
Yeah.
No, you can just be a human too. You can just be a regular human. You could just have regular feelings, regular emotions. You could just feel things because you care deeply and you love deeply about your children and whatnot and your wife. You hate to see her upset. Maybe even just a thought and the sight of her crying is going to make you well up because it's your fucking child, you know? You don't need to kind of use these hunter-gatherer analogies like you fucking donkey, Brian. That's your fucking daughter. I mean, she's got a fucking disability that may or may not have been caused because they decided to choose the kid's hair color and the fucking eye color from a fucking RGB Pantone book. And now this is what's happening. There's going to be some guilt. There's going to be some fucking whatever, you know? That would make you upset and emotional, but not this guy. This guy might cry because Rogan doesn't invite him to the mothership. You know what I mean? He might cry because everyone in the comedy scene has abandoned or kind of ostracized Bryan Callen because of his beef with fucking Bobby Lee. That drives him nuts, right? He nearly cries about that. But he doesn't cry when his daughter makes her first steps. His daughter makes her first steps without braces. That doesn't make him cry. But Crystalia getting cancelled for running a sex cult does. Cool, man.
How do we get out of the suck?
I guess it's hard for me because I have to see the struggle when she's in therapy.
Yeah.
I have to be the one there where like talking to the neurologist, to the orthopedic surgeon, to the orthotist, so it's me.
Why isn't Brendan there? That's what I want to know. Why isn't Brendan there? Why isn't Brendan going to all these things? This is kind of an important part of your kid's journey. It's kind of an important part of your relationship too, you'd imagine. Why isn't Brendan there? I think that's kind of odd in itself, but hey.
It's almost like I'm receiving all the fire, right? So by the time, like I'm the barrier receiving all the fucking fire. So by the time it gets to him, like I'm just, all the emotions are killing me. Because
you are there to regulate all the emotions.
Right.
A man, like if you think of every epic story from you know, Lord of the Rings to whatever it is, it's the young warrior who goes out and has to not just kill the dragon, but kill the dragon where he lives, and kill all his, you know, progeny. It's the same idea. And so we have that deep ingrained thing where he goes, what do I got to do?
Yeah.
How do I solve this?
Yeah, how do we get out of
Give me the steps.
Yeah, how do we get out of here?
Yeah. But that's big.
Yeah.
That's big. She's walking like that.
She gets her
That's big.
AFOs.
What's AFO?
AFO is the ankle foot or orthotics. Ankle foot orthotics, one of those.
Yeah.
And it basically goes from the tip of her toe to
because it makes her bones.
It gives her stability. It's not her issue. Is not even a bone issue. It's like she hyperextends her knees, which stems from low muscle tone, which is, you know, hypotonia. Ankle foot orthosis. Okay. That's what it is.
But it's good though, because it makes it's going to help her.
It's going to help
stronger.
But you know, we went. So this is another thing where I feel like we were meant to move here, if that makes any sense, because it's just been such a breath of fresh air to like exact where we moved our neighbors, 2 of our neighbors. Like one of them is a doctor and he works for Texas Children's Hospital, and his fiance is like the head on the board or something, right? And so to have these people reach out to me and say, Joe, how can I help you? Let me get you to the best orthopedic surgeon that there is here in Texas, let alone in general, and let's have him see Billy. So these people have been amazing for our family because they've basically been guiding us to where to go, what to do. And I saw the orthopedic surgeon specialist last week, and I was crying because I'm like, this is the first positive appointment that I've had, because every time I've gone to the gazillion specialists that I've taken her to, they're like, well, yeah, this is going to be a struggle. This is going to be a lifelong thing. She might need a support forever.
That's
she might
when I
not,
get mad.
you know,
That's why I can't be around. I get mad.
Yeah, but I also understand that they can't be like, she'll be out of them in 2 weeks. Because if she's not, then I'm going to go over there and I'm going to fuck some people up and be like, you told me 2 weeks. This isn't working.
I don't know 2 weeks, but
that surely is a projection. Why would you get angry at the doctor's diagnosis when you're going to get different opinions from different people? Surely you just keep going until you get to a person who maybe gives you the answer that you want to hear. But you wouldn't. Why would you get angry at somebody giving you a conservative estimation on what may happen to your kid and stuff? You have different opinions. You go for those different opinions so that you can have a varying different opinions. So surely the point of going to see different doctors is so that you can, see what the options are, and also maybe give yourself a bit of encouragement, that all hope is not lost. But you wouldn't get pissed off at the person that is more conservative because it's just their point of view. It's just their opinion. Other people can be more optimistic depending on their expertise, depending on whatever, depending on their just experience. That's when I get mad. So I guess that's how he avoids going to these meetings, because he's going to get upset and angry. He's going to try and clamp a doctor because he was conservative and he gave a, he didn't want to be super optimistic about anything because he didn't want to get their hopes up or something, or put too much pressure on a child or whatever. I don't know. It's just it's a strange thing to kind of nitpick on.
You don't have to be so negative with the mom.
Yeah.
Hey, Johnny Shit Apples. We're dealing with a lot. Could you at least do
Johnny Shit Apples?
Hey, shit face. Can you give us one story where this worked out for the fucking kid, or are you just gonna show us faces of death and send us on our way?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? All of them are like, oh, dude, there's kids that don't want for. But do you have one or two that you could reference? You fuck.
No, but I did research on it, and there's a lot.
Dude.
There are people that overcome this all the time.
Yeah.
Well, and I hadn't heard of that until I went to go see
I guess
this
they have
doctor.
to be pessimistic.
Why didn't you just Google it? I hadn't heard of. So you hadn't heard of any positive stories of kids overcoming hypotonia until your doctor said something nice. You didn't Google it even. I know maybe Googling isn't maybe the most constructive thing to do, and it could lead you down some dark, rabbit holes. But surely if your kid's got that condition, the first thing you want to do is just Google and figure stuff out and see what other mums are saying online. Maybe check out some forums, Facebook groups. Oh, I didn't know. To be fair, I get the feeling they were both in denial anyway about this kid's diagnosis, because it came quite late. It feels like this kid's quite big. I don't know if she's like 2 or something, but this is a big baby. So I think they were in denial for a while. I don't think they wanted to get the diagnosis so that they, I think, which is probably normal. A lot of parents will probably try and avoid getting a diagnosis because it can feel like a sentence, right? It can feel like it's written in stone and shit. But yeah, strange they didn't even try to Google and see what everyone else was saying, or just Google success stories. It's not that difficult.
I don't know, but
it ain't the way to go.
Because doctors, I know cancer doctors will say, typically it's 3 months, but a lot of times they know people live for like 2 years, and then it's like it's a miracle,
Yeah. And he basically was like, all right, let's take off all her clothes. Let me check her legs, her tailbone, her everything, her back. And he was examining her, and he was like, let's see her walk. I want to see her walk. We were there for like an hour, and I'm here like ready to vomit from anxiety of what this guy's going to say, because everything I've heard has just been like bad, right? So I'm just like a ball of anxiety just waiting to hear. And he's like, do you want to hear what I have to say? And I said, please, you know, like, just hit me with it now. Like, I'm thinking they're gonna have to amputate her. It's something horrible, because that's all I've been hearing.
Yeah.
And he goes, you know, Billy, I think is gonna be okay. He goes, I know that she's getting her AFOs soon. He goes, but I've been doing this he also works for the Paralympics, by the way. He works with all the Paralympic athletes for the U.S. Olympic team.
So he's
a complete badass.
He's going to heaven.
He's a saint. And he goes, yes, I think Billy should wear her AFOs. He goes, but I also think that once she gets her stability, we start weaning her off. Because as an orthopedic surgeon, I don't want her to lose the mobility of her ankles and like everything, right? He goes, but I don't think this is going to be too bad for Billy.
That's what I've been saying.
He goes, and also like genetics have a lot to do with it. He goes, and I feel like you have great genetics, therefore she has great genetics. And I think with the hard work that you're putting in and the therapy and whatever else you're doing, don't ease off the brakes. He goes, because this doesn't mean she's going to be fine in 2 weeks. But
it's such a good.
But if you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to be fine.
But also, when
and
did you
call him and tell him that?
Oh, immediately. I was bawling.
She was crying. But my thing is, when the doctors before that, the fucking Johnny come apples, like, yeah, it's probably she's not going to be walking for 3 to 4 years. I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. So then you got to no, it gets a challenge. I'm like, yeah, but she's walking in a year, Playboy.
So you know, when I was 11, 12, I was probably 12.
I'm still confused. Like, I guess maybe he took his kids to baseball practice or something, but surely you drop all that to like focus on the, like, I don't know, take your kids, take even the boys with you to support Billy as it, you know what I mean? So they can all gather around and give her the encouragement. Why would you let her go and do this by herself? I know she wasn't on her own. I think she was there with her mother-in-law, isn't it, right? With her mum, sorry. But like, I still don't understand why she went to this guy for the first time and did all of that analysis, everything by herself. I just don't get it. Maybe the kids, maybe Boston and Tiger had some baseball game. I don't know. It just seems like a very strange way to approach such a serious and important topic. You know, like, she just had to figure it out on her own and hope that doctor wasn't, you know, negative or wasn't pessimistic and stuff. It's like, okay.
I went to the doctor and I heard that a doctor could predict how tall you were going to be. Oh, and they measured my short femur bone, and he goes, judging from that, you'll be about, you might be about 5'7". And I was like,
excuse me?
And
I'll give up now?
And I, you know what I said to my mom? I go, I guess I better learn how to throw knives. Because I guess I gotta be deadly because I'm gonna be really short.
They do that though.
My mother was like,
our
my mother's
doctor
like,
too.
it's depressed. My mother, not helpful. She goes, it's depressing. And I went, I remember I was in Pelham, New York.
Dude,
I was in Pelham, New York, staying at my grandmother's house with nothing to do. And I went in the front yard, which wasn't a front yard. It had a tree.
Yeah.
And I just sat there like this. I was like, what am I gonna? And I was trying to plan my life as a 5'7" person.
How old were you?
I was probably 12.
So athletics, you're kind of like, all right, who's 5'7"?
Yeah, my mother said
What
something
sport's
like, well, you're
5'7"?
coordinated, which I was like, I'm coordinated. Coordinated. What sport?
5'7".
I could be a jockey.
There was no UFC at the time either.
Jockey.
So you're like,
yeah.
You'd be a tall jockey though, I feel.
I'd be a child. Well, luckily I grew.
You're like a
because my
two-base
spine and neck were a little
5'4".
longer than normal.
That's good.
That's hilarious. Let's take another little break here.
All right, I'm gonna leave it there for now, people. I'm gonna leave it there. It's nearly 6 a.m. over here in London. Nearly 6 a.m. over here in London, and yeah, these guys are frying my brains with their interesting parenting skills and dynamics in general. We will work out in the end anyway, right? They've worked it out. They seem to have 3 healthy children anyway. They're probably going to be perfectly fine. But it's just how they get there is going to be fucking interesting, because Jesus Christ, they're all over the place. Anyways, people, I'm going to be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll finish the last 20 minutes tomorrow. We'll finish the last 20 minutes tomorrow. So if you haven't watched it yet, don't finish it. We'll finish the last 20 minutes tomorrow together. We'll finish the last 20 minutes tomorrow. But thank you for tuning in, people. Appreciate you all. Smash the like button, hit subscribe before you leave. Smash the like button, hit subscribe before you leave. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow for more random show goodness. Okay? For now, peace.